All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to my stream today. The new setup, so we might be in for some technical issues today. I'm hoping that it all works. But yeah, I think we're pretty good. Let me know in the chat if you can hear me, see me. It's definitely been a while. There we go. There's life. Hello. Let me get Twitch going here to make sure I don't miss any messages from Twitch. Here's my channel. Yeah, it's been a hectic month or new background. Yeah, well, a new location. I was actually gonna originally pull up my green screen and show San Jose again when I started, like my old background, but it's actually a little bit awkward the way my desk is set up to get the green screen in here. I can, but I would have been fiddling with it for like 3 minutes, taking it down afterwards. It's just not worth it. No green screen here anymore. This is my actual office. Although to be fair, my previous one was my actual office, just taken from a different angle. But now with my new place, I've actually set up the stuff in a way that my Lego collection is behind me, and whatnot. So like you're not just looking at a picture of a closet or something. Hey Ryan, why you look different? It might be because I'm wearing my glasses right now. It's surprising. It's like the bit of the Clark Kent Superman thing. I don't know. No, the one in the middle there. Sorry, yeah, you can't see my Yamaha acoustic off the side. Is a Jackson Soloist, custom shop, U.S. All mahogany. Jackson Soloists tend to be alder body through wood. I got a mahogany one, which is an interesting choice because a lot of people get Soloists because they're like shred guitars or like the '80s, like like the Scorpions or Randy. Like I guess Randy Rhoads played Flying B, but you know what I mean. Like you get Jacksons because they're like the crazy shred guitars, and that's why most people get alder bodies. I was actually I did lead stuff, but I was actually the rhythm guitar player. I mean, being the guitar player doesn't mean you still can't do harmonized sweep picking, but I was actually trying to see if I could get something that sounded a little bit more like an SG. I love. I know it's funny. It makes no sense, right? I mean, Gibson style, different setup, right? Set neck, this is through body. I mean, to be fair, set neck and through body are probably closer in sound than say like a bolt on, like with a Bender. But like, I wanted something a little bit beefier and chunky. I replaced the stock Seymour Duncans with the blackouts, which is funny. It's kind of like EMGs, but they're a little again more. They're almost like they switched the 85 and the 81. Like it's almost like they switched the pickups around. So like it's a little bit more chunkier on the back end, and it's less like a shred guitar. It's not like Kirk Hammett, like razor bladey kind of from the 80s kind of sound. Anyway, yeah, I guess that answers the question. So we got into guitars pretty quick here. Anyways, I'm gonna put my glasses back on because yeah, my computer screen is actually farther away from me from the chat now, so I'm gonna look at that. All right. He looks different because he's not on a green screen. Yeah, I mean that's fair too. I've always had these earrings. I've had these earrings since I played in my band like years and years ago. I mean, maybe it's a haircut and you're noticing it more or something, but yeah. Oh, that's awesome. I mean, I'm excited for you. I think it. I keep on. I really want one of these solid companies to like really succeed in an open way. I mean, don't get me wrong. Actually, I now have an example that has succeeded. Cursor. is built on Solid. I didn't know that, and the CEO or whatever or was it CTO, the guy reaches out to me and he's like, "Oh yeah, we've been using Solid for 3 years. We heard about it from our college professor, who's actually a member of the Solid community, and I was just like, seems pretty good. Why not?" It's so funny. He was so nonchalant about it, but um, there's a lot of startups that have been using Solid because they want to, push the technology. They want to be able to get the best performance out of their applications. Unfortunately, not all startups succeed. So like every time there's that list of like companies that use Solid, I like look at it and then people are like, yeah, they don't exist anymore. They don't exist anymore. I'm like, damn. Like I'm glad that people keep on making projects and doing that. And I guess another big success for us has been the Lightning TV, like the UBC, or sorry, NBC and Universal, like their television apps and stuff. But yeah, I love hearing people getting a chance to use Solid. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, you can geek out on the music stuff for ages. I mean, there's so much like details in the gear. Yeah, but yeah, that Jackson in the background is kind of became my baby. It's like it just it's just a beautiful guitar. Um, yeah, ebony fingerboard, pearl inlays, 24 frets. I mean, you need the full 2 octaves. Otherwise, what are you doing? Anyway, locking nut, like yeah, it's even got the Allen keys. Like I love how they have the Allen keys actually like hidden behind the headstock. So like if you ever need to loosen it, because like everything's locking on there, so that when you go crazy with the whammy bar, like it doesn't come out of tune. It's just as I said, it's like it's the full '80s shredder guitar, except I chose the body wood of something a little bit more substantial, a little chunkier, right? Like as I said, it's more of like the Gibsons that have the mahogany, like the Les Paul or the like the SG, which is more of my favorite, or Les Paul Jr. Those are pretty sweet too. Anyway, hey cousin, how you doing? Oh yeah, the web version of Telegram has a solid version. I make point out usually default which one. I mean, I guess there's a angle too. Like, I mean, use whatever app's the best, but that's cool. Over at Capital One, we use a. Oh yeah. I know that. It's always tricky because Capital One doesn't like they've reached out to me a couple years ago, but like I haven't like it's something don't always talk about openly. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we've had like short run things that have been really big, like Compass, like election voting software, uh, written in Solid. So like the whole UK election in 2024 had millions of people, coming in and voting in the UK, and that was a Solid powered app. I mean, there's lots of examples of it. Obviously, it's just you know but I mean, that's actually going to like bring us a bit into the topics today because I've got a lot to cover. Actually, I made myself a list so that I don't forget anything. And I think we've covered the first bit, which is talking about my move to Portland and how awesome my guitars on the wall are, or Lego collection. Actually, I've managed to put most of my Lego back together, as you can see behind me, except for the stuff that's sitting right on the counter behind me on the lower shelf. I have the Deku tree, Breath of the Wild slash Tears of the King or slash Ocarina of Time, where you can like set it up for either Deku tree design, and that set got completely demolished in the move, so I have to rebuild it. Anyways, yeah. I had awesome internet. I just is cheap. It's because if I go from OBS directly, I'd be fine. But because I'm using StreamYard, they charge you like double the amount of money to do 1080p over 720. And I actually think, I mean, it's arguable, but people say the Mac built-in MacBook cams are good, and they're decent, but I think you make the bigger notice between 720 and 1080p is when I'm like screen sharing. Like I think like from a camera perspective, you're not actually getting that much. So I always try and keep my text big. But yeah, it was mostly that it was a difference of a few $100 essentially to between 720 and 1080. I have 1 gigabyte internet. So it was just I wanted to see if there's like a noticeable quality difference. And I mean, maybe you guys can tell. I did not tell a noticeable quality difference when I went down to 720. Although afterwards more people came in and they're like, "Why is your stuff 720?" And it's like, well, I realized I could drop StreamYard and just go to OBS directly. At points in the past, like I was always worried about the ping and, or sorry, not. I was worried about the chat and about the being able to get guests on the stream. Like needs solutions. I know Twitch has their like guest star thing or whatever it's called. Theo did offer to give me ping for basically free. So I mean, that's the funniest thing. I probably could just tap into him. He was like, he knows that I'm not techie on this stuff, so he's like, he was like, like if you're happy using StreamYard, just keep on using StreamYard. But I built all these solutions before, so if you need a better streaming solution, we can hit me up, and I could probably get you hooked up with stuff at a reasonable price. But yeah, just an iPhone Pro, yeah. I can't promise that, honestly. Um, Making the stream shorter just means less content for you. It's not like I mean, right now we're talking fluff, but it's not like I stuff. We'll talk a bit about that on the videos and stuff, like, and talking about the short form versus long form, because I think there's an interesting perspective there. Like, I realize people don't want their time wasted, but in my opinion, people who do stick around for the stream get 10x the value per time than the people who watch the videos. It's way better. I understand that there's some people who don't have that kind of time, but the people who stay are 10x better for it. So, it is what it is. And I don't stream every week anymore. So maybe it'd be better to do like smaller, more stream, but it depends on when I got content or when I don't have content. I'd rather just like get the 5 hours or 6 hours if I have to, though generally not 6 hours. It's a long time to go out there. And then like, look, I don't stream for 3 weeks. Well, guess what? Pretend that was 2 hours for each of 3 weeks. Like, how's that not better than like just not getting that content? So Solid's done? What? No, Solid's not done. I don't understand. It's not using exist. I can sure we're still around. Okay, yeah, I know Samuel. It just come the ones that I like really publicize, like post.news, the Twitter clone. Like that was like a big topic. It was like, wow, someone's building like a Twitter competitor, kind of like Mastodon Blue Sky. They're not around anymore, but that was all SolidStart. And what was another one? We did a co-article thing with like the guys from StashPad. I mean, I don't know if StashPad is still around, but the people that I was in contact with don't apparently work for StashPad, so I'm gathering something happened to them. So like, I know there's a lot of people still out there using Solid. It's just it's yeah, we need to do better on that side. Yeah, for sure. Then come back, you know, a week later, if you want to. I try and get timestamps. Although recently I don't have my guys. Jesse Pence was amazing for over a year. Did the timestamps for me. I've been recently, and I got to talk to AJ about this guy, big Redwood guy. He's been on the stream before. He's been using AI to generate LM summaries just so that we can get some like reasonable markers in here. Now, obviously, this is an unusual thing. I usually don't waste time for 15 minutes and get right to the good stuff. But yeah, I mean, yeah, we could talk about the thing that it's always funny when I go on social media is people have no idea that basically the effort with SolidStart and TanStack Start is basically lockstep. Basically, anything that is true about TanStack Start is true about SolidStart. It's just who does it first. Or like earlier, SolidStart was leading the initiative, doing all basic core dev that would lead to TanStack Start. Now TanStack's taking the initiative while we focus on Solid 2.0. But generally, you can assume that those two projects are basically identical. And I don't just mean the solid port of TanStack start. I mean, like generally we're working on the same core. It's even the same people working on the solid part of TanStack start as SolidStart. So it's like um, these things are. I think it's complicated, and I will talk about that a bit later. But I know everyone's at like really wants the latest news on this stuff, but these things take time because we're in an ecosystem that's shifting. The Vite M variable, or sorry, the M API, whatever you want to call it, is a huge deal in terms of what we can do with Vite. And I think it has implications way wider than what people are thinking about, or at least people not in the know are thinking about. And maybe that's worth talking about on its own. But I just want to kind of put out there that like in a sense, the DaVinci vacation already started when we swapped out the server plugin, service function plugin. It's going to take a bit more because TanStack built some of the pieces very specific to TanStack router, and we need an agnostic solution. But like generally, we're on the same page. It's just funny because I say when I go on Twitter and say something, people are like, "Oh, but I heard this, blah blah," and it's like, yeah, I know, but if I'm not saying it, there's a reason I'm not saying it, not because I'm out of the loop, so to speak. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they're further along on the process. Vinci does have some holes. The challenge is that we need to do more on top of the TanStack start base to get to where we need to be, because the biggest difference between the projects is the goals. And as yourself, someone being practical, just trying to build your application, you probably don't care about those goals as much as I do. But SolidStart's goal is to be a baseline for all Solid projects, not just ones that are TanStack. And I think it means that I need to generalize a little bit further from what Tanner's doing. Obviously, Tanner actually loves general solutions and agnostic solutions, so like he's on board to build the pieces the way that they need to be built. It's just like they have, I think, about 4 or 5 people working on this pretty directly right now. 2 guys related to Solid involved, 3 guys directly on their stuff. Like there's a bunch of people directly working on the 10th start, where SolidStart is kind of in a place where it's just kind of in maintenance, while and kind of fairly stable. While TanStack's actually changing and breaking and doing a bunch of stuff right now. And most Solids focus on Solid 2.0 rather than Start at the moment. Yeah. 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 We'll talk about Nitro towards the end of the stream. If you're still around, 4 hours from now or whatever. Quick to we use Vite plugins, but they don't conform to the environment. Yeah. Yeah. And this is where some of the thing is. Like we all had Vite plugins doing this. It's just, I think there's a bigger shift in the whole ecosystem that's about to come. And I think that will actually, I will talk about it, but it's not what I want to talk about first. That's all signals I do well from. I mean, I didn't get it from there, but that is kind of what made me fall in love with it. Like I got signals from Knockout.js, but having programmed VHDL FPGA before and doing that kind of stuff, I absolutely like clicked with me, because that was something like I was really good at. For those who aren't familiar, this is like a hardware language. So you basically programming digital circuits, and it's very different than normal imperative programming. Like a lot of people learn like a C-based language or like BASIC or something, which is like do this and this and this and this. VDHL has this idea of like a clock cycle, and everything is synchronous. It doesn't happen one then the other. It's like the next state is the state, and it's hard for people to wrap their head around it. I remember when I was in university doing a project, like we would do lab work, and people like I'd say most people, even people who like acing through the comp sci courses, I remember them getting into this course and being in the lab, and they would give like 3 hours for the lab, and people would be like take a good like hour and a half or 2 hours to finish it. I was like banging them out in like 35 minutes, because like for me, my brain was wired that way. Like it was just like uh, there's something about that just clicked. And when I found signals again, I was just like, yeah, it's just the same thing. It's just that it's not where I got them from, but the tie-in is very real. Yeah, I mean, Expo is awesome tool for React. Well, the other Solid, like whatever works in Solid. No, like Expo like is a React thing, so it's not going to just work. It's the same way React Native doesn't just work. But I think it's cool that React's actually created like whole meta frameworks, whole tooling around this to this degree. Just the other ecosystems not as rich, especially in mobile. Like people talk to me about ecosystem stuff, and I'm like, well, as far as the web goes, I think we're in a great place. I think mobile is underdeveloped, obviously, because I mean, mobile is in an interesting place. You have custom renders, so like someone could build something like React Native, or we've got Tori and we've got Native Script, but like they're agnostic solutions themselves, right? Where React Native is very React, and people will go all in on a thing. Like React Native solutions or something like Exo feels more like Next.js, like where you actually have a specific full stack. Where something like Native Script feels more like the web itself, where it's like there could be 6 different frameworks, right? So having the same kind of consolidation, and because there's multiple of them, you could go Native Script or Tori or whatever, like I mean Capacitor too. I should mention, although that's like more web kind of based, but like there's so many layers of there's not the same kind of consolidation, which is tricky when you have a small thing. So like if say someone like solid core team or something was like this is the way, and I mean at various points we might have felt close to that because we had people working Crab Nebula working with Tori, like people on the Solid's DX team or whatever. Then maybe we could consolidate around Attila DX team. You might know him from all his conference talks. He actually made Quantum, which is like a Tori solid kind of framework. But again, like just that much smaller of an ecosystem, are you going to have the same kind of push? Expo is much more polished, I think, than anything we have on the mobile side in the Solid ecosystem. Yeah, it's confusing, probably. I get the confusion. We weren't sure how these things are going to fall out eventually and where it's going to sit. Tanner named it Start after SolidStart because basically he was so inspired by he wanted to show that these projects were connected, and that the architecture of TanStack Start is based on SolidStart. It's basically the same kind of thing. All the way we handle isomorph data fetching and loading, and just all the patterns around it. Like they have a lot more refinement over there because they've worked on things like validators and slightly different syntax, more configurability. But the actual core architecture is what I talked about in my talk, the shape of frameworks to come. I basically said, look, this is how future JavaScript full stack frameworks should work. And Tanner bought in on it. And he so much so he's like, let's call it Start as well. Same thing. And now we have like 2 sort of solid starts. I'm hoping that clears up as we're able to share more parts and we get better ownership of responsibility. But as I said, they're very much focused on getting their main product out, primarily React. I'm focused on Solid 2.0. At a certain point, those efforts will realign again. Oh yeah, links is another one. Sorry, thanks for mentioning links. We haven't looked at links yet, but I mean, as I said, you haven't needed a VDOM to do mobile development for ages. Like 2 years ago, I did that native script and Tori videos. But yeah, links is another one. I haven't looked at the links integration at all. As I said, because of our universal renderer, people have been building these solutions without even my knowledge. So there might even be a link solid renderer for all I know, just because anyone can literally pick it up the same way they can with React and just make custom render, like WebGL or whatever. Oh, Links uses RSpec. Yeah, so it's interesting. So like there's all this, we still have an interesting tool for factoring, which makes sense. There should be competition, but yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, as I said, I'm not as familiar. Anyways, I've been already talking 25 minutes about just shooting the stuff, which is fine. I like being able to talk shop a little bit, and let's see if I can roll around into some of my actual planned content today. That's good. Yeah, yeah. I actually want to open up by starting a bit talking about the stream, and basically the fact that I've been doing, well, I guess the channel more specifically, I've been doing these live streams, but I've also been putting out videos, right? Let me see here. See, hopefully sharing my screen still works. Not that one, maybe this one. All right, you guys can see my screen, I'm sure. I've Ryan, I've been asking. Sorry, just side question. I've been asking when solid CSS module support will be improved. Is that a priority? I don't even. Is there a problem with CSS module support? It's not a priority because I didn't know that there was a problem. I figured it should just work, right? Um, it's one of those things that are kind of framework agnostic, isn't it? Currently, Beat subs is CS class name after solid babel plug runs, so it should probably be. I mean, interesting. I mean, what's the solution to that? I wonder. I mean, stuff should happen in a different order, I guess is my would be the answer to that, because like it's not like we can change the transform to account for something that's not there yet. Hmm. This, yeah. So yeah, I mean, I'm yeah. No, that makes sense. I understand what the issue is. It's just like that has to happen on the like plugin order running side. There's no way the compiler could account for that. I don't think. Hmm. Yeah. Well, good to know. I was not aware of this. Maybe make an issue against the Beat Solid plugin specifically. Like that might be a place to draw attention to it. I had no idea that this was a particular issue. Like it works, right? So people generally don't complain about it. You're saying it's just not performant as it could be, which I agree. Yeah, that's tricky. Okay. Anyways, yeah, as you guys see, I've been doing short form videos the last month, and they've gone to some good responses. But it's kind of opened up my eyes to a different side of things, I think, and I wanted to talk a bit about that today because like you guys, if you remember, like a few weeks back, I was like saying I was having trouble teaching people solid because like I saw a comment on the solid intro video where they're like, oh, isn't and it was like, well, why do a whole video about use state? I didn't learn anything about solid, and I'm like basically they were saying, isn't this how React works? And I'm like, no, this is like the whole video is trying to show how this is not how React works, but the audience doesn't understand how React works. So um Sorry, I just saw something here and I wanted to talk about this one. Still having to use Babel for solid support is a real issue. I mean, it's an interesting dilemma. It's before Babel, everyone had custom compilers, and I remember this because I was working on the Marco team, and everyone wanted to move towards Babel because that seemed to be what everyone was using in order to like instead of having custom compiler plus Babel, you just do Babel, which is the time period that I walked in. And what's cool is Babel's written in JavaScript, so it literally just works. I've been looking for a replacement in JavaScript ever since, and there really isn't one. The only reason React developers get away from Babel is because things like TypeScript have it built in, but that's kind of like it's like a cheat. You know what I mean? Like it's without writing a compiler in a different language to support, which I mean, we have an SWC plugin, but it's obviously not as capable because we're still working on moving stuff forward. You're in a pretty interesting place because whether it's Babel or some custom, like you're more likely to hit an overlap with someone using Babel than your custom compiler. So I don't know how I feel about this positioning. Like I could argue that like if you wrote your thing in Rust, you'd be in a better thing, but it's like it's it's tricky. I mean, maybe if OXC gives the right kind of plugin interface we could use, and then we can like be like almost like Beat native in that sense. But I watched a talk from Evan recently, and like that side of things is not on the priority list. So it's like it's tricky. I don't think just going to write our own compiler would be the right way to do it at all. Um, but in the meanwhile, I don't think there's a much better option than Babel if you're going to stay in JavaScript. Like I have people doing updates to the compiler, doing bug fixes, um, you know, in JavaScript, because they know JavaScript. Right? People get on my case because it's slower than ESBuild, but ESBuild doesn't offer plugins, so it's like you're kind of screwed. Sorry, I just wanted to call that out because I don't think there's actually. I don't think that's actually like. I don't think there's actually a good option here. So yeah, right, because they have the React JSX transform built in, right? Not everyone is so fortunate to have these tools build their transform into them. So like it's like your options are basically use Babel or make a custom compiler like Svelte did. And I don't know that like that's a better way to go or not. Yeah, the unplugin ecosystem, like there's a bundler plugin thing, but I need AST parser level stuff. I mean, unless something has changed in the last 6 months, you can't do what I need to do in there, right? Like you can't. I use Babel because I literally use the AST parsing level. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if there's something at the OXC level, I think there's that. This is the first solution in a while that I'm kind of excited about, right? Like the thing is, if I'm not able to write in JavaScript, it's still like it's tricky. This whole part of the industry is moving towards performance, um, because Rust and they're all competing each other on build times and stuff. I think that is good ultimately, but it's funny. This sorry for this weird tangent, but this everyone knows I'm like a performance guy, right? And I always like, look, I would never let the end user suffer developers performance consideration. You know what I mean? Like I talk about that thing, like sometimes making things faster in developers is worth it, but you need like 100x win to make it worth it, not like a 10x win or something, right? Every millisecond you lose on the end user, you better be saving the developer, at least, sorry, 1,000 times x. Yeah, it's not 100, it's 1,000. You must be saving the developer at least a full second, right? So like if something saves the developer 10 seconds, or you better not be losing the end user 10 milliseconds, right? Like that's my perspective things. But then when it comes to build tooling on the other side, I don't have the same kind of uh, perspective. I'm like, if it makes us quicker to develop tools to better produce user experience, I will give up developer satisfaction slightly. Like moving everything to Rust and not having people being able to work on it is a bigger thing. See, that doesn't impact your end user; it only impacts the developer. I care about the end user more than the developer, which makes me very different than Evan and Vue and their ecosystem. And sorry to all you guys, because my audience here are developers, and they're probably like, oh, but I'm sorry. What I safeguard is the people using your product, not you. So yeah, I mean it's an interesting perspective. Obviously, if I can get best of both, I will. But I'm that's like where I'm like where my basis is for being critical, which is probably why Solid hasn't been as popular, because I'm not trying to, buy you dinner, so to speak. Yeah, I mean, Jared literally the day before Bun was released, like publicly, that day that it shot up to 30 stars, the day before he decided that what's he going to do the day before release? He made a solid transform, just for a few hours. He's like got up that day and he's like, I'm going to release Bun tomorrow, but I feel like just making a solid JSX transform, and he did. But then he realized there's more to it, like SSR and all the other stuff, and he just kind of gave up on it. But that was the effort of Jared in a few hours on the day before the Bun release. Yeah, people can do that, but as I said, since I'm primarily a JavaScript developer, I'm not going to be like people have made the SWC plugin. It's just part of it is also on us. The plugin and design is not as refined as say React. React did something really smart. They were like, look, we only got like the JSX function or create element function, build the whole thing up there. That API surface can't change. Solids rarely does, but slightly changes what outputs come from the compiler as we learn the patterns better. Because this has been I know this gets on people's cases because they're like, oh, 1.0 and everything. DOM expressions is not 1.0, even though Solid is. It's because we're still learning the best ways to do fine-grained reactivity across the board in terms of compilation. We're getting there to a point that I'm hoping that in the future, and probably quite likely with the Solid 2.0 release, we can say like we have cracked fine-grained rendering to like a place where it's like we know that these are the patterns and this is how everything works. But I did not know that at the time I released Solid and Solid 1.0. And even the last few years, I'm still shifting and learning, especially because there's zones like SSR and stuff where there's different patterns and things you have to consider, especially with like, do you want partial hydration, resumability? There's pieces here that like we still need to get farther in generalizing. And I guess I get it. Not everything has to wait to 1.0. At some point, just put your stamp on it and you move forward. But even basic things like spread over the last 3 years have slightly changed in Solid. And I've gone to a point where I've actually taken them as far as I can be without breaking. And so Solid 2.0, I hope to actually finally be like, I think I know how spreads exactly should work or whatever, like, so there's enough movement here that it's been not really the push. Current my preferred build to roll and bow with him. I'm not gonna lie, like for myself, that's my favorite. That's what I like doing. I have complete control over it. Beat even takes away some of the control from me, but I mean, Beat's wins are too good not to ignore. I'm glad you like my 1000x rule. Yeah. Aggress people. The rest of the go. All right. Sorry. Back to where I was getting at here. But yeah, I mean, this all started because of conversations on X where I was like, kind of frustrated. Where was it? Yeah, May 15. One of the bigger challenges I assume people find grain in, isn't that how React works? So we've been getting good responses. I have to admit, this latest video has more views, likes, whatever, than all but like 2 or 3 of my streams. And I get it. Streams are long content. The fact that I have streams that have like 40 or 50,000 views is incredible. Thank you. It's funny. We were just talking about Rust, but thank you, Greg from Leptos. That Rust stream is probably the most viewed stream I have. And maybe it's because we overlapped with some Primogen viewers for once or something. But like he basically taught Rust to a JavaScript developer and explained how Leptos worked, which worked well with our audience because this is an audience fairly familiar with signals and how all that works. So it was a great stream. But other than that, this content is reaching a different class of people, and it's actually having good impact, right? It's weird. Don't get me wrong. I'm still perfecting it. It's kind of like a mix between like trying to take almost like topics I like on stream and then giving them a Fireship treatment, which is insane because they're way, way too complicated to be rushed. So you're in this place where it's like, I can't do a 2-minute Fireship video, but I can do a 10-minute Fireship video at the same compression. I don't know if that's good, but it does let me get to a point where I can say my piece. And if people need to learn more, they can go find it. But like it answers the what. rather often than the how or even the why. And that's something very common I've been finding in the ecosystem. I've been watching these videos, Theo does really try and get into the how sometimes, and goes off in the hours, but some of the audience likes it, but a lot of the audience hates him for it. They're like, you make me watch an hour video. And it's like, shut up, moron. Like, I'm sorry. Like, like it's frustrating to watch, um, that those kind of responses to people actually trying to teach someone something valuable. Um, but I wanted to play at the game. I was like, okay, what if I just said the what? Just get the ideas out there so people can repeat them without understanding what they're saying. And the people who do know have a very concise summary where they're like, look, this is what I was trying to say. This is the cliff notes. And it's done okay. Right? People don't have to watch. Thank you. But that's sort of what I've been playing at. And it, I did the first video, which is good, which explained all the different frameworks and what their philosophies for and why they appealed. I did the second video, which showed that there's really only three ways frameworks work. Basically, the Angular way, the React way, and the Solid way. Every other framework is basically a copy of that, right? And but with my latest video, things kind of went like a different way, and I want to talk a bit about this. So yeah, I know it's funny. The people watch that video probably not watching the stream right now. So like, there you go. But I want to talk a little bit about the latest signals video because, okay, I'm not gonna lie. I was planning this video ever since Remix announced the split. I was moving, so I didn't have a chance to like record the video or do all that. But like I knew that when the Remix team split off, that I said in the last stream, like they're in our territory now. It was not going to be long before they were going to come and kind of, pick a bit of a fight. It's not their fault. The second you say you're forking off React and you say you choose Preact, a bunch of people are going to be like, why didn't you choose Solid? I mean, we basically been spending, or maybe Svelte, but Svelte has a certain thing that's not like React, that like React developers don't necessarily identify with. So we've been kind of establishing ourselves for the last few years that like Solid is the go-to choice if you don't want React and you want to actually benefit from the modern web. Don't get me wrong, Preact is also another option, but in a sense, positioning wise, Solid has basically been saying that Preact is basically like React. It doesn't do enough to get away from things. Solid is what you use, and it's the obvious choice, right? And so I knew that this was going to come. I didn't know how long. I took some time off, and luckily it came right as I was coming back when I back to work. Yeah, I remix now, but like, and they want to fork it too, which is a whole other thing. So it's not even, but yeah, Fresh. But I mean, having a meta framework, and Fresh is a very specific meta framework, right? It's not like your typical thing. But I don't call that. I don't consider that necessarily an indicator very much. But yeah, I definitely saw. Oh, sorry. I just saw a comment here that I want to talk about. I saw this coming. Okay, sorry. Theo repeats himself a lot across videos. As occasional watch is fine, but as somebody who watches them regularly, it's a bit annoying when he explains the same thing 3 times over. You know what? This is the problem with doing streams as the content for your videos. On streams, I cover the same content, from time to time. So in that sense, yes, you are wasting time on my streams. I try and space it out, several months before or even years before I get back to a topic exactly. Or I said like, hey, I cover that stream, but it will happen when you produce videos. you need to give people enough basis so they know what you're talking about. And when you produce deeply technical videos, it's really hard to be like, hey, jump right into this without context. And I do it sometimes on my stream too, where I skip the context. I make that judgment call. But like, this is the hardest part. Not everyone's an expert. With streams, you can maybe assume that people are experts, but with video, you want anyone who approaches it randomly, first time on your channel, to understand what you're talking about, which makes it very difficult not to go back to the basics quite often. Yeah, I don't know how you solve this. You can basically link them all like a big tree and be like, look, if you have more questions on this, check out this video. And then that video is like, look, if you have more questions on this, check this video. But at a certain point, you need to give enough of a basis. This is one of the hardest things when you actually do try and do deep content. If your content's shallow and it only answers what, then you don't need to worry about this. You know, like a Fireship video usually doesn't care about what you know. It's really hard to build the bridge. Anyways, just something I wanted to kind of point out. Unless you're talking about him explaining the same thing 3 times in the same stream, again, that's also tricky because when you're on a stream type format, you're kind of just going off the top of your head. So it is going to be less compressed. This is why sometimes the videos do benefit from having the script, you know, like, which is what I've been doing in my recent ones. But anyways, sorry, just aside. You can't win in any circumstance, though. If you link out things, people just assume you're trying to get more views across your videos, and you don't say you're too vague. Yeah, exactly. And for those who don't know, Lady Blue Notes is like solid docs. This is a problem actually in documentation and too as well, and there's so many more dimensions when you're talking about docs, because you're talking about like guides versus reference. You know what I mean? Like it's a very difficult challenge to have data in a singular source of truth and also be applicable in the specific place where someone needs to use it. There's a whole science behind it. She can probably tell us more than I can, but like this is true in any kind of learning materials. Very present in things like docs, but also you know, can be true about, you know, YouTube videos that go a little bit deeper. All right. Anyway, sorry, I love how I kind of get tangented off, but I knew that this remix thing was coming, and essentially I started kind of like when I was away in my head, kind of, you know, thinking like, okay, what kind of video can I do? I was originally gonna be like a video about signals, or maybe a video about myths about signals, or, you know, like some kind of thing, or like what React. Like, I didn't have the full framing until, well, unfortunately I can't show it because Michael Jackson deleted it. These guys really like deleting posts. But basically, Michael Jackson says signals never scaled, right? That's why I don't like signals. Signals don't scale. And to be fair, they for a few days they were posting a bunch of stuff. And as I said, I think when they said like they didn't like hooks, and everyone's like, look at Solid, they're like, I don't like Solid. You know what I mean? Like, it's funny. People were pretty confused. A bunch of people were like, that came to me, they're like, oh, they're having their signals thing. I'm like, no, you don't understand. These guys are React guys through and through. This is not them saying they like signals. Like, this is them saying they don't like anything. And between Michael and what was Ryan's, my read on React alternatives is their primary selling point is better performance through alternative dependent tracking approaches. But when I look at the API, they're almost identical. Okay, it's good. I'm glad that this stuff has come up, because it actually has provided us with a great learning opportunity. These guys are big voices in the React community, and they're saying stuff that has merit in a sense. Like, it makes sense what they're saying. Not that it is true, but it makes sense why someone would think what they're saying. And which is the perfect setup to be like, look, this is actually what's going on. And I'm like pretty thankful for it, because when guys like this draw attention to what we're doing, it's great for us, right? I mean, to be fair, they're probably getting badgered left, right, and center about like, why not Solid, why not Solid, why not signals? Like, you know, people's like, oh, Preact got signals. It's like, yeah, you know, like they were probably just getting like hit left, right, and center. Like, I don't know if they expected that. Like, but when you leave the React umbrella, you are in a different zone. And so, in typical their fashion, they're like, actually, I really like how Ryan handled it this time in the past. He's asking questions. He's putting ideas out there. Now, don't get me wrong. When you do that, and I've done this myself, you're not saying it to be completely agnostic. You ask questions in such a way that imply what you're thinking, but do it in a way that, what's wonderful about asking questions is you don't come off as a jerk, right? While being able to actually basically say what you're going to say. So Ryan's actually been handling the situation wonderfully, in my perspective. But it's also, I will take that. I don't care what Ryan or Michael Jackson think about this stuff that much, but they have opened the door. Now we get to talk about it. So I'm pretty excited about this. Michael and Ryan rants about how hooks are so bad made me check if it's 2008 again. Solid's performance definitely solves main point rate. It's a nice bonus. I may be biased in Solid's the first framework I actually started using, but React feels very magical. That's so funny. I bet React team would love that statement. Right. The mental model is all the benefit for me. Yeah. Yeah, fine grained rendering. Yeah, yeah. No, these are great comments, right? And what I'm getting at is, the funniest thing is, he wrote this June 28th. Yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah. Yeah, this is just as I was getting back. Yeah. I wrote this long thing. It was always way more than about performance. I started Solid because I like the mental model more, right? But the reason that performance has been such a focus is because I had to cut through this whole VDOM versus DOM slow stuff. And the funniest thing is, Ryan Florence is kind of partially responsible. The final nail on, see, React came out and they were like, we're fast enough, right? Like, that was a thing. They compared to Angular. They didn't compare it to Knockout. They compared to Angular, and they're like, we're fast enough. And people were like, that's weird. Re-rendering everything can't be optimal, right? It was actually around React Hype 2015 or whatever, like Ryan Florence's DBMon talk, where he showed the diffing and he put Ember, Angular, and React Next User, and React just destroyed it in this benchmark. That's when people started going, oh, VDOM is faster. He might not realize it, but in my mind, he is actually right around the catalyst that actually started the thing. So like, when I entered a world where I had to prove that the VDOM was not the fastest way. Like, performance became a thing, because if performance wasn't good enough, like if the solution wasn't better technically, how am I even going to start the conversation to move off the more popular solution? This, like, if you want to talk, if for us to even get somewhere, the solution has to both be technically better, has to be nicer to use. Like, it has to check all the boxes across the board to even be considered even an alternative. So that's why this thing started this way, because there's huge misconceptions here. This starts pre-hooks. React adopted this language later. Honestly, for some people on the side of things, that was enough. It's true. I know a bunch of people working on signals libraries that saw hooks and they're like, yep, my job is done. They just wanted the composition. But that's only one factor. Key difference is React conflates state with UI organization. On the state of change, the declared body or descendants need to rerun if things change. With signals, it's only the computations that depend on it. It looks similar, but it means that state runs through components then rather are the components. I do believe there's preference here, right? And this is true. I believe that people have different opinions on like what model fits with their mindset more. But there are a lot of people who think the run one is simpler. Especially as just stuff starts scaling up, it makes changes more isolated. You don't get to that point where you're looking somewhere in the tree and you're like, this is rerunning, and it's rerunning because of something above, and I just don't know what thing above is causing it. Like, why am I getting here? Like, there's a it's sort of funny, because this was a complaint against signals originally, right? Like, oh, updates fly all around and do all this stuff. But at a certain point, granular chains, because they isolate or separate state separation, because the increased complexity of, let's say, the number of props we're sending through components, you do get to an inflection point where the signals model is actually simpler, because you've isolated the pieces better. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, signals solve a very specific type of problem, and it just happens to be that that problem is really good with UI. I mean, I think people have known this almost for 3 decades. I think people were doing this research in the 90s. They were like looking at ways of doing reactive programs for UI. It's just because a lot of UI is just about state synchronization. There's like lots of things that could be interacted with and things that tie into things. You need a solution that gives you that guarantee, where, at a point in time, you have things synchronized. That is the benefit of reactivity and signal solutions. Yeah, React was definitely faster than Angular or Ember at the time. The funny thing is, in that benchmark, they were faster than how people implemented Knockout. But in most things, Knockout was actually way faster than React. Like, I shouldn't say most things. That's wrong. Sorry, on updates, Knockout was way faster than React. React was faster at creation. Knockout was faster at updates. But it was like it was a very noticeable difference. Like, you clearly chose one or the other. And in my head, when I looked at the Ryan Florence thing, I'm like, people update more than they create. Now, that might not be true if your page is mostly static, but then you got to go like, why are you using React then? Like, I'm just kind of throwing that out there. Like update performance was something that I considered more valuable than creation performance at the time. It wasn't till years later that I realized you could have both. So anyway, I go on and on about like how far you can take this into the future. So, but my point is that generally speaking, I'm glad Ryan's asking these questions because these are common thoughts and provide opportunity to redefine, and look at education in the React ecosystem. So I created this the video. For those who haven't checked it out, it might be worth checking out. I know I don't always side promote my content, but honestly, I feel like I've repeated myself on this content like a billion times. Key moments in this video that I want to talk about before we move on is, signals are not the same as they were 15 years ago. Actually, I have to let this ad play, I think. I'm not going to play the video for you guys all, but just my point is that guarantees have gone better. The graph is directed. We don't just like have things ping-ponging all over the place. It's been that way since MobX. MobX in 2015 was a game changer, and it was in the React ecosystem of all things, surprisingly. But that's when there are other solutions to that. Like SJS is actually older than MobX. Go figure. But there's been a lot of advances here, which means that the stuff that people are talking about back in the day is not the same. It is kind of interesting, though. Actually, I have a question, because this might be just worth looking in on its own. But how many of you have actually watched? I wonder where I have it in here. Where is it? It was myths, signals, or magic? I'm trying to remember which myth it is. I have a clip in this video from Pete Hunt, and I'm actually curious. How many of you have watched React versus the World by Pete Hunt? It's a talk. I almost want to cover it on the channel because I know that's like more of a Theo thing to do, but it's like it's so good at making the point that I want to make. Let's see here. Rx and MobX are easy for bad devs to create a ton of bad code at the time. Yeah, I mean, I don't view MobX the same way I view RxJS. The tricky part is MobX had to work in React's world, so it was never comfortable there. Like, it worked. It was actually kind of cool. It kind of turned React into Vue. But it never sat quite right, which meant that it was always not where the React team wanted the framework to go. It was always in conflict, which is like I love the fact that like if you follow the history and you understand that Redux was like the other big state library that were competing, and obviously Redux won. But it was largely from the blessing of the React team, so much so that the people who created Redux became the React core team. Like it, when you put it in that perspective, it's actually kind of funny. The problem is MobX never had the right framework for it. Like MobX never had the um like the actual framework that could leverage its ability. In a sense, Solid was like revisiting that. I mean, there were slightly more performant ways to do the reactivity than MobX at the time, and I went different ways. But my work into Solid was basically like, what if you started with something like MobX conceptually and just made something made for it rather than trying to jam it into a system that doesn't like it. The Pete Hunt part's at like 1 minute. Oh yeah. History of signals. Yeah. Thank you. This talk, if like, sorry, yeah, like, yeah, we haven't really got people in the chat kind of participating here, but like, who has watched this talk? He's at a college campus. If a bunch of you have not watched this talk, I think that we should just watch a bit of it on stream, maybe about 20 minutes of it. I know it's a big investment, but honestly, this talk is one of my favorite React talks in retrospect. I'll link it in a minute, but okay. So you haven't. Yes, it doesn't imply, but almost everyone who's moving to signals right now is envious of fine grained rendering. Like that's why they're doing it. Historically, there's a different reason to have signals. The DX seem better. Like Vue has used basically signals this whole time for developer experience reasons, not for performance or architectural reasons. They just thought that like it was a little bit easier for people to grok. And I think Svelte started that way too. They didn't have signals exactly, but pre their compiler thing, they did have like basically a MobX style get and set API. If you go to Svelte 1 or 2, it's actually kind of crazy when you think about it, that in the last 7 years ish or 8 years, React's gone through one major API change from going from classes to hooks. Vue has gone through, I guess, one major API change. I mean, Vue 1 and Vue 2, I guess, were similar enough, but then they switched from the composition API. Svelte has gone through two major API changes, going from get to compiler and then compiler to runes. And then in that same period of time, Solid has basically had the same API. Now, this is because the convergence happening and people kind of repositioning getting to what it is. But it's something interesting in my mind that we were fortunate enough to be like the framework coming in 2018 that came out just late enough to basically see what the future was. And Solid basically picked its API before hooks came out. So it's not like we copied React here. We did a little bit with the tuples, but generally speaking, like we came out just the point of time to say like this is the future, and the future hasn't changed in the last 8 years on that side. So it's an interesting thing, because it's a fairly safe bet whether you get to fine grained rendering or not, to just go like this API is what people want to use regardless of what framework you have. Yeah, I mean, is there use case signals outside web? When you write a buffer instead of a DOM, is there a reason to use signal? Yeah, I mean, if the outside process already has its own synchronization process, I could argue that you don't. The value comes in if you can keep things granular. Like there is a hierarchical consideration. Signals can always be more granular than the limits of what you can do with a memoization system, because the events are disparate. Like they can notify things, even nested hierarchically in terms of data dependencies. They can notify things that you have no choice but to run through a certain thing. But that being said, one of the biggest benefits of signals is the fact that they force a clock, like they're synchronous. So if you already have a clock or poll system, you might not gain as much here, especially if that poll system has to redo all the work anyways. Like if you're feeding a signal system into something that's immediate mode, you might not get the benefit. This is why I haven't been sure that in mobile we are the right choice. I mean, you can do anything with signals technically because it's just a notification system. So like I can picture a world in which you could like handle the rendering completely differently with signals, you know, on these kind of things. But the DOM being retain mode basically means that in terms of abstraction lineup, it is way better choice than trying to like it will always be closer, lower level, more performant than doing something like React where it's trying to force immediate mode on top of retain mode. Okay. Yes. Yes, yes. And you can go back even further. I mean, I show that in the video really quickly here, where I was talking about the API change for React, because me and my own ads, getting caught up by my own ads here. It's fine, but this is from one of my talks. See, here's Dan Abramoff adding use state to React. But if the next slide here, let's pause on this for a second. I kid you not, this is knockout. In 2010 versus hooks into the yes, it's not a tuple. In knockout, you'd actually call the function with a value. That's how you write, and then you just call the function to read the value. But if you look at the similarities here syntactically, basically knockout had observables, pure computeds and computeds. Computeds are effects, pure computeds are memos or what we call computeds now, and observables are signals or state or whatever. The analog here is almost identical. I'd been using this pattern for like almost a decade because I was an early knockout adopter. And when React hooks came out, they were like, you don't understand. I had one of those like drop your cup, like choke on, moments. When I saw Dan do that, I was just like, what the? And the funniest thing is, to this date, I love pointing this out. Signals libraries or knockout is not mentioned as a prior art for hooks on the official docs. Still to this day, they basically would not acknowledge that reactive, even MobX, like even things in their ecosystem, they would not acknowledge that reactive systems were prior art to hooks, even though like API wise, people are just like, come on, guys, like yeah. I mean, we'll get into Jotai in a minute. I wanted to actually talk about Jotai today, but let's keep on going on for a bit so that we actually can push this stuff forward a little. What I wanted to say about this video, I said a few key points. I think we should look at that Pete Hunt talk in a minute here. Is that signals? Yeah, React's not the same as it used to be. Signals aren't the same as what they used to be. People do want it for fine grained rendering, as the chat has already pointed out. And we're in just such a different place now that what we consider magic is very different. Like, because I remember signals are magic, first myth. This was the biggest myth early on. I don't hear this as much anymore, but people still, when Solid came out, people were like, oh, it's that compiler. It's like, no, the compiler is literally like React. It's a JSX compiler. It doesn't matter. Everything's runtime. And I think it's funny we've gone full circle where from a place where React is magic, essentially, like, or to a place where almost React is magic, right? Signals are these days probably the simplest solution when you consider stuff like React compiler and that. Signals don't scale. A lot of people commented that they wanted more info about this. This is another great talk. Did I link any of these talks in the actual thing? No, I didn't. Damn it. Jing Chen's talk, rethinking. Let me see if I can pull this up. What is it called? Rethinking best practices at Facebook. Not best. Oh, great. Thank you. The React thinking best practices. It wasn't that one. It was. Let's see if I put her name in while I get it. Jing Chen. I'm like literally just not gonna find it here, am I? It's funny. This is just what, like, okay. This book. Sorry, did my mic go? You guys still there? Sorry, something weird happened on the stream. Please, someone write something in chat so I know that you're alive. Okay, cool. All right, yeah, it's so funny because I literally pulled this out as a source the other day, and now it's like not happening. Flux, React. HackerWay, rethinking web app development in Facebook. Found it. Okay. Sorry, everyone. This talk is the talk that eventually sold me on React. I just want to throw it on here. This is another one that people should check out. But there's this like great moment where she's like talking about MVC and being like, "Look, we're 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 basically shown this as our example, but in reality, it's more like this, and then like this, and then what the hell happens here?" Like, and this has kind of been the basis here. I think some amount of people are actually interested in what has changed since this in more detail, or more understand what people are complaining about. If you want to understand the original complaints, I do suggest watching this video. Yeah, I love my face there. Sorry. Yeah, I can't win. Anyway, I do suggest people watching that video. It really puts you in the perspective of like a 2013, 2014 developer and why they chose React. People nowadays just in a lot of ways don't get it. Yeah, React just moved this mess into the component tree, right? Yeah, and Flux was a real like. The problem was nothing was unidirectional. Like people basically were like, data binding is great. Let's data bind everything. That is not good. Like that's why my knockout apps fell apart. Ultimately, we started enforcing better patterns, and I figured out ways to do things. But like React was legit, like changed the way we approach web dev when it came in. The interesting thing is a lot of it got attributed to the technology when I think it should be attributed to the best practices and the philosophy. That's what people need to get to. You can have those philosophies and things with other technology bases. It was just that React was like so blatantly like, look, you guys are doing it wrong. This is how you do it. And they were right. No, Nitro is going to be at the end when I do this. We can JavaScript. Yeah, I mean, it's good. The funniest thing is we had basically already MVVM was like one hop away from components. We'd almost gotten there. In fact, my team had actually gotten there before React came out, but in a different way. The problem with MVVM, let me scala draw this really quick. I'm sorry for people who literally don't care. But the problem with MVVM is you got model and you got view, okay? And So let's label them model view. Now, classically with MVC, you had a controller apparently that was in the middle, but in MVVM, they're like, we got this thing called view model, and this was a good upgrade over controller. The problem with controllers are singletons. They do not contain state. So model has persistent state, nothing ephemeral here. Views are whatever you're going to show, like your template, your JSX, whatever. But you had this piece in the middle originally was controllers. And the problem when it was a controller, sorry, let me explain the problem when it was a controller. I'll make this controller first. The problem with this controller is you would have the model data, and then you had the view, and then you had this problem that it was like, oh, someone selected something in the view. And you're like, crap. It doesn't belong in the model because we don't want to persist it. You might be actually showing this model in two different places in the UI. You might actually be showing this model over here too, in view 2, right? So there might be another view over here, and there might even be another controller, right? So it was completely possible that like you suddenly have this is selected state, and controllers are singletons, they can't control state, and then models don't have persistent state. So where the hell do you put is selected? And the answer to that in Angular was like weird, like $ scope. They had this thing you kind of pass through the controller that would act as sort of context. It was a mess. So what the view model did was like, oh, don't worry, view model owns state. Great. Now you have a place for that is selected. But people started having this like dilemma, right? Because you have two options here. I'm wondering if you guys can see the two options. Option number one is you can wrap your models with view models. So option number one looks a little like this. You wrap your models with view models, and then you can reuse the view model in multiple places, right? A lot of people are like, this is much more dry, don't repeat yourself, because you might write your view model in something like knockout with a signal. So this would be like your database model. This would be your knockout. And then this would be like your templates, right? And this way you could only have the same signal once. So when you updated it, it could update both view locations and you're in a great shape. So, and don't get me wrong, this problem still exists today in a sense. But then there was a second type of view model, which was like, what if this has selection? Like the problem is with this model is if this has selection and this doesn't have selection, now you're carrying a selected state here that you don't need. Even if you like make a copy of it and it has its own view model, it has properties that aren't necessary on all views. It starts being an amalgamation. So the other option was, and this is what our company ended up doing, was we got rid of these more closer to the model view models, and we started going, okay, view models should basically be one-to-one with the views that they use. Now, this wasn't intuitive at the time because it wasn't very dry, but we started doing this. And that way, yeah, sure, the same model might have multiple view models. It's not, reusing all the code. You might actually have duplicate code in some places between your view models that work on the same models, but you didn't waste things. You could actually use composition here to be like, oh, this view model has this set of fields that it cares about, and reuse it in these view models and not these view models. I know it's a little bit kind of clunky, but when you start realizing it, when you start looking at this in a different scope, you start realizing that you start realizing that this whole box here very soon later just became component, right? And so like MVVM was like basically just a step away from getting to this point. And if you wonder about what's going on in this model, we haven't been able to completely get away from this from an optimization standpoint. This box up here, let's make it green, is what we call like global state today, right? like this still exists. There's still the desire to use the framework state primitives, in a way that can be reused across components. But like at the time that React came out, React was like, let's just do this and forget this exists, which confused the hell out of people because there really were two use cases, even though most of the time people were using this where they should be using this. React was like, no, let's force people this way. This is a better practice to push stuff more into components like this. In more cases, it removes all the weird zigzagging and problems. So they were right to force people this way, but this still existed, and React basically ignored this existing through its whole history. But for me, when I look at component architecture, I still see a layer like an MVVM underneath. Does that make sense? Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think people you get to that point where you realize the best practices, and then you go, oh well, maybe Angular wasn't built with those best practices in mind, but it might not be completely the technology that did it. Yeah. The biggest challenge I have with MVVC, and even to this day, is essentially figuring out the right ownership for ephemeral state. And I know it's completely doable because what you can do is you can make like submodels, and you can like release and create models. I mean, I did this kind of stuff. It's kind of like dynamic global state kind of scenarios and contextual, but there's something really cool about the component tree isolation in terms of context API. I made two extreme worlds, but the truth is, in something like, there is the context in the middle, which sort of tries to unite these worlds, right? Even to this day, some people will say like you can almost pull all stuff out and just like React is just a view thing, so it's just say like this part belongs to React. But I think the reality is this can never completely go away, but there is this kind of tension here. That sounds painful. I mean, a component architecture will still have a problem with composable behavior. Forcing behavior tied to components tends to compose multiple behaviors when you need the test or need the nest. Yeah, I mean, it's not perfect, but I think that there is a certain conceptual bit that your model is not completely independent of your view. I think the problem with the React model is it conflates it such to the point that it is the same thing. The component, like this, I have this like little note about own state here, right? The component ends up owning the state, and there's no thing about it. If you can somehow isolate the state change from this unit, then you get the ability to still modularize in a reasonable way, like create state as parts of the UI are visited, but not tie the update cycle to it in such a restrictive way, right? It's like, and that's basically the way I view things these days, right? Like in a signals library, the state is not owned by the component. Like, it's created there, and it's owned in the sense that like hierarchically, when you go to this part of the tree, the state now exists where it didn't before, and when you leave that part of the tree, it'll be gone. But it has no indication on what the update behavior of that part is or what depends on it. It's just saying like, look, we know that in this vague subsection, we will now need the state where we wouldn't need it over here. But it doesn't dictate that like now this part of the UI is forever tied to this, and every piece of it is tied to it. And I think that's an important but subtle distinction. That's why hooks are introduced to introduce proper composition, by now all components close to them. I mean, or you can view it that hooks were the actual last guys to figure this out, and everyone who was using signals was already doing this before them. Except hooks also aren't as good because they have that tied ownership, right? Like they went like halfway. It was basically like there's signal solutions that actually solve this better. Maybe not 100% as people are telling me right now in chat, but then hooks are like a half measure to kind of get React almost there. Okay. Sorry again for a little tangent, but I thought it was important, like the MVVC VC kind of thing. But it just it helped understand that diagram and understand like some of the concerns people had. Like it was real because everything people didn't respect unidirectional flow, and in fact, it was if signals were just effects writing other signals, you basically didn't have a directed graph. Once you have a directed graph, you start getting into a place where like like things flow predictably. Yes, it's signal context instead of components, but in a sense, the way signals run, like their updates, is it's kind of like React runs. Actually, it's very similar with the unidirectional flow, the pure computations, the side effects. It's just more granular than components. So this graph can run through your component graph without being that graph. So I think that's like the key thing. Like those characteristics that made React so good in the first place are actually present in signal solutions, right? Like, which is a complete game changer when you understand that it's because like a signal is immutable, right? And then it's derived, and then it runs once and in order. And once you have those characteristics, it's yes, it's not as coarse grained as like yes, component rerun, UI redo. It's not as simple from that mentality, but you still can know that it's this and this and this. And I think that's a key piece. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I get why, and I could probably do a video on the whole scaling complaints and stuff. It just people need enough basis to be able to talk about that. What else we got? This is one of my favorite ones. Myth 3 is overlooked so many times. A lot of responses I got to the video were like, "Oh, we can have signals in React," and I'm like, uh, I mean, React hooks and React compiler. This is more updated. I did some benchmarks earlier that they was a bit different. They're basically the most optimal handwritten hooks implementation, the most compiler optimized hooks implementation where you don't hand optimize are basically the same. Like there's like they're trading shots with each other. And then React classes are like the tiniest bit behind them. And then any other state solution you're going to add on is going to slow it down, because there's always a way to write React more directly than what a state solution can do to run it, right? There's always going to be a tiny overhead. I'm not saying it would be enjoyable. I would say like writing more performant code with something like Jotai is definitely easier, but it's like it is an overhead over React because React still has to do what React does. You can't beat hand optimized vanilla React the same way you can't beat hand optimized vanilla JS. No one writes it that way because realistically you're going to benefit from it. And I every time I say this, someone's like, "What about Preact?" Well, guess what? What about Preact? Like, like adding signals here in one place. Oh, now that one benchmark got faster, but because everything else, still has a VDOM tie-in, like it actually made the rest of it slower. Like I guess swap rows with hooks and this. I don't know why this is slow. I think there's something up with the class implementation, why swap rows is slower. But generally speaking, classes with Preact are faster than their hooks implementation and their signals implementation, and it makes a ton of sense why. So like adding something like this is even with a crazy optimization that Preact does, where they like actually avoid the VDOM in like one special case. But the problem is like still when you're doing a bunch of other stuff, they can't avoid the VDOM, or if you avoid the VDOM, you take a hit somewhere else. There's like this challenge where you have to still create the signals, and in a re-render model, then you're like, you know what I mean? Like these things play against each other. Vue had to deal with this for years. They finally kind of solved it pre-Vapor by like adding like there's this tension where the reactive system wanted the components to get larger, and the VDOM wanted the components to get smaller, because the smaller unit of change the VDOM does, the less work it does. And the reactive system, the less boundaries there are, the less overhead there is communicating that reactivity between components, right? In Solid, I worked really hard to remove the boundary of performance on components, but classically, this has been the challenge. So Vue had this weird problem where they wanted the components to be large, and that would help with some benchmarks, but then they wanted them to be small to leverage the VDOM. So what they end up doing is come up with the answer with large components and then special VDOM like memoization, like vmemo like markers on the VDOM itself to say like, hey, don't reuse it, which is, you might think, oh, that's kind of cheating. But to be fair, Inferno's compiler basically did that. That's what Inferno's been doing all of these years, right? What's fastest VDOM library. But like in a sense, these technologies are at odds with each other. You like adding signals to a VDOM library does not make it better in any way, really. You might have better DX, like the view argument. If you want to actually leverage the benefit, you need to switch, which is a hard message to swallow, which is why a lot of people probably, when they got this part of the video, were like, I'm a React developer, I can't swap to React. Why are you telling me that I can't benefit here? Like it was, and it's like, well, it's something you should be aware of. It's fine. You don't need to use this stuff. You have to understand the philosophy. There's benefits to React's approach, but this is kind of like thing. Compostable is bigger than composable. That's an interesting. Anyway, what was myth for React compiler equivalent to components? I love Hevery Misko Quick had a great article. I still link that in this video. Everyone should check it out. But he basically was pointing out like before, sorry, it's this one, before it came out, he was like, the compiler is, because he was annoyed. Do you know why? Every time we talked about signals or talked about what we were going to be doing, React team was like, everyone's like, oh no, but the React compiler is going to come. It's going to solve everything. It's like, he's like, no, the React compiler cannot solve React. It's fundamentally works a certain way. The React compiler will never solve this problem. And basically he's right. And the thing is, this actually undersells how much better signal solutions are, because it doesn't even talk about nested signals. It talks about proxies or stores, where I think people kind of conceptually get this, right? Where like you have an app and there's some state up here that's shared. It doesn't matter if it's global or whatever, but if you have state up here that's shared and mutation down one path, render in one path, in a React app, when you cause the mutation, everything has to follow from the state down and re-render everything. It has no other choice. You can be smart about it using memoization, where you can go like, oh, this branch doesn't update. But if the change is down here, you still have to get all the way down here to do it, because there's no other linkage. Whereas like, obviously with a signal system, the fact that state up here doesn't really matter, like, because updating the state and then the actual thing is down there. You can just basically sidetrack the whole tree. No amount of memoization will get you this. It's because there's an event under the hood that basically says it's not, this component is updated. Like when you update state in React or Svelte 3, old Svelte or Svelte 4 was all like this too. When you update state somewhere, all it can say is like, hey, my component has an state update. I need to retry and see what happens. Old Svelte was like memoized by default. It was pretty good at this. In fact, the React compiler is a lot like the old Svelte compilers, a little bit more advanced. But generally, signal solution is the only way you're going to cut this out. And it's even more prominent when you consider that instead of having a single state atom, like a whole list where, can have to do that, you can have like nested state structures. You can have things like, like if you had an array with some model in it, like maybe like I hate using to-do as an example, but it has a unique ID and then there's a specific field on it. Because each of those are signals nested in signals or whatever, it's completely possible that you can go into like the specific to-do and change it to completed, and it still do this level update where it's like, oh, completed. It's that one thing that says done that has to change. It doesn't have to recheck the list, doesn't have to recheck the item, doesn't have to recheck the row. It just literally goes, okay, that one thing. And the React render model, even with the most memoization, if it's that thing down there that changes, you have to go and go, okay, well, the list's updated because this one thing changed. The item updated, right? So then we have to look at the row, and then what part of the row? Okay, this thing. It can prune as well as it can, but it still has to go through that process at minimum, which is something that it basically very difficult to do. I mean, it's not impossible, because when you use things like external state libraries, you can technically pull your state outside of the owning component, put it out here, and then you could like go, okay, I have my state out here, and then I'm going to connect it to here. But the tricky part is, in reality, you might be using pieces of those state. Like, it's not just a straight tree down. Like, maybe it's branching. Maybe you're using piece of that state over here, piece of that state over there, piece of that state there. Like, now this state management solution out here actually has to go, okay, I'm going to use this atom here, use this atom here, use this atom here. And actually, I want to use a specific selector on that atom, because I don't want the whole atom chain to change. So you're actually kind of like, it's kind of like the difference between using fragments in Relay and trying to wire it yourself. Like, basically, in the signals version, you just kind of like, okay, create some state like I'm in React, pass it through, and it's done. Like, it literally feels as natural. Where when you go to something like Jotai, you're something like, if you really care about where the Jotai atom enters the tree. It's actually important, because that now becomes where the state is owned. Like, if you bring your atom higher because you don't want to deal with the details and you can just like have the rest re-render, you can, but then that's the start of your tree. It's wherever you use atom, that's where it starts. Like, it's better than re-rendering the whole freaking tree, but every single touch point is, because it's still component based, becomes the starting point. Now, you can get component granular with this system, but it basically, if you took the same code written naively in React without thinking about it and port it into Solid, it would just work that way without you doing any manipulation. Where in Jotai, you'd actually have to like go through the effort of like making sure that you are importing things as low as possible. Like, what happens if you add a child component that now uses a specific field and you don't need it yourself? Well, now the answer, is not just pass the prop down. It's like, okay, now get rid of the use hook here and move the use hook into the child component. Oh, what if someone else is using this over there? Okay, we have to move it also into a different child component too. So now, instead of having one component, we now have two components using the use. You know what I mean? Like, there's a whole challenges of pulling the state completely out. This is like what I was talking about earlier. It's not so clean when you can overlap it without having the repercussions of that overlapping. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah, what I was getting at is the context aspect of it basically could let React kind of do this, but then the nested reactivity part is actually still a problem. Like context, if they solve context in a smart way, they basically can do what I was just saying, where they can like move the tree down from here to like to here. But now you're still talking about where it enters the component, and like, and when you start getting to partials, it gets more complicated. Now, obviously, they've been working on a selector API to do this, and kind of like when people see it in matching, like, cool, this kind of works like signals, all that. But the craziest part is, if you literally just use the signal model, just didn't do this, you could literally just like use context, pass props, do whatever the hell you want to, pull it out of the global state if you want to, and it would all just work the same way in the optimal way without any consideration. Like, this is all a bunch of hoops to try and fight against the system. Right? Like this, like, people ask me often what's the difference between say atoms and signals, and like API wise, they're actually kind of similar. Like some people were, I saw some Reddit post, it was actually kind of funny. It was like, Reddit, why not using signals React something, I can't remember it. Yeah. Recently found signals. I tried them to be cool. We worked so accurate. Why is the syntax amazing? Whatever. Popular. Okay, well, maybe it wasn't this one. Someone wrote something. People's signals are more complex. Oh, that's hilarious. No, the funny thing is, I guess they get asked this like weekly. Someone was comparing them to Jotai and Atoms, and I was reading a Reddit post, and I was like, they basically said, "Oh, it's because you have more control with Jotai and blah 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 and implicit," and I was like, "No, it's nothing to do that. It's just the React render model doesn't work that way, and people don't like it." Like, let's pull up Jotai on the screen for a second, guys. Like, sorry, I spelled it wrong. Jotai. Let's pick it up here. Okay, so we have an atom out here somewhere, and then I want something. Yeah, okay. Filter is not interesting. I want something like a selector of some type. Use get the getter and the setter. I want something that shows derived state, because without derived state, I don't care about this very much. I mean, you will notice use. Basically, the use becomes the entry point of your app. This is the part that matters. Now this component is tied for this to this atom, not like where it's actually used, but the whole component is. What am I? Where is it? They call them selectors, right? Select atom. Select atom person. Okay, that's maybe they don't call it selectors. I'm trying to look at what the equivalent of a computed is, because this looks like it just pulls out the specific thing. There's some explicit where you can use like a get method. Store dot get. Basically, the idea was that the tracking in atoms is explicit because the context provides you a get. I'm not finding the right code example here. Sir, what are attachments? Send me a link. Tell me what attachments are. I've never heard of them. But you have atoms dependent on other atoms. Yeah. I like it forms a graph a lot like a signal graph. It just they said something along the lines of like the stuff's explicit, and I was like, yeah, I mean that's a choice. Like if anyone's ever seen Voby by Fabio, you know, he uses $sign as a wrapper getter. If you actually like look at the code, you import this, and then instead of calling it as a function, you just go $sign the value. I don't the equals false is something else, but generally speaking, his shortcutting of writing the code doesn't make it easy to read. Okay, yeah, getting the value of an observable, like basically he has an unwrap function that you can call anywhere, right? But even more so if you want to like make the tracking work in a specific way, not globally, there's another signals library called Metron, by Robbie Speed. It's been helping a bit with some of the efforts recently on the Solid 2.0 reactivity thing. And if you look at this API, it's very, I mean, he calls them atoms. It's very Jotai like, where subscribing to change, and then where is it computed? Yeah, he does this. You use get, like explicit get. Now, there's challenges with this because like, how do you do templating in a clean way if you have to inject the get context, right? Like it's like you right now SolidJS hides the functions, so there's no place to put the get in. If you had, I guess you could write the functions in yourself and be very explicit, but like one of the nice pieces of the templating is like you can just go like this kind of pass the value mentality, and this kind of gets in the way of it a bit. But my point is, I mean, you can understand why Jotai has its API. If Jotai is explicit like this with gets, then it can't work in the templating. You have to do use at the component level. And honestly, React is not going to reward you for being more fine grained. They're literally going to rerun the component anyways. So it makes sense. So there are, even though technically you have this kind of push pull reactive graph, in practice, atoms end up being very, very different than signals because they still can't like escape the React render model. React, you're kind of trapped into this model, which, as I said, can be fine, can have benefits, whatever. But it is not the same. It is not equivalent. And that's, maybe a hard pill for people watching the videos to kind of swallow, right? Right. The last bit about my videos, I just show that we literally have custom renderers, concurrent rendering, all the other stuff. But my point is, I just needed to get this out here because like the stuff that I was hearing from like the React crowd over the years, it's always the same stuff, and it's like it feels so untrue. I had to write a whole article, right? If you guys remember React versus Signals 10 years later, because it's just the same stuff that is just not the case. And as many people, as much as, you know, a couple 100,000 people have viewed this article over time, and the great conversation I have with Dan Abramoff at the end, most React developers are not going to see this article. I bet you, I wonder if more people will see that video I just did than this article over the course of time, even though this article probably is one of the like most, you know, powerful statements in terms of what I'm talking about, you know. Uh, let's just drop it in here too for the sake of it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Adam, get other. Okay. Yeah. It's inside Adam. Perfect. Thanks, Robbie. I knew you would know. Yeah. I mean, I talk about Signia a lot on the stream actually, because they've actually have an interesting solution to diffing. So when I talk about mutable stores and stuff, I've taken a completely different approach to it. The thing is, Signia has a very good way of doing this granular communication, but it's a little clunky to write. And then they kind of, because they know React is their output, again, I feel that's decided their shape of their API. Like if they weren't using React, they would go a much different way. I think it's beneficial in that they let you make more complicated data structures, but they're still basically, I've been working on primitives that do forking, as in you start with singular source, maybe a couple sources, and you can actually end up with more signals out. And most things in reactivity actually merge. You end up with like multiple sources, and like sure, they're all over the place and you have different merges happening, but ultimately you end up merging into a single thing. It's like most derivations, you know, are either one to one or multi to one, like you merge downwards. And Signia is really good at keeping the separation while doing that merging. I've been working on forking, just completely changing the math here. And I think they're interesting approaches, but I think if you know that the final UI can actually benefit from forking, it's a different thing. Like if you're going to go into a VDOM anyways, you're going to re-render a bunch of components anyways, the merging is fine because like literally everything's just going to merge into that single API. But if you have granular updates on the end, there's a big benefit of actually keeping the things separate, actually isolating it through the tree, actually forking, so to speak. Like not all merging has to result in a single everything being tied together. And that's why it's much more interesting to me. But again, these are great solutions in that space, but people are starting from this assumption that everything works like React, and they really shouldn't be. Like that is old thinking. Yeah, in Metron, we use abstracting the template. If you need to derive inside the template, you create an inline computed. In the next version, you'll really do an inline function with the read. Yeah. No, I get what you have to do. It's just, yeah. I do think it's part of the reason, like that in the way React is why like Jotai and their Atoms solutions never really touch what we've been doing with signals. It just doesn't money when literally they get no benefit from it. So there is a difference here, and I do want to talk a bit about this explicit implicit kind of thing and some of the challenges there, and maybe a bit later. But let's keep on rolling for now. Before I get to the Pete Hunt talk, still interested people want to look at that, is the funniest thing was after I did all this, you know, I posted my stuff on Reddit, and I know Reddit is notorious for being, you know, but it was the type of responses that you get sometimes that are kind of funny. And I'm going to open up this one, and let's see if I can find the React one. What am I looking for? Signals. Yeah, let's go here. I get less this on my YouTube. This is hilarious. People talking about the covers. For this one, I didn't even use myself. I was trying to get a picture of my React bro, you know, but someone's asking why you do that. And I'm like, it's science, and it's true. As I said, this will be my best video to date. But anyways, let's go. Yeah. Oh, I love Mark Erickson, creator or maintainer of Redux. He loves how my 10-minute video is shorter content. But no, what was it here? what every React developer should know about signals. But given that every developer, by definition, being React developer is stuck with React, what should he do with this knowledge? My answer: broaden their horizons and being able to recognize where React and the future React sits in the wider solution space. Potentially through that, find a better appreciation for what React represents, and be able to identify what challenges and choices the developers behind it make compared to other solutions, and ultimately become a better developer, engineer, and maybe even a better person because of it. Yeah, I'm glad that that went over well, because it's there basically a bunch of people telling me that React developers have a hard time appreciating it. Hence the downvotes. Because I mean, I don't know where it landed. Oh, I'm at 27 now. When I first posted this video, it stayed at like 0 the whole time. Basically, everyone's downvoting it on this forum. But it was just kind of funny. Okay, cool. Now I know some kind of abstract pattern is used more or less in some JS libraries. I'll go back to using React until I'm upset with it. You got me at the got signal shirt. Petty, I know, but it's a barber got clipper shirt. I'm going to go elsewhere. Oh man. Anyways, sorry. There's more, but I want to talk about this seriously. I'm not going to poke. I'm not trying to poke at this author. I wish I could blur it out, but maybe I could. It's too late. I really like Solid Initiative, but I don't feel like I need to know about signals to build a web app. It seems more technical than every React developer needs to know. If the goal is to market Solid to React developer, I think it needs to be more from dumb user standpoint view rather than how it works. All the enthusiasts and technical nerds out there find material and Solid themselves, and this is a great video for them. Great video. I think a bit too complicated for me, but the wrong title, which is fair. It is complicated. So the concern is that like I position this material as stuff that people should know. And is that crazy to think that people should know this kind of stuff? I just wanted to kind of talk about this because I, there, I talked a bit about this on X, but I was like, it goes on to, I realized another poor assumption is that developers want to generally know how their tools work. It seemed obvious to me one would, but I'm noticing confusion and sometimes resentment when teaching things they can't immediately put to use. Like even I saw a bit of this even with my other videos. It's kind of like, I know Signals has very little to do with React, but this is also an opportunity to understand how React's render model works. And um, it's interesting, just like this kind of mentality of what I need to get things done versus like my wider general knowledge. I think this is a topic in general, right? I've been live for Solid 2 years ago. I've yet to even be allowed to write a piece. People don't care. They just want to keep using React. Yes. Yes. At the end of the day, isn't every React, Angular, Vue developer just JS developer highly abstracted code? JS frameworks cannot be more than JS language itself. I just don't get it. Yes. I mean, but it's, I think it's in one of these responses. Let me see if I can find it. Not that one. Sorry for my ignorance of the topic, but I still want to share my prejudgmental thoughts. Well, I guess it's the definition of non-leaky abstraction that its user doesn't need to understand how it actually works underneath. Sorry, I'm like not picking on this guy. I think this is the most reasonable, well articulated. Like he spent the time to talk to me about this, which I very much appreciate and love here. Is that like a lot of people feel this way. Maybe a better title would have been The Myths About Signals or Signals versus React Rendering Engine. I don't know. It sounds a bit controversial, possibly triggering title. Either way, I value your contribution improving can be significantly smaller. Yeah, like this guy's very polite. But like, are we dealing with non-leaky abstractions? I kind of put this in my comment, but when you're looking at JSX div element, it's still supposed to represent a div, and it has events, and it has CSS, and it has things. Like I don't think our modern framework abstractions are non-leaky. I think we throw something in front of you that kind of looks like something familiar, and we kind of get away with it. Like Svelte was the worst for this in a sense, where people are like, it's just vanilla JavaScript in the HTML. It's like, hell no, right? But like you know, like there's that kind of perception that like like the, these like the abstraction is not non-leaky. Like you can't use this stuff without going to MTN or using the DOM. Like React can try and buff out its docs as much as it possibly can, but like we you should know enough to understand how to compare equivalent solutions maybe, or that like the DOM is retained mode, so and React isn't. So like what does that mean? Like why like it's fundamentally at a little bit at odds each other. So how do like knowing like how it can work kind of a little bit important. You don't have to be able to create the framework yourself. You got to be able to at least be able to like make sense of where it sits, be able to go like, oh, Nuxt is to Next as React is to Vue. You need to like some people don't know that. Like you need to have a level of knowledge, hopefully, to be able to categorize, so you can for later learn the specifics of it or whatever. But at least be able to bucket things. And when we spend all the time talking about what is going on, we lose a lot of the why and especially the how. And I think that is a really difficult challenge right now, because people are like, oh, you should promote Solid without talking about how it works. And it's like, it's funny, React didn't promote itself by not talking about how it worked back in the day. Like you have to be different. If it looks the same and you know you can't mechanically talk about like how it operates, then like what's the point, right? Like, right, but I mean, what is there a problem with the error boundaries in Solid? We actually have an error boundaries component. I think a lot of people obviously don't know the specifics of Solid. Solid is very React aware, which surprises people. Part of it is I'm very JavaScript framework aware. So I spent the time to learn how all the frameworks worked and then kind of looked at how that sits to the point that unfortunately for a lot of people who come in with stuff, it's I have an answer for every question you throw at me, which is not, it's kind of annoying. It's kind of like the know-it-all problem. But it's like that's what I spent my time doing and studying. Like the I have never been a Pete Hunt. I can admire him. He came out and he was like, look, what we're doing is so much better. You have to understand, blah, 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 blah. I've never been that confident because I'm a senior developer. My answer for everything is it depends. But I kind of wish at times, and I kind of feel like you almost need that level of forcefulness to kind of get through. And I might be going there in the future because at this point, it's kind of getting a lot clearer. It's starting to get a lot clearer, like where these things actually sit. It's all nice that we can all say like everybody's good or whatever, but some technology has definitely progressed in ways that exceed other technologies in certain areas. I say people should try writing confusing. Yeah, writing your own framework is great if you have time. I can't convince everyone to write their own framework. I did because I realized all this is the vision of my framework. That's awesome. I did that exercise myself. I think even before you get to there, a lot of people in this stream, a lot of people on our Discord who have written their own framework. So Robbie, who's in here, written his own framework, right? Like, it's just you don't need that. I think it's very valuable at a certain point in your career to kind of understand it, but you should at least be able to go like bucket A, bucket B. C, like just kind of get into the categorizations. Yeah. Oh, hooks are leaky abstraction, but their own rules. Yep. Your know-it-all problem is reason number 3 why I trust all. Well, I mean, you can't just base it on you should question things. You can't base it on the one person. But I'm very much in a position to be able to answer these questions because I had to cut through so much crap to even get to the start. So many people, I mean, you don't appreciate the why of you need a framework until you actually try and build it yourself. And the thing is, if you, I mean, people will get here naturally because at a certain point they'll be like, "Why am I dealing with all this crap?" So you start cutting it out. You start like not using it, and you're like, "Okay, you know what? I don't need Nuxt. I've got Vue, you know, so I'm gonna just plow ahead." And you might get very far, and then at a certain point you're like, "Okay, I need server rendering. Vue has server rendering, great. Okay, so now I'm gonna build the thing, and I'm gonna build on a beat." And then you're gonna be like, "Oh shit, then I need to handle this." And then before long, you're like, you're recreating Nuxt, right? And then you're like, crap, you know, I could have probably just used Nuxt, right? This always happens, but now you know why, right? I just picked a you know, in your lane example. Shout out to Alex, makes great content, especially around the Vue ecosystem. But this is true in any framework, any kind of level of abstraction. You're going to you're going to like learn at a certain point. You're going to hit something you don't like, and you're going to go around it, and then you're going to learn why. And sometimes you will come up with something better for your use case. Maybe not the general case. Sometimes you will come up with something better than the general case. It's a good thing to get there at a certain point. When something's not working for you in your specific case, feel free to step out of the bounds. But at a certain point, yeah, you need to know why. I'm not saying every beginner needs to go out and know why, but I'm saying that we should, as a community, embrace the fact that we should be learning. Yes, yeah, they have a rules problem. There's actually one rule: you can lose reactivity. Every version of our rules problem is simply the fact that you have to be aware of the tracking scope. It's all the same problem all the way down. So it's a little simpler, but that's the thing. And I want to be clear on this. I'm not saying that there aren't different trade-offs. I'm saying that people should be aware of the tool that they are using. That is what I am saying. They should be cognizant of the basics of how it works. Solid's whole ecosystem is built on knowing this stuff. It's a reflection of myself in a certain way. I think every ecosystem sometimes is like every framework is a reflection of the situation in which it came to existence, and every ecosystem is somewhat the reflection of its early creators and maintainers. And you guys, I mean, sorry, got me, but this has a big part of thing. It's why Solid is notorious for attracting other framework authors. We're like this breeding pool of like everyone who writes their own framework. They sit in there and Fabio's hilarious sometimes. He'll be in there basically like picking people off and be like, yeah, I don't like how Solid does this. We do it much better in Fabio. Like literally in our Discord, picking people out of to go use this framework. And it's like, I'm okay with that. I will stand by my decisions, and where I've made mistakes, or I say I mean collectively we Solid, the different parts. I have a big part in that, but like obviously there's many people working in Solid, and put it up to test, because like that's where our reputation is. That's where our thing is, and that's why they love getting there, because something challenging comes up, we talk about it, right? If something difficult's coming out, we try and understand it better, right? And that's the kind of community I want. It's not, and it's tricky because it's sometimes not beginner friendly. The truth is, I think the concepts and stuff can be taught in a way that are beginner friendly, but there is a certain undertone here of people who really care about how things work. And I know frameworks and tools get away from that as they grow, because just the number of users aren't all going to be like that. It just is one of those characteristics you find around a community, usually probably because of myself. Oh yeah, Daryl here, another framework writer. Hardest for anything I've done in my career. Yeah. I mean, it's not for everyone, but like, kind of get like just get a bit of a picture of what's going on in your head. Yeah. Props destructuring. Yeah. But if you understand, it's the exact same problem again, right? It's the fact that you are untracking something, reading something at the point of where it's not being tracked. As I said, it's all the exact same problem. Anyway, yeah, okay, let's move on. How far are we in? We're about 2 hours into stream. Okay, I still got some things. How am I doing on my list? I'm about a quarter of the way through my list. Okay, I gotta think about how I'm gonna talk about this then. Should we do some old Pete Hunt talk, or should we move on? Some of these topics are not actually very big. Actually, no, I already covered atoms versus signals. So actually, no, I take that back. I'm about a third of the way through my list, closer to half. Yeah, you know what? I think we have time for some Pete Hunt talk. Yeah, let's see if I can get that set up. Bookmarks. I don't need to listen to the whole talk. Sorry, I don't know if I want to comment on this before we go there, but this will be omnipresent. Just think about this image. This is old knockout and stuff. Effectively, under the hood, when you use like a computed, essentially did this. But the funny thing is, you can still do this in React or Solid today. No one should ever freaking do this. But I think naturally people lend to this kind of thing. The state needs to be derived. This is terrible in any framework. But in React developers' heads, they think this is what signals are. But I mean, from this perspective, you guys got signals at home. Signals do not do this unless you literally are using effects the same way. You got basically the same patterns that are dumb in React or dumb with signals. Like, but just look at this, kind of sink in this to kind of get this in, right? Oh, I did have a few more remix quotes in here, juicy ones. Disillusioned with hooks, everything seems unnecessarily complex. It's just funny because I thought they were great. Stockholm Syndrome. What else was fun? React has made enough missteps over the years that the space is ripe for disruption. That's the only reason I think keep about going up again. People don't love hooks. Suspense asks for quite a bit from React Faithful. Okay, here we go. This is the talk I've been talking about this whole time. I'm gonna pop this into a separate window in a second, but I'll also link it here because I know you guys love it. Okay, let me quickly let's go back to somewhere near the beginning, and let's just give this a roll. I'm impatient enough that I don't know if I'll be able to watch the whole talk. You know me, but let's change how I present the screen. Stop screen. Share specific Chrome tab. And I am going to, I think, overlay myself at the bottom corner. Yeah. And let's look at, in my opinion, people always point at some of the other Pete Hunt talks and stuff, but this is the most like in your face he probably was, right? When Aiden's, yeah, I mean, it happens. It's tricky. React team doesn't want you to do that either. It's just people naturally hold on to state. They're like, okay, everything is state. I need it state. And the problem is you would think, see, the reason this is funny is because hooks force you to think about data flow. Okay, keep that in mind when you watch this video. This is why people are in this zone. At a certain point in this video, you're going to swear that he's actually condemning modern React and not all these other libraries. It's wild. Yeah, same applies to Vue concept. Yeah, I mean, we all have these derived things. React itself does. React doesn't want you to do that. Right, putting into one object is an easy way of kind of directing it, but like then you lose granularity, perhaps, right? So like don't get me wrong. I think in like a case like that makes sense. You're in a single component, single scope. Like who cares? You're literally going to re-render that component anyways, right? But like wider range of solution consideration. Yeah, let's honestly, this is such an oldie but a goodie. I think we just need to we just need to give this a run. Okay, let's see. Do you guys hear the audio?
Facebook, and then recently he left Facebook and started his own company.
Could you hear that audio at all? Sorry, I know it's a little bit noisy, but could you hear that? Yeah. Okay.
And without further ado.
Thanks. How's it going, everybody? Good. Nice. You guys are surprisingly high energy for how late in the day it is. This is great. I always like checking out the stickers on everyone's laptops to get an impression of like what people's backgrounds are. But how many people here have built like an application with JavaScript before? All right, cool. What kind of frameworks you guys use or libraries? Anyone want to?
Keep in mind the time period of this. This is like 2013 or 14 time period. So just
volunteer. Angular, okay.
React.
Sorry? We got Ember over here, Angular over here. Someone yelled React.
No.
Backbone, all right.
And D3.
D3, okay.
Meteor.
Meteor? Cool.
Roll.
Raw. Oh, like vanilla JavaScript. The true hipster framework. Okay. Cool. All right. So we got like a lot of experience here, which is good. So my name is Pete. I was at Facebook for a while, doing a bunch of stuff, working on Instagram stuff for a while. Recently started a startup, pretty unrelated to front end, but doing a lot of fraud and spam detection stuff. Well, when I was at Facebook, I built kind of the first big application with React. And then when I was working on it, I realized that there were all these problems with React and it wasn't ready for prime time. So I ended up being on the core team of React for a long time and pushing it through open source and building a bunch of features there. One of the reasons why I was motivated to do that was because I really, really love the web. I think the web is like this great technological marvel that we have, and it kind of defines our generation. So I ended up leading the web team at Instagram while being also on the Facebook JavaScript infrastructure team. This is a team that kind of goes around and figures out the best ways to write write JavaScript at Facebook. And
it's interesting because like he came into the React because it wasn't quite where he wanted to be. Let's hear a little bit more. Sorry, at the beginning I don't have too much to interrupt on, so we're just going to kind of like let the talk flow for a bit. But we'll get there.
We kind of go and sell different techniques to product teams. I was also on the React core team, and I really like the web, especially because it's everywhere.
Yeah, I guess it's like, a bit later because
any device that you use, you can.
He's not on the core team anymore.
At the same time, I really hate the web. Like a lot of things about the web. It's a terrible API for building applications. So the guy who did raw JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript, like you're hardcore, like props, because it's really hard to build applications without help. And even though we have some upcoming standards called web components that make this a little bit easier, it's still like a very, very hard API to use. It wasn't designed for building applications. Another thing that I really hate about the web is DOM manipulation is really slow. You guys know what the DOM is? All right, pretty much everyone's nodding their head. It's the
DOM manipulation is very slow. Slow compared to what? Let's hear what he has to say. But like, this is one of those. This I'm saying. This is just prime. You have to understand. Until people watch this old content, I ate this stuff up. You don't really understand the perspective that maybe I've been coming into from. Let's just keep on going.
In case you didn't nod your head, it's the way that JavaScript application interfaces with HTML and can change the page. And it's really slow. And the slowest part about it is layout. So when you change a part of the page and you have to change the way that text wraps around something, that's really slow. And understanding when it's going to trigger a fast.
I know you think differently, Daryl, but I think the web component comment is the only comment that has aged incredibly well. But
layout change or slow layout change is pretty difficult to understand without a lot of experience with the like kind of web inspector and all those tools. And the Google Chrome team in particular is doing a great job building tools to make this easier, but it's still really hard to understand. Another reason why I hate the web is the standards process is really slow. But this is actually by design, so it's kind of a good thing. The reason why the web is everywhere is because it is standardized, and that means that all the implementers implement the same thing. So we can deploy an application once and have it run anywhere. But it also means we don't get a lot of features, and the features that we do have are designed by committee, and they tend to be slow. But at the end of the day, the biggest problem is that we're building the web is designed for documents, and we want to build applications. So Facebook needed a solution to this problem. We were sick of building applications that looked like documents, and we wanted to build applications that performed like applications and felt like apps. So does anyone here know, like, can someone tell me what an application is on the web? Like, what does it do? No? Okay. Are you guys CS students? I don't know. All right. So the way I think of an application does basically three things. It listens for user events from the browser. So it gets clicks, keystrokes, mouse movements, touch events. It handles network events. So a request coming in from the server via either an XML HTTP request or WebSocket. And it also issues network requests as well. And it manipulates the DOM. That's pretty much all it does. Basically, it responds to events and puts pixels on the screen and sends stuff to the network. It's actually like a pretty difficult thing to do once you start to write an application. And I think that Dijkstra had a lot of really great advice for us kind of back in the 60s and 70s about how to write great applications. And he says, we should do our utmost to shorten the conceptual gap between the static program and the dynamic process to make the correspondence between the program and the process as trivial as possible.
Makes sense.
What the hell does that even mean? I'll tell you what it means. This is a buddy list on Facebook.com on the desktop site. Now, I'm going to read to you a series of network events coming in from the server, and then I'm going to ask you what this looks like at the end. You guys ready? Alice went offline, Bob went offline, Steve went online, Bob went online, Charles is idle, and Charles is on mobile. All right, what does it look like? These processes that evolve over time are really hard to understand. Like holding all that state in your head is crazy.
Yeah, so he's talking about declarative versus imperative, which is very important key point here. Is why we use web frameworks. Like the starting point here is this change of making things be state or data driven instead of process driven, right? It's not about events necessarily. And I didn't dig into this earlier. I mean, I can possibly pop over to another tab and talk about it a bit later, but there's this kind of chat going on about this week about like Rx versus signals and like things. What he gave you was a series of events, and sometimes with events are good because then on each thing that changes you can do something. But for displaying or synchronizing UI, events are actually a harder way of like visualizing what's going on. Like events flow into the system all over the place. What you ultimately want is that perfect reconciled system, right?
It would be a lot easier if I could ask you what that looks like by just looking at this JSON data structure. By looking at this, you could probably draw a picture of the buddy list pretty easily. That's because this is a static snapshot in time of what the buddy list should look like. It's not a series of events, mutating state that changes over time. It feels me? All right. So have you guys heard of this thing called data binding? The Angular people probably have, Backbone people maybe as well. It basically takes the user interface, which is a dynamic process that changes over time, and it tries to make it look more like a static program. So you take a snapshot of your data, and some system somewhere syncs up your user interface with that data. And so I like to think of data binding as a polyfill for reactive JavaScript and the DOM. Now, for those of you not familiar with what a polyfill is, it's a JavaScript library that kind of makes a feature that's available in the next version of JavaScript or the DOM available today. It's like a shim. And what data binding is it's basically a way of saying like, hey, I wish that the DOM could automatically update itself based on variables in JavaScript. Let's make it work.
There are people still trying to make this go through the proposal. I'm actually going to, if it starts with getting templating into the language, I'm going to talk a bit about, if I have time later, about Justin's latest work, the guy from Lit, in terms of template standardization. But it is important to kind of point out here that with the signals proposal, all the framework guys are like, let's hold back and like be careful. There's a bunch of people salivating over the potential of just passing signals directly into DOM and having it directly update. And I think this talk actually gives some good backing of why that might be not great. But yeah, let's continue. Or that maybe there isn't a single standard way of doing it.
Now, the problem is that these data binding abstractions that we have are leaky abstractions. And they're really, really not simple. So Facebook had a traditional kind of data binding approach a couple of years ago. It was called Bolt. It's actually still on GitHub, I think. And it ended up getting very, very complicated very quickly.
Sorry, just a side note I'm noticing, Jack. Sometimes is not the most terse. Yeah, I agree. That being said, Svelte syntax used to, I would agree 100% with you with Svelte 3 and 4. It is way lighter. Svelte with ruins, we're talking about the difference between destructuring a tuple and like using a single variable that writes. Like the syntax difference mostly matters. I guess the setters are still more thing. Yeah, the syntax plays like from an ideological, like from an idea standpoint of like, these are pieces of my language. Like I need to write here, I need to read here, we need to update there. Syntactually, it's slightly longer, but like in terms of like number of concepts and locations, it's basically identical, right? Like Solid's syntax is slightly more verbose because we believe in read-write segregation and enforcing more control mechanisms mostly. But like when people put code between say Solid and Svelte side by side, Solid's version will be like the line will be slightly longer because it has a couple more characters, but there won't be more lines of code is the best way I could put it. Yeah, and there's things that do way better than Svelte. I don't think it's an important metric at all. I think conceptual metrics and I think mechanical things. If people want to get over code turntness, yeah, they should all use Marco. It blows even Svelte out of the water. Yeah. Sorry. Just before I continue, get you guys salivating. Ryan Turnquist, Solid router creator, joined Marco team as I left the Marco team. He reached out and wanted to talk about doing a stream coming up about Marco 6, which I think, if you guys know, given my policy on Marco 6, means I think we're getting pretty close because I'm not allowed to talk about. I said I swore that I would stop talking about Marco and Marco 6 and how incredible it is until it actually came out. I think we're getting very, very close. So get excited. Why is Marco not more popular? People always ask me this. It wasn't marketed. It's in a weird place. It's just funny when it's my poster child of someone of technology that's just so far ahead of its time and so much in some ways better than all the equivalent things of what it does that it just kind of blew past where people are. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, Ryan stream is the best. For some Marco 6 news. It only counts when I bring it up. Yeah, I had this problem of gushing about Marco basically anytime I'd be like saying something and I'm like, oh, of course Marco does this, yeah. Anyway. Okay. He says contemporary data binding here because he's talking about that at the time, but let's continue on. Sorry. I got sidetracked. More destruct.
And the thing that made it difficult was that we would build an application and it would work. And then we would play with it for a while. We would get these bug reports that come back in that say, hey, the user interface is broken or this button doesn't do what it's supposed to do. And we couldn't reproduce that bug report. So the most important thing that we realized is that we want to just have reproducible bugs. Like we don't even care if the thing's easy to make or if it works, but as long as it breaks consistently, like we'll take that. That's a win. So Dijkstra again says simplicity is prerequisite for reliability. Reliable systems are predictable. So how do
I want to stop on that. Breaks predictably is a win. That is a huge point here that probably gets washed over a bit, right? Because there's a different aspect of it here, which I talk about with signals and solid per se. But like, in my opinion, if something like the thing that goes wrong with Solid the most is you lose reactivity. Something isn't reactive. Someone destructed a prop, someone did it, and then it just breaks. And basically, like, it will usually break at the point that someone makes the change. It might not be where they expect that change to impact, but they will break it immediately. It will not be hidden. It will be broken from that point on, immediately broken. You did something wrong. It broke. Hopefully, a little debugging, you'll find it. What happens in the React model these days is it might render properly, but when you do the equivalently bad thing, it will re-render like 4 or 16 times. Like, your performance will go out the window. I remember someone, I think it was my favorite someone, Jay Larkey, mentioning that he was porting some code to Solid and had an infinite loop, and it was like the one time he hit an infinite loop in Solid, and then he was like, oh, this weird signal Solid doing an infinite loop, when reacted, and then he looked and he's like, oh crap, the React code that he copied it from already had the infinite loop buried in. He just hadn't noticed it. And obviously, I think any framework that does an infinite loop will do an infinite loop, and it'll die out, and it won't it will term stack or whatever. Like, you'll be done. But like, generally speaking, I think it's interesting when he's talking about his guideline for reliability is that it breaks early, and in Solid, our kind of guideline for performance is that it breaks early. Basically, working Solid code is performance Solid code, generally speaking. So there's parallels here. Yeah, true story. Yeah. You guys seriously arguing about Svelte syntax? Sorry, it's just so, yeah, the class thing or whatever. I mean, Svelte has its reasons for doing what it did. I think I already talked about this on a stream, about like their choices. Obviously, anyone involved in Solid disagrees with Svelte's choices. So I don't think you guys are going to hit any kind of thing. I do not prefer Svelte syntax. In fact, it's funny. Svelte 3 or Svelte 4, when someone said it was more terse or whatever, and I would agree with them. I had nothing to argue against. I'm like, yeah, it is definitely more terse. It's more straightforward to get through to. When they added runes, they added signals and deliberately chose to do things in a different way, which is perfectly fine for them. But obviously, we had the choice of going that way. In fact, we have plugins that do similar before Svelte runes even existed, where people did it because they liked it. So yeah, it's funny because I don't think you guys aren't going to agree on this. We fundamentally, just because philosophy behind Solid, all these other kind of pieces and understanding, Solid's decision is very rooted in mechanics. So you guys are going to basically talk past each other. I just know. Like, in fact, Vue had a similar debate, and I mean, this is not like who picked what. Vue sided with us, but you know what I mean. Like, there are reasons to not go the way that Svelte did. Svelte chose to go that way, which is good. It makes a unique solution, and people like it. But you guys are not going to agree about it in the course of this chat, I am pretty sure. And they're still going. All right, it's fine. Let's keep on going.
Make a system simple. Now, simple is one of these words that gets thrown around all the time. And you ask two different JavaScript library authors, like, which one is simpler, they'll always say theirs is simpler. Even though, everyone has a different idea of what simple means. But does anybody here know who Rich Hickey is? Has anybody heard of the Clojure programming language? Okay, so Rich Hickey is this guy with this huge afro, and he invented the Clojure programming language. He's super smart. And he has this great talk that I suggest everybody goes and watches called Simple Made Easy. And at the end of the day, he comes down and he says, what matters for simplicity is that there's no interleaving. So Rich makes a distinction between what is simple and what is easy. So easy is something that's relative. What's easy for you might not be easy for me, or what's easy for me might not be easy for somebody else. It's all dependent on what our experience is. Some people find like C programming really, really simple and building user interfaces in JavaScript really difficult. And sometimes it's vice versa too. Some people, it just matters what your experience is. But simplicity, we can make that actually an objective thing. And we can say, hey, when you're looking at a single piece of code, how many different concerns are interleaved in there? How many things do you have to load into your brain to understand what that piece of code is doing? So it's important to understand that simple is not equal to familiar. And so just because you have experience with a piece of technology or the status quo says you should do something, doesn't mean it's simple. It means it's familiar, and it might mean it's easy to you, but it doesn't mean it's simple. So we're talking a lot about data binding, and there's a couple of approaches that you can take to implement data binding. The first one I'm going to talk about is key value observation.
They used to call signals KVO. Or the equivalent of it. Is funny that the key value observation is what they call it, because a lot of them used objects, kind of like Vue's options API. Ember is notorious for this. Knockout Funnily is the only one that had the discrete signals. I guess Meteor kind of had discrete signals too. Let's see.
Because in order to understand why we actually built React and did something different, you need to understand what the status quo was, because you really shouldn't invent something new unless you have something new to add to the conversation and the body of knowledge. So key value observation powers libraries like Ember, Knockout, Backbone, Meteor. If you've ever done any iOS development, there's key value observation in iOS as well. And it's built around the ideas of observables and computed properties.
If there's KVO in iOS, does that mean that the iOS model is retain mode, not immediate mode? I'm just curious. I don't actually know this, but if mobile models are retained versus immediate, that suggests that Solid has and Signals have a place on mobile more than React does. Just hypothetically speaking.
These are the fundamental building blocks of a key value observation system. So let's imagine, for example, for this lecture, that we're building.
Okay, this is a good point. I was tempted to do this, but people watch me, I imagine, at 1.5 speed. So if I make his talk 1.5 and then someone else puts 1.5 on top of it, they're going to hit a problem. So I'm not going to 1.5 speed it just because yeah. Although a lot of people say they slow me down, but okay. What? Fine. I'll meet you in the middle. We will slightly speed him up. We will give him a 1.25.
A list of top companies by the percentage of votes that are upvotes. So we have a data structure sitting around somewhere like this, where we have a list of companies, and each one has a title, number of upvotes, number of downvotes. And I'm an amazing designer, so I rendered a UI that looks something like this. If we were to build that with Ember, we would construct a template that looks like this. And what this says is it creates an unordered list with a UL tag. And it says for each of the top companies in that data structure, render the title, and then next to it, render the score with a percentage.
Okay.
Now remember, we didn't actually have a score item in that data structure. All we have are the upvotes and the downvotes and the title. So we have to compute that score as a percentage.
Okay.
So let's walk through how we would build the JavaScript portion of this application with an eye towards how this abstraction leaks. So first we make a function that computes the total votes given a company. Now I'm going to use Ember for this example because it's a very, very popular implementation of KVO. And those teams have spent a long time trying to make this as predictable and easy to understand as possible. So the observable properties that we have here are called upvotes and downvotes, and you call company.get to get the current value of them. So you get the current value of upvotes and downvotes, and we add them. And our company object has a computed property on here, which is indicated by that dot property called score. And it takes the number of upvotes, multiplies it by 100, divides it by the total number of votes, and it converts it to a percentage. Now, one thing to keep in mind with computed properties is that dot property syntax says, hey, whenever the upvotes or the downvotes change, make sure that the score is recomputed. You guys following what's going on in this code? Okay, cool.
Right. And while we go through this example, picture how you'd write this code today in React.
So similarly, in the app model, whenever the list of companies changes, we want to change the list of top companies. And the reason for that is we're resorting this list. So top companies is a sorted list by the total number of votes. So it's the most popular company. And then finally, we instantiate it with a little bit of boilerplate down here, which is mostly made up, but you get the point. So if we were to run this today, I actually built a little test app that randomly changes the number of upvotes and downvotes by ±5 as the application goes on to simulate live updating data. And so when you're running that application, it looks like this. Yeah. So you see the numbers are automatically updating, right? I'm tweaking the data model and the DOM is updating. I'll replay it again if you didn't see it. It's very exciting. This looks good, right? You guys good with this? All right. So you guys just approved my diff, and we're going to ship this to production. That's what happens in industry.
It's not resorting the list. The second item is lower than the third item.
Interesting observation. So I've used this example in like 3 or 4 conferences, and nobody has caught that. So the point of that, all right, A right there. The point of this is that like everybody else in this room didn't see that. So it's actually pretty difficult, or it's very easy for this bug to slip by, right? So where is that bug in this code? Now you're really on. So the problem is the sorting was wrong, right? So it's probably in this top companies thing where we sort by the total number of votes, right? What? Oh, yeah, go.
I think it's taking the top 3, but not sorting them by the number of votes they have.
Well, we're calling the sort method in JavaScript, and let's assume that the sort method actually works correctly. Like that's not the problem, but that's a good job. Yeah.
Do you guys see what the problem is? I haven't watched this talk in a while, but my guess here is that this depends on companies, but doesn't depend on upvotes and downvotes. Because no, actually, this is actually interesting. Actually, sorry, no, yeah, it's because they explicitly listen to companies, but don't explicitly listen to they're calling total votes, which call the get votes and get down votes, but they're not actually creating a dependency here because they're only listening. The way Ember works is it's all the tracking dependencies are explicit, right? Let's see what he sees. Yeah, this is basically the dependency array is missing these values, so to speak.
The property isn't for upvotes and downvotes in top companies, so the upvotes and downvotes change the sorting memory runs.
Exactly. So what he meant is, right now we're saying, hey, when the list of companies changes, re-render the top companies list, right? It's not looking at the individual items within the list. So when you mutate an individual company within that,
Svelte switches signals to solve this problem. You're actually right. Svelte tracking could only track within the scope of the function it was in. Svelte 3 or 4 would actually have broken exactly the same way, funnily enough. Interestingly, Knockout would have not been broken by this example because because it has automatic tracking, because you don't explicitly put the thing in. So this is actually this is caused in a sense by 2 things. Dependency arrays and the fact that this is kind of dynamic. Like you can't put all of these in the dependency array, specifically. And these are separate atoms, so to speak, right? In React, because the expectation is immutability and you redo everything anyways, it doesn't matter. You wouldn't listen to this in a granular way. If you update, because it's immutable data, if you update upvotes or downvotes, that updates the company, which updates companies, right? You have to clone all the way up the tree, so it doesn't have this problem. So Pete's saying reads should track, right? He's saying you should use signals, right? No, he's not. Let's keep him going. No, but I mean, Knockout, you would make, if these are separate signals, you would make an observable array, and then each of these objects would have a observable on it. And then when you went through this process of reading it would actually, this computed would actually get all the properties, and this would just work. Yeah, I don't remember my Ember, but yeah, I mean, it's because of explicit tracking that this breaks, which is hilarious when you consider React hooks. Let's keep on going.
and you change the number of votes, you need to observe that and tell top companies to update. So the way you do that is with this glorious syntax. This is like a thing that Ember made up. Okay. Actually, I think they might have borrowed it from Apple, but somebody made this up who was not a long dead computer scientist. And I like using stuff that long dead computer scientists have made, or people who have invented a language in 10 days, like JavaScript. What's the point I'm trying to make here is not that this is a tricky API, it's that it's not simple, right? We're thinking about our business logic here. We just want to sort the damn list. But with this, I have to load the part into my brain that's like, how are we tracking changes throughout this? So I'm not just thinking about how my application works. I'm thinking about how do I tell the framework to track changes in this data structure?
Is this not what React hooks introduced? You guys get what I'm saying, right? Yeah, I mean, what Pete's saying is that use immutable data and re-render stuff when stuff changes. That's what he's saying. It's a simple model. You don't have to worry about where the data is flowing in your app. You literally can just blow it out. It removes these bugs because you're not going, oh, I missed tracking this thing. And to be fair, when a lot of people think of signals and stuff, they're worried about this kind of tracking thing. But like the places where you introduce the risk of not tracking generally are the places where you give people the ability to explicitly track or untrack. This is why I never initially liked the watch API from Vue. I preferred untrack. Don't get me wrong, untrack is like absolute too, and it does the same thing. But sometimes people have a false sense of confidence when they think that they're tracking exactly what they need to track. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a subtle thing, but like, and technically we have an on helper that does this as well, and blah blah blah. I mean, you end up in this zone, but it's and if we do split effects, we'll do it. But again, that's leaving the system. I think that like a different case or argument can be made there. But generally speaking, these aren't effects. This is derived data. This is use memo, as Dev was pointing out, and essentially explicit dependencies as a necessary for things to work is a source of bugs that, in a sense, React didn't care about because it's immutable and re-rendering, but React hooks said you should care about it. So yeah, I mean, we've actually many but he doesn't know how to do it, so his only solution is to track everything or rerun everything. Yeah, right. Yeah, like in modern side, this is very, very interesting. Yes, and this was kind of the conclusion I came with Knockout. I did go to implicit dependencies for effects in Solid because rendering was effect. But in hindsight, I think that like that was back in 2000, like before I created Solid, back in my Knockout days, this was the conclusion I had reached as well. Right? You might be selective on how you want things to leave your system, but inside the graph, you shouldn't be playing this game. Yes, and it's true with your explicit tracking, because you don't have this problem because your track is your read. The key part is the separating the description of the track from the read. This is the problem. If your track is a read, you don't have this problem. I showed it a bit on stream. It's a kind of Atom signals library and framework, I believe, that Robbie has created. I might have the link earlier in the chat. Yeah, and these are all really legit arguments against stuff. But ironically, I don't think signals today have this problem. And in a lot of ways, React has this problem today. Not as bad as this, but React hooks introduced this problem. So let's continue.
That's interleaving. That's another thing to put in my brain. So once we make that change, they're resorting all the time, just as they should. Now, we fixed the bug, which is great, but we just solved the problem. We shouldn't have had that problem in the first place. This section, yeah. You guys gonna ask a lot of questions later?
See, now he's talking about Knockout.
Take it as a no? Okay, so we'll go through this section. All right, I'll just blow through this other example really quickly. Here's another problem with KVO. So this fixes some of the problems of the previous type of KVO. This is a system called Knockout. And imagine we're building a stock trading app or a stock purchasing app where the share price is changing all the time and we want to order a certain number of shares and we see the cost changing. Okay, we want to purchase stock. We use another domain-specific language. Rather than handlebars in our previous example, we use HTML attributes to annotate our DOM for Knockout. What this says is basically, okay, I want to bind the text of this span to this format currency function, whatever that current value is.
Oh God, can you picture using a template language like this? You guys have no idea how good you have it now. Anyway.
This input binds the value of the input to the share. So whenever somebody types into the text box, the variable shares gets updated. And then we update the total cost by computing the cost. We bind the value of the total cost span to whatever this format currency cost thing does. Okay. This makes sense?
Yeah, the only thing to point out is this value is two-way binding. It's a data bind. It's not completely implicit, but it kind of comes in the territory when your signals have the read and write baked into them. People can build APIs like this. Oh God, yeah. Alpine and Datastar, yeah. HTMX. Oh man. Yeah, if some people are gluttons for punishment, I guess. Let's keep on going.
Okay. So the format currency function basically just slices off all but the last two digits of digits of precision.
The attributes are as declarative as you can get, but I don't know. I think semantically, simple stuff like setting like specific attributes. First of all, the syntax is very verbose, like because you're not just like setting the attribute you're going to set. You're like data bind this attribute name is this. Like it's very very verbose. But like more so, if you want to talk generally about it, attribute semantics are basically like setting description on the language. When you start putting like control flow in like that, and you start doing that, like you're actually warping the semantics. And it is I agree with Pete that it's a very special DSL like thing. I will say that React's only place, they only have two things that I feel like breaks the language specific barrier, and why I kind of like with JSX. Key prop and ref. These are two things that are kind of messing with the semantics. But when you start doing stuff like your control flow as data bind attributes and stuff that impact descendants and like on elements that like and or using it to inject like a new context, like we're yes, you can technically use attributes for that, but we are very much warping the purpose of attributes. Yeah, I mean, if you mean from the perspective of using data as a way of distinguishing, see, the reason they did this was because back then you didn't want to collide with the DOM space, like namespace. So you put data in front, so you could say that hey, this is not going to collide with any existing attribute or property or whatever. I think something that people don't realize, and React's probably somewhat responsible for this kind of mixture or change of mindset and stuff, because they kind of like tried to abstract completely off it, is a lot of web frameworks actually really tried to follow web standards. So they really did try to follow the rules and be good players in the zone and do the right by it, and try and adopt web components and make their APIs resemble web components, so in the future they could like erase that part of the thing. So, that was also this time period. If you want to understand, like people were really trying to work with the platform other than React, and React kind of showed everyone was. And the way the web platform actually ended up developing was that betting on the web platform was the wrong thing to do, right? Like it will get there eventually, but it maybe, but like especially you can see today, the way web components have turned out, like as definite proof of this. Like, generally speaking, it doesn't got your back. You know what I mean? Like it does at the lowest sense, but you have to walk through so much more stuff. It's not solving the problems for you. As he said, they're focused more on documents apps. I think that I've talked to the Chrome team. The Chrome team, and these guys have moved past that, especially in the last decade. But like, especially at this time period, and obviously because the web stuff moves so slowly, like basically the decisions being made in 2010, 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, we didn't really get them, because of how slow things move until 2020. The stuff that's been going on since 2015, probably much better place, but you don't get that till 2025. Do you know what I mean? So like, I think kind of like understanding that puts this a lot into perspective, because like they were really trying to follow the web standards. Honestly, closest to standards, it's got to be probably like something like Lit, like one of the web component frameworks. I mean, but the problem is they're also shaping it. Like Justin built the templating for Lit and then came back and was like, look, this is what, like, he was like, this is what we should build in the browser. And they almost went that way. And then some people like, so like, hey, hold it. And in the meanwhile, we actually showed that like fine grained rendering was more performant than what they were doing in Lit. And like, we don't want to be stuck here forever, perhaps. But like, it's kind of almost like a manifest destiny in that sense. Like the framework closest to the web standards is the one trying to build the standards. So like, all the other modern frameworks are not. I mean, when people talk about like Svelte versus Vue versus Solid versus all this stuff, I don't feel like they're all, in that sense, the kind of the same level of things. They literally use JavaScript and they use features of the platform that make sense for them, that they can leverage the best ability. And if stuff doesn't work well for them, they just don't use it. It's not using standards for the sake of using standards. It's using standards when they're beneficial. You know, I came across a crazy article the other day, and I maybe I'll show it later, where someone was like, "Solid isn't the future" or something. It was a response to my web component thing, and the person basically, like, their argument was, "I will even use web standards when I know they are not the best." And I'm like, I can't even talk about this on stream. Like, I couldn't do with the stream. I was going to first cover it on stream at some point, and then I was like, how do I even argue against this position? Like, from like where I'm standing, that's like literally the stupidest thing you could ever say. You always choose the best for your user. You don't, or anything. How do you choose a solution for the sake of like knowing that it's not the best solution? And he basically said, like, I'm going to die on this hill where if the web standard says it's the best, or says it's the way to do it, I'll do it even if I know that it's not the best way to do things. It's like there's no conversation to be had there, right? Like that doesn't even make things better. Like if you see something as standard and it's not working as well as it should be, you should be vocal about it. You should talk about trying to guide things in the right way if possible. You shouldn't just stand by it when you know it's not the best thing you'd be doing. Let's just, honestly, it's hard to talk about it. It's just how poor of a position that is. Anyways. Yeah. This happens when people come up with skip principle than user experience. It's Lit's argument that because no one else wanted to invest the time to get through the standardization committees, that it's only Lit's opinion that gets into standards. Yeah, I mean that is fair, but it's also because it wasn't even remotely like the React did a reset on our thinking on the web, and it was like, don't get me wrong, there's the downsides to it, and there's trade-offs in the React implementation and the Alex Russells of the world and the performance and all that. But you guys, like, the web is much larger than React, granted, but for that aspect, those people building those kind of applications, React is like, if you're trying to be like, look, web components are those solutions versus React, it's not even a battle. React slaughtered it. You know, I'm not necessarily going to be the biggest React fan. I like other frameworks, other approaches, but come on, web components, really? Like, it's not even close. And you can't even make that argument with a serious face. So don't get me wrong. There are ways to leverage web components. They have their uses. There's things that can be done. There's ways that, but like trying to just like straight up do it, like say like this is a direct competitor, that these components are the same as the other components, like head to head, is it doesn't work. So like we kind of got at this really awkward place. I think there's been a lot of effort, especially on the standard side, to reconcile that gap over the last couple of years. I have a much better relationship with the people and work on the standards now than I probably would have in the past, and much better than, say, Pete Hunt and the React team back came in, because they felt almost like attacked by this. But the truth is, the React guys were right. I'm sorry, you guys have to like settle it in. They were right. You were wrong. Like, sink in. I'm not saying this as some like mega React fan. Just understand this. You guys might have reasons for what you did and the bigger picture and all this stuff, but within the scope of the thing being talked about, React was right. So figure out how to regroup and reconcile and move forward from there. And I think the current group of people working on the stuff definitely has. But historically, this has not always been the case. Okay, anyways, let's continue going on. He's got a KVO thing. I want to see what he's doing here.
We have a stock view model, which is our model that we're creating. Remember, we referenced the price and we referenced shares. So those are two observables. The price we have in this example just randomly varying, and the number of shares is initialized to 0. And then the cost is a computed property, just like in our previous example, except in this case, we don't have to explicitly list off what our dependencies are with that .property syntax. We just call them as functions and the system figures it out.
Sweet.
So if we wanted to make this a little bit more flexible, and we want to either buy a certain number of shares or total dollar amount of shares, things get pretty crazy. So this field is changing all the time. It becomes very difficult for me to like insert something.
Okay.
Because
Where's the code?
And it's resets my input sometimes, and that's because.
Okay. Do you guys see what the problem is? Look, does he actually show in the code? How is he writing to the freaking cost? Oh, because he didn't show the template. He put computeds shouldn't be writable except under special cases.
We just call them as functions and the system figures it out.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
want to either buy a certain number of shares. It's changing all the time. Input sometimes, and that's because we have to make a change to our computed.
Okay. So he made a writable computed. Ugh. Writable compute. It's funny. I actually kind of agree with him on this point in terms of this is not how you solve the problem. This is how you did used to solve this problem with Knockout back in the day. But essentially, what he's doing is he's causing this kind of bouncing behavior.
Property, because the price and the amount of shares that the user is entering are fighting over what is the canonical source of truth for this value. So we have to add some of that crap. I don't even know what it does, but like that's what you have to do. Anyway, on to Angular.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and then he just kind of passed by it. It's too bad, right? It's funny because in Solid 2.0, I've been working on some like writable computed things, but they don't resemble that. And funny thing is, I think Vue still has that form of writable computed. I think the key characteristic that you have to do when creating a writable computed is make it so that the derived state overrides the writable state, and the writable state's ephemeral. In that case, that scenario doesn't really happen. The other thing is he's pointing at the fact that it was push based without actual synchronization effect. Because like I kind of wonder what that example looks like in React with hooks. Because yeah, linked signals are more like they are based on the writable work that I was doing, like the newer type of writable, not like the classic ones. There's a slight difference in their semantics, where the derived signal actually owns the writable signal. So the derived is higher in the hierarchy, where the classic writable computed, it's more like it's more like having effects right to signals. Right, because like the link signal or the kind of writable computed or writable memo, or actually one of the new base signal APIs in Solid 2.0, the idea is it's more of a derived, like the use case for it is if you wanted to synchronize something with props, it's ephemeral. So if props come down and you go, I want to create something writable so I can update within my component, the count, but I want it to update when the props count comes in too, and have that override it. That is the case for writable, not to have something fight for the source of truth, but to basically project an ephemeral state on top of a derived state, so that you can start as the derived state, temporarily, ephemerally write over it. And then when you actually push the update up the tree and then it comes back down again, you basically replace the drives, the ephemeral state with the drive state again and start over. That's like a reset. It's very useful for doing forms, basically. But if you notice, in that zone, it's actually a unidirectional flow. It's not this fighting for state kind of thing. So, like, for the most part, what I'm saying is that pattern, he basically tried to find the most contrived example of a specific API that he could to make it do that. And it doesn't, like, you just don't, no one does that anymore, I don't think. Yes, exactly. And Svelte derived being writable, I believe, again, works the way that I am talking about. This kind of writable computed, no one, like, as I said, I wrote a lot of the modern stuff. You guys have been following my stream. I wrote about this, and wrote about this stuff online about 5 years ago, right? About how I would approach the problem. And in the meantime, Solid hasn't kept up. I was working on SolidStart, but other frameworks and solutions actually implemented the stuff that I talked about. And so they're not this. You know what I mean? Like, where's the problem with this is, this is literally writing to these things. Like, even in Knockout, the correct way to do this is not this. The correct way to do this is to actually make an independent state variable. And I used to put it sub observable on the computed and then have that kind of write back in both ways. Like, this is just terrible, honestly. Like, look what it does. It basically formats down, combines these two together, and then when you write it, it tries to parse and split and write to both of them. The funniest thing is, I bet you, even with this API, and probably this is where Vue gets by, you don't have to experience what he experienced in Knockout today. Like, this is just not a thing at all anymore. But he has a valid point for the time period. Yeah, this wasn't contrived in 2010. No, I think so. Just pointing out that this thing isn't, like, if this is his only argument against implicit tracking, it doesn't say so much. Basically, his first argument was that we should auto track, and I think everyone here got it. This one is like, we shouldn't. The lesson from this one is we shouldn't synchronously, like, write back, like, in a compute. Like, this is basically like writing to state in an effect. That's kind of like his argument. Except, yeah, he basically said, don't use effect to write state. This actually, that's what we saw earlier. This is Aiden's picture, right? Even back then, we knew don't write the state and use effect. That's essentially what you're seeing right here.
Anyway, on to Angular. So I covered KVO both in its explicit form, where you list out the dependencies, which has a lot of, like, very easy to understand bugs, and implicit KVO, where you can still see these problems with data flow and arguing over who is the source of truth. The third approach, which I think is better than the KVO approach, is this thing called dirty checking, which was popularized by Angular a couple years ago. And this is, again, I'm a great designer. This is a very common unit on Facebook, believe it or not, where you put a profile picture next to somebody's name. And we put those, like, everywhere. So let's make a reusable component for that in Angular and see how it works. So we start by creating this thing called we basically use this thing called a directive. So FB avatar is that component. In Angular, it's called a directive. And we say, hey, create this FB avatar and use the current user that my controller is providing. Does this make sense? I don't blame you if it doesn't, because it's Angular. No, but so I'll get into how the scoping stuff works. But basically, this user equals user thing refers to a variable in the scope that controller provides. And it'll make sure this avatar is kept up to date always. So the way that we do this is, in Angular, we create a new module. We create a controller on that module, my controller.
There's the $ scope I was talking about, where the controller is a singleton, and then they have to, like, inject the temporal, like, the local
And
scope.
this $ scope thing is where those variables are looked up. And so we initialize the user variable on the scope to be my user object. You could imagine this being fetched from the server somewhere, sent down to some payload. And then we want to actually render this data structure. So we say, OK, create this directive called FB avatar. And this is our specification for how it should be rendered. So I don't actually know what restrict E means. I think it means restrict it to an element. You can only use it as an element, but that's an implementation detail. But the point is that this says, hey, render this template, and then make sure that the user always updates when the value on the scope updates. So that's where that user equal sign thing means. And we're also using this FB pick directive that we can also define. So we can use composition here, where we say, OK, I want a reusable profile pick component that we might use in a different UI. So there's like face piles in Facebook. And then we want to reuse it in this other media object. Now, the problem here is that we can't actually use our existing JavaScript tools to understand this. So if anybody's ever used a linter before, like JS hint, it doesn't understand what these strings do. These are just opaque strings. So if you want to know whether you're using a directive that hasn't been defined, you're SOL. You've got to run it, and you've got to hope that you hit that code path. And it's really, really difficult. Also, if you want to get a stack trace, if this directive throws an exception and you want to see what other directive was creating it, it's very difficult to get that as well. That's because we're rebuilding a lot of JavaScript in order to use dirty checking. And what dirty checking does is it just goes over everything in scope and checks, hey, is the previous version equal to the next version? And so you have to pass everything through this scope, and you have to use directives in order to build your application, not functions. The point is that you can't build applications with these. It's that there must be a simpler way. And the Angular and Ember and Knockout folks focus a lot on developer ergonomics and making things work as well as they can. But I just think that they're built on some fundamentally worse ideas. You might be thinking web components right now. I'm kind of coming around to the idea a little bit. There's a lot of stuff in the web component stack that is nice, being able to customize how selects work, for example, like dropdowns. So there's a lot of great stuff in web components, but it's not going to be.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, he didn't really. I mean, he was talking about scope. He was talking. His argument was the fact that like basically there's this like giant shared scope that's kind of like all wooing in, but he didn't really. There was no broken example here. The way he detracts against Angular is sort of the way we detract against React. Do you know what I mean? Where he's like the templating is part of it, but he's like basically saying like, look, we're kind of like you're doing this thing, and then it just all kind of jams together, and then the whole thing kind of just like reruns. Like that. That's the kind of impression I got from him. In the same way we kind of go, oh, React can kind of just hit the state and the whole component reruns. Like it's that kind of thing. And he was arguing about the linter and the strings, but like it's funny because tooling now has caught up, so that they actually have pretty good templating processes on compilers and on strings and whatnot. He's not wearing a bathrobe, so I disregard his argument. It's yeah, it's kind of funny that that people svelte really. I called svelte templates string templates at one point, and Rich got really offended, and I think it's because of this kind of mentality. I honestly was like, it's just when you inject a different language that isn't JavaScript as a top level scope, I call it a string template. Apparently, that has negative connotations because of this kind of thing, but I don't know. Anyway, let's keep on going. What does he say about web components? I'm not going to watch the whole video. We're almost to where I wanted to stop.
The way that you structure your application. And that's what React tries to solve, is how do you structure your application to manipulate the DOM. Web components is kind of more of the same regular DOM API. So I kind of think of it as standardized worst practices. It's kind of a bummer. What if we had a reactive JavaScript though? Remember, we talked about...
Yeah, Dev, yeah, so basically, if you watch this talk, auto-track dependencies, don't synchronize state, don't write template strings. This is a talk recipe for SolidJS, yes. Pretty much, right? But it's also React, kind of. No, I mean, if you view old React as basically auto-tracking all possible dependencies, it's also React. Hooks came about because they needed actual control and composition and performance, and that basically threw one out the window. So, but yes, I think you're getting to the point. Pete Hunt, it would be a huge fan of SolidJS. He's not, but just throwing that out there.
Like a polyfill for reactive JavaScript in the DOM. So let's look at this example again. Remember this? The most voted companies at the top, and then the percentage of the votes that are upvotes. Now, we had to hack around this and create all these observables or pass things through scope in order to get this automatic updating, right? Otherwise, in JavaScript, if you update a variable, all of its dependencies aren't automatically recomputed, right? Because program flow goes from top to bottom. But imagine that they were. So we could render JavaScript like this. We have the same stuff at the bottom, basically. We get our rendering total number of votes in computer prop. One unordered list, one that shows the title, and then the percentage of votes that are upvotes.
This is really cool the way he wrote this code, by the way. Because immediately, see, he's leaning into the fact that he's using a virtual DOM right off the bat. Like he's like, look, what if we can just say that UList has a class name, has this ability to sort a list, take the first three, and then map them to DOM elements. Yeah, basically, yeah, React is just JavaScript.
This is all just regular JavaScript. There's no framework involved here. We have some helper functions to create the elements, but other than that, this is plain old JavaScript. You know, slice, map, summing stuff. Like it's all pretty basic stuff. And what's great about that is that since JavaScript is, like by some definition, a real programming language, you can actually use regular techniques for abstracting stuff, right? Like you don't have to create these directives, and you don't have to create observable and computed properties. You can just say, oh, that expression in there looks like pretty ugly. I want to pull it out into a function. And you just do it like that. You know how functions work?
The funniest thing about this is, like, I mean, he does a great job of bearing the lead here, is that if the Ember example was written implicit with knockout at the beginning, and he was doing his work here, the knockout version is more efficient than what he's doing. And I don't think it's any more or less code, but let's keep on going.
What's also pretty cool is that we could unit test this separately too. Imagine that this is like this big complex piece of UI, possibly reused in multiple parts of the code base. You want the team that owns that reusable piece to be able to test that separately from all the places where it's used. Again, if you can't think about individual pieces separated from each other, then that's more stuff you have to load in your brain, and that's not simple.
Yeah. This is an argument, to be fair, of why not to pass signals as props, because then you have to be aware of whether they're signals or not. But React had something very right there, that if you treat all inputs as reactive or possibly reactive, then the decoupling thing is real. And this is a principle that I took on with Solid, right? People complain about the prop destructuring, but if you go, look, any prop can be reactive, you can't destructure, and you just take that as a rule, then you're basically safe. Like I know it's something you have to jump into at first, but what it means is ultimately things will just work in the same argument that he's making for React here.
So we can't do this today because JavaScript is not reactive. And more importantly, the DOM is stateful. So when the way that you interact with the DOM is you say, hey, I want to set the text of this element to this, or I want to change this color over here, and then it sticks. And then if you make another change to the DOM, that change that you made previously is still there. And this is just like that buddy list example I gave earlier, where you've got all of these events going, and you're thinking about all this mutation over time, and it's very difficult for you to predict what does a whole page look like at a given point in time. So rather than deal with the stateful DOM, the React team created something called the virtual DOM, which we like to think of it as a less leaky polyfill for reactive JavaScript in the DOM.
Less leaky.
And it's used in a lot of places. I actually have these slides left over from before React was like super popular. But it's used in our search product, our insights product. It renders these charts, G and VML. But now I can say it actually like rendered well. And the best part is, and it will get live updating data and it will render it for you. And remember, there's no data binding artifacts here. I'm just simply expressing the logic of my application. So how does this work? And so the model we like is whenever any piece of data in your application may have changed, re-render everything. Now, that sounds crazy and it sounds like kind of annoying, but it's actually really, really nice, right? We're not thinking about like the buddy list. We're not thinking about event A, B, C, and D over time. We're just taking a snapshot of the data model and then we're re-rendering everything in one pass. So you can just fit all of that stuff in your head without thinking about the entire history of what your application's done. And so what React does is React re-renders everything to a virtual DOM representation, which is fast. And then it diffs that representation with a previous representation, which is fast. And then it only updates the DOM with what actually changed. So for example, if you render a div with a class name and that class name attribute changes, React will figure out, hey, that div is still there, so don't recreate the element, just change the class name property to be what the user wanted it to be. And this leads to like the ability to build really expressive applications. So This is some definition of expressive power, but I like this one better. It's called practical expressivity, which is the measure of ideas expressible concisely and readily in a language.
He is right that the power of using JavaScript exceeds the power of templates, but ironically, sometimes the ability to limit it actually gives more power because of constraints setting limitations, which means that things have to work a certain way. And by doing so, you can actually make other assumptions that are actually more impactful. I to be fair, I'm not saying either way or is better in this case. I'm just kind of throwing that out there.
So how much typing does it take to express something? How much stuff do you have to put in your head? And so if you think about all the examples for where we did data binding versus the ones where we used React or the virtual DOM, we had to fit a lot more. We had to type a lot more code and put a lot more in our head. But the reason why people tolerate this low expressive power of data binding systems is because they think that re-rendering and diffing is prohibitively expensive. This is why this has never been done before. Because people think you can't re-render the whole application. They think that's going to take a while. And then they think walking through every single thing that you re-rendered and checking what changed is also going to be expensive. So nobody tried it. They just tried to track, what is the underlying change in my data model and then propagate that through to the DOM with those computed properties or dirty checking that skill. This is a great quote. Every system has constraints, specifically around cost. So like I said, KVO entangles your application code with observables. You got to think about how your data is being kept up to date when you're doing KVO. Angular style dirty checking means you're not allowed to use functions anymore to build your application. You have to use directives. And the virtual DOM also has constraints as well. It's not perfect. It needs a signal to say something may have changed in your application. That's it. This could be object.observe. This could be any event. The signal that React uses, if anybody's used it before, is called setState. It's a method that you call when something has changed in your application. Now, the key thing to think about with this is that KVO, your observables are entangled inside your application. So when you're building your application, you're always thinking about it. With Angular, scope is always throughout your application. With virtual DOM, this signal's at the edge of your application. You build most of your application not worrying about it, and then at the very edge, you have the signal that says, hey, something changed. So this is why we built React, is to get these properties. But we also had the opportunity, because we're just kind of building a system based on JavaScript, we had the opportunity to do it right from the beginning. So we were able to avoid domain-specific languages when we were building this.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is that when you introduce domain-specific languages, so these would be like the magic HTML attributes to inform data binding, composing things with strings.
I think you guys get the idea. I think we heard it enough. Yeah. Yeah, I my gut feeling is this. Let's look. I think it's around 2015 because he's not at Facebook anymore. February 2015. Yeah, I mean, I think you guys get the idea. I just wanted to. Yeah, playing JSX a lot here. Yeah. I mean, maybe he never quite liked JSX. But yeah, I mean, you get the thing. It's interesting because he has a lot of reasonably good points. But like this turned into these kind of topics turned into something that got very far from where it started. And I'd say the most ironic part to me, at least, is that this talk is very poignant place to say that like maybe React hooks weren't the best design. I'm just he basically, I feel like he could have used his like explicit dependency tracking Ember example there. Obviously, we didn't need to go all the way deep in here. I just wanted to kind of, I think it's people nowadays don't have enough appreciation for these old talks. I don't know why I haven't upvoted this one. It's just like this is kind of the basis of what our stuff was built on. Okay. So, anyways, let's just. I'm ready to move on from here. Let's get back to sharing the screen, whole screen. Let's go here. Entire screen. This one. I do that other share screen so that I can get audio. Anyway. it's a cool talk. If you want to watch the rest, you can, but you get the gist of it. Let's continue on with where I wanted to go from here. Yeah. OP10. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting to see how we've kind of gone almost full circle. People are expecting their data to be special now that, like, basically after this talk 3 years later, everyone's using a syntax that resembles KVO, right? Like, so whether he likes this or not, there's something in people's minds that kind of led them back there. Of course, we have that whole where's my bookmarks? We have this whole example. This is always a risk when you build stuff this way. Just people shouldn't do this. This was his argument against knockout, essentially. In any case, it's a classic. More people should check out that kind of content. We might cover some more in the future. It's very interesting to see the difference of where we've been and where we're going to. Okay. All right. What is next? I wanted to shift gears here because originally I was going to talk about atoms versus signals a little bit later. There's one other topic I wanted to kind of like slide in here very quick for my bookmarks, and I do think it's interesting a little bit to at least talk about it because. And it came out in Pete's video when he was talking about the difference between viewing systems as events versus viewing systems as like the synchronized state. And the ironic thing is signals became that synchronized state thing. Like the early days, they were basically events, which is a fair argument from his standpoint. But when they became these push-pull systems that we have today, they're lossy, you lose notifications, but they synchronize. Basically, you got the same guarantees you got with React in a more granular manner. So, like, it's interesting to watch what's been going on in the Angular community a little bit because there's been they've been building this stuff on basically events feeding into their dirty checking for ages, and then signals are coming in, and people are feeling a bit of displacement here. Quick reminder: RxJS can do everything signals can. Signals can't do everything RxJS can. This doesn't mean that I'm saying you shouldn't use signals. Be smart about the ratio. To sanity check, since many devs want to eradicate Rx 100% for no reason, which is kind of funny. Sorry, there's a comment. What is Angular Bros? It's a podcast. I've actually been on this podcast. Yeah. I disagree with this kind of like they're just different things. We've already talked about how signals are different than atoms. Signals are different than observables in that observables are event systems, signals are a state system. So they cover different things. We've probably talked about this in the past. It came up again, and I just thought that it was funny because I've actually built event systems on top of signals, and I've tried to build signals on top of event systems. Like I used the TC39 observable spec to originally build solid signals, and then realized it was not a good fit because I needed to add back all those guarantees. In a sense, Rx has subjects, which are, basic value carriers, but they don't have graph dependency guarantees. They can't guarantee stuff propagates synchronously or only once, right? So you basically, the value of using Rx observables at the base for signals is almost nothing, because basically all the code that matters is actually the code that's not there. And similarly, I had Rx stuff in, I made SolidRx years ago, back when I used to notify always on change in my memos. But like the whole point of signals is not to always notify. Be like, look, the value hasn't changed. We care about stabilization, not about discrete events. So like there's ways to force the values through. You can always return a different object. You can say equals false, or there's ways to force it, but then you have to make sure it goes through your whole tree. So events make sense. I agree actually with Pete Hunt from that talk, because essentially the way you should be thinking about things is events exist at the outside of your system. and they come in, and then they trigger things, and they're also great leaving the system. When someone interacts with the UI and they or do something, like some kind of calculation happens, and then you have to like log something out. It's like an effect. It's leaving your system. And sometimes it's not the polling that you want, where you want the event where it's like stabilized, like the way signals work. It's actually every time this happens, you want this to propagate through. Like you definitely you don't want it to lose. Signals can lose events being fired because they literally don't care. They only care about the snapshot. In a lot of ways, signal systems like React, essentially. Like React is just like it's like if your app had like one signal instead of like hundreds of them, right? So like it fits in the same zone. You can actually apply that thinking here, which is interesting because how many people use RxJS and React? I mean, yeah, I said they're fighting each other. The whole argument here was like, we're here because when building UIs, something like 90% of the problems are state synchronization, and like 10% maybe are event transformations. Most event manipulation is trivial or can happen outside the UI layer. I'm not saying that events are trivial. I'm just saying that a lot of people, their idea of an event is, oh, there was a click handler. Oh, like it's not complicated. Don't get me wrong. It's the Arcs people like look at our elegant drag and drop solution with debouncing. It's like that is a great use for RxJS. But a lot of people, it's literally just like they were using Rx for state synchronization before. That essentially, when you remove all the state synchronization part and you're left with the event part, there's a whole class of apps that literally don't need any RxJS. We shouldn't be suggesting using like one replaces or displaces the other. But even like I had this conversation with the Angular core team. Like they kind of understood this. They were like obviously we don't get rid of RxJS. It just like how much do people generally need RxJS in this world? They change can be event as an end-to-end experience. Yeah, Redux observable. Yeah, and Redux is one of those things sitting at the edge of your system, right? And it makes sense at the edge. So there's some people arguing against this. Where's the conceptual, but it's not the same thing. Lovely. That's correct. People want to get rid of the replay signals just because. Well, no, it's not just because. It's because they literally don't need RxJS. Yeah, where is it? Signals are just an abstraction of events. No, and I think by the end of this is a kind of interesting conversation with Matthew Phillips. For those who don't know, Matthew Phillips, obviously like Astro core team is CTO of the Astro technology company. Yeah, but he's also one of the maintainers of CanJS for the guys who go deep. That was one of those reactive frameworks back in the day, like back in the knockout days. So like he's familiar enough with like observables from like a signal standpoint but the funny thing is, as we go through this conversation, he's basically arguing for events and against signals. So it's funny, this is how the conversation started, but it's like, because basically signals in some ways do less than events in order to be more, use that constraint to be more powerful. So seriously, event management gets pretty complicated in running real-time features. I agree. But most people aren't doing that, which would be more common if web dev tools didn't make it so hard. I have an interesting question for Mike, and I know he watches these videos often enough that he might, check it out later. But like, could the problem be why you don't see more real time is because people can't even get past the state synchronization problem? Like, essentially, if you've solved state synchronization, then that opens the door to do more stuff with events. It makes it easier because you're suddenly not worrying about that. People haven't even got past state synchronization. That's why we see less of this stuff. And if you, it's not because these aren't hard problems. It's just people haven't even been able to get up to bat. Yeah, he's tried to build state management on top of it. I mean, there are state there are event-based state systems, like, and people talk about the like the actor pattern and like X state and the state stuff, but like, I mean, all that stuff ends up living on the edge of the system because ultimately the UI, it's like a game. You FPS, you don't need to render every possible frame in the middle. You just need to make sure that at any frame you don't have tearing. So like, that's the job of state synchronization. We get rid of the tearing. These solutions are allowed to exist. It just, on the scale of, from document to app to like video game, I guess, there's not that many people hard on the app side. Has been the argument, and honestly, that's where I've always lived, on the app side. But there's even less people on the video game side. But they do exist. We're seeing more complicated real-time systems and stuff coming in. So yes, each has their place. But when you're talking about in the scope of all Angular devs, yeah, most of you can get rid of your RxJS. Like, it's not controversial. Should all of you? Definitely not. Anyway, just short little topic. Let's just keep on going. It seems that Matthew's talking about signals as an architecture rather than as a primitive. Is that how you see it? Yeah. Like, if we go deeper into this, I don't want to go through. The point is more that signals are simplified type event. The simplification comes from hiding the root event from you, but the consequence of signals are lossy. You lose intent. Yeah. As long as your app is purely derivative, this is usually enough. But when you have side effects, it becomes complicated to use so much the usual advice not do side effects with reactive data. Good. The consequence is you have to manage two different types of paradigms in your head, and people struggle to do that. Like, I agree completely with this chain of thought. I just think that the state synchronization problem is hard enough that it's worth introducing a system for it. And in fact, you can view React as one of those types of systems. Like, in this context of conversation, all UI frameworks have something more in common than like this event-based things. Like, because this quality that we're talking about is the same in React, same in Solid, same in all the UI frameworks. Let's see. So attempt to move as much into the clean abstraction as possible while ever going distant from the reality outside. Yeah. I think there are two worlds here. It's obvious if you ever try to write a reactive programming language. It's definitely an inside and outside the system. It's best to inject the language in the existing language where it isn't even native. React tries to hide this. Yeah, I mean, yeah, ultimately getting into like writable computeds and stuff. Like, there's a zone where we can do state writability and we can like get there. But like, in general, this is there's a reason why things are structured this way to try to keep things pure and derived. Matthew has had, I'm really interested in what he's been thinking in terms of this, because he's kind of at odds with this current declarative thing. He thinks components are kind of a mistake, and he thinks that the current declarative systems basically pushing us into making it about a state synchronization problem is the wrong model. So I think from that perspective, it's interesting. I don't know what the alternative looks like, to be fair, but like, by his grouping, something like Solid or React, which in a lot of ways are very different, actually still fall into the same category bucket. I don't see any different. Like, almost every signals framework actually has proxy-based state. Like, I'm going to talk about it a bit today. Actually, I've been working like on redesigning parts of our stores. In Solid, they're called stores. In Vue, they're called reactive. It's interesting because they have consequential properties that people don't understand, because even though they are just made of many immutable cells, by nature they actually become a mutable structure instead of an immutable structure, which has implications. I'm going to get into that in a bit, right? But it's actually one of the superpowers of fine-grained reactive renderers, because again, when you have proxies and you can have like arrays of objects with properties in them, and you combine it with, basically they work like signals, like they have auto tracking to where it's used, you end up in this zone where you can just skip the whole component tree, have the state wherever the hell you want, and without selectors or anything, get perfectly granular updates. I'm actually a big proponent. Proxies are why I created Solid in the first place. I thought people wouldn't be into signals. I'm not going to lie. I made signals the advanced primitive, and I originally create store in Solid was called create state, and I was pitching it as like a replacement for React. Yes, we had function components, not classes. React hooks hadn't come out yet, but I thought everyone would use the object form over the signal form, and then people really got into the signal composition aspect of it, especially after React hooks came out. But yeah, I mean, it really comes down to, do you care when the whole thing changes, or do you care when part of the thing changes? If you care when part of the things change, you should be using stores. Basically, if you're doing collections at all, you should be using stores like models, like where like individual properties can change. If you are doing like more simplistic wiring, controlling singular states, then use signals. Like if, anyway, yeah. So let's keep on going. Yeah, I'm over half my list now, and I'm about 3.5 hours in stream. Okay, I gotta pick up the pace a little bit. Okay. This is the part of the stream where we start talking hackmds. Before we do this, we can JavaScript. Yeah, it makes diffing easy, and I think that's an important quality of using stores. Okay, so let's. I've been away, but oh god, why is it doing this thing? I got this new mechanical keyboard, and it's so funny because like I'm not one of those guys, you know. I don't care about my Vim keystrokes or whatever. Yeah, it's literally so funny. I got the keyboard specifically for this use case so that I wouldn't have to worry about okay, we're back. So I wouldn't have to worry about this kind of stuff. Let's see here. Oh god, this is what happens when you're away. Sorry, give me a second. All right. Sorry, there's a direct reference here. Okay, sorry, I have to open that on X to actually get to it. I think. Sorry, I'm trying to like copy it, but I'm not in a place where I can actually copy the message. On YouTube, I can't really copy it, and it's actually Twitch's, and they don't let you post links, so it's only Twitch that does. But actually, I've never tried this on X. I thought that it would just show up as a comment here. I've actually haven't played on X in terms of the comment. Huh. How do you chat on X anyways? Like, how do you respond to okay. I see. If I go into the video, got it. Yeah, that's why I prefer RxJS. They're more directly built on events, like model view updated and finite station. Yeah. I mean, this is what I was kind of getting at. He doesn't like components. He doesn't like state synchronization. So like, I love that he says this. I just don't know what it looks like. Model view update is like Elm, right? But like, hmm. Yeah, I think I talked enough about this kind of zone of things because like this is all fine, but like it's just a different model that, as I said, Signals spoke to me immediately because it was like my FMPGA programming. Uh, this might speak to someone. I just haven't seen, like, I guess Elman's the only thing I can think of. Like, it's tricky. I get what he's saying in terms of events losing intent, but when this is like the opposite of like where Pete Hunt was trying to say that it's hard to understand events in that thing where he's like, I did this, what's my result? To be fair, you don't have to keep that in your head with a good event system. The event system will handle it for you. But trying to write the logic to consider how events interact with each other can be complicated, which is why things like Xstate, where you're actually like describing event changes, it's like a sort of meta programming, and like if to be fair, signals are maybe seen as another meta program. The biggest thing is that they let you, once you're in the graph, like inside Reactivity land, you return to a place where even though the graph is technically declarative and it all wires together, you actually get to write your code snippets imperatively, kind of like React. It's just in smaller scopes. So like you get into the zone where most people understand A/B, like understand how to write their small pieces that way. It's much harder to try and picture how 15 different places come in and how they interact with each other, right? So like I think this has always been the challenge. Like when you need to find like state machines, you know you need it. But most people, that's very difficult starting point. Okay. Okay, so HackMD. I did a little thought experiment a little while ago. And because Nick from he works on a lot of CC 309 standard stuff. Ribaldo, I can't remember his name. He's a guy. He's like the maintainer of Babel. He was like, he was telling me that async context was at risk of not getting into the browser. Basically, they pitched it, and then the browsers were like, "Yeah, this is too much work. We don't want it. Like, it's too hard to get it to work in the browser. Do we really need async context or async local storage?" And he was like, "I need help from the community to kind of make the argument." So I wrote a write up for him about that a little while ago. Actually, it's probably in here. So I rough note all my notes. Async context is solid, yeah, client. I basically wrote this for him so he could use it to make his argument. And I was talking about probably the biggest benefit of async context is the ability to have stack blitz work in the client, so that like we can actually simulate the server stuff, because everybody is using async context and server these days with server functions, because you need a way to inject the request consistently. The problem is server functions, in their wonderfully simple API, remove the request object as part of the signature generally, so that they can be transparent with the client. You don't have to do it that way. Different versions of Solid, I've played with different patterns of getting it. It's actually a pain in the ass problem though, because you can't rely on this in case the person doesn't use an arrow function. You can't, like, if you change the arguments, then like it's actually a pain. So I honestly had been like, okay, this kind of sucks. But then obviously Next.js goes in and goes, look, ta-da, you can use like they basically forced every platform to support async local storage, because they were like, patch version 13.1 or something. They just decided that like they were going to add it for the runtime. Works fine on Vercel, and they broke Cloudflare, Netlify, basically everyone else in existence. And I was like looking at them and I'm like, man, geez, it would be amazing to have this kind of power. Because like I debated this API, but I'm like, I can't use async local storage. Even though this would give us the smoothest butter API, I can't use it because no one supports it. So, you know, because you got to remember, like we were working on server functions in Solid about almost a year before Next.js got them. Technically there were other solutions doing these kind of RPC things, but I think the common modern service functions did come from SolidStart. And I'd love to use that API, but I couldn't. Next just brute forces its way through. And I kid you not, within 2 months, every platform supports async local storage, except the client-side web platform. So StackBlitz is broken for everyone. So yeah, async context. It's this idea that, let me open a playground really simple. Come on, is it just the Google search bar is broken? Okay, I'm just not going to go up there. I don't know what's going on with me. Sorry, not playground. Damn it, playground. Okay, it's fine. We're here. Delete it. Okay, let's start. I don't even care what's in here. It's the idea that, I mean, maybe if I looked at the proposal, that would be even easier. But the whole idea is that you can save something. You know what? I'm actually going to look at the proposal. It's easier than me to do it. Async context. No, not manager. Proposal. Let's see if I can find it. The idea is you can set something in scope, like a variable or like on the before the await, and have access to it after the await. Yeah, unless they're hacking stuff, they still don't, because it's not standard yet, and the browsers haven't implemented it. It's a kind of pain. It's very hard to polyfill. In a sense, solutions like Solid and a few others like React, who actually use async context, we kind of like use our own mechanisms to inject context back in. But the whole power of async context is we don't need to. Async await proved ergonomics already. Async equal. Okay, so he's giving a full explanation here, but yeah, he's talking about Zone.js. Because like Angular literally worked off this, where it tried to like basically attach into the biggest problem with async await is from the outside of the async function, you just have that promise. Then there's no way to intercept between when after the await and what happens till the end of the function. Like the caller synchronously has the context up to it. You think about this like reactive system. We use tracking, for example. If someone we push a global variable onto the stack that says, "Hey, this is tracking right now," and then when the function's over, we remove it. So only things while it's running track. So if you put a set timeout in the middle and read something, that's gonna like the function's gonna run past the set timeout. It will schedule it, but then it pops itself off the stack. So at the time that thing gets read, no one's tracking. And it's the same thing with async await. It gets to the promise, returns the promise out, but then everything after the await happens outside of our scope. So like the most common thing that you hear people talking on the client with this is like, wouldn't it be cool if you could track after the await? I actually don't think that's actually very cool in a lot of cases, but I'll talk about it in this article. But the key part is on the server, it means that you can save information between requests. So you can go, look, I'm going to put the request object on here and then do something async. And then when I come back to this location in code, I'm going to still have the same request, right? Because you can't put on a global because the server supports multiple requests coming in. If you rely on a global, you could get trounced. Technically speaking, in Solid, we do use a global for some kind of context before async context. And we actually had this trick of like swapping it in. So we basically have special primitives. So whenever something is about to go async, we store it, and then because we have special primitives, when it comes back, we actually have the control to go like, okay, we're about to call the user's remaining code, and we'll set the context back in. But it won't, like, the user doesn't await anything. It's like the only primitive that's in the language that lets you handle continuation in the same sort of way is generators. Generators let you intercept because you control the yield back, and you like before you yield it back, you can basically do what you want. You can set something up. So it's kind of forced us into an interesting place because essentially the browsers didn't want to do it. Like this whole kind of thing. Like I honestly don't care about this use case as much, but being able to handle pause starts on like component context in terms of hydration and stuff, there's a lot of benefits to being able to do this. This has historically been really expensive in Node, and it's impossible to polyfill. Over time, there have been performance improvements, but this is very powerful because I think for a while ago, someone in the React core team, I think it was Sebastian Mark Padre, was like, what if all context was async context? Like basically making the argument that like maybe you wouldn't even need a context API if React could just like, you could just set it in this kind of like React scope context, and then it would always just resume like within the scope of where your things are running. It's an interesting API with a lot of practical applications on the server, but I kind of started trying to play around with like, what if we had async context in the client? Like what would that change how we looked at things? Because like I know like the Svelte guys are really intent on this because like their new API kind of brings a weight to the top level. Yes, and explicit tracking be async without async context, right? Which is why I actually started looking at this. I was looking at Metron. I was working at R3, which is Milo's new push-based reactive system, and he was like, I want to take this direction. And I was like, okay, you can do that underlying, but there's no way anyone was ever going to, like, the Solid is not going to go that way. Like, we arrived at where we wanted to, like, regardless of this. So I kind of started kind of playing around with this. And I think the whole async, I think there's a lot of topics nested around here that I want to get into if possible. So that's why I want to talk about this a bit today, because it's the oldest write-up that I have on the HackMD. So basically, the argument I've always made about this thing is, I know I've been a big proponent of keeping tracking on the synchronous thing. In fact, let me dump this into here in case people want their own reference to it. Remove what? What the? Sorry, what? Oh, weird. For some reason, my copy key has the word remove. That was just, what? Let's try this again. I'm having funnest time with this new mechanical keyboard. I mean, it looks cool. I don't know if, let me show you this new glowing mechanical keyboard thing. I actually got this when I got hired at Sentry. I'm not usually the type of person to use one of these, but here we go. It's even got glowing lights. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, probably not. It's like, no, Ryan, you can't do that. All right, let's try this again. I mean, did it lose track of the Mac shortcut buttons? Let me try here. Like maybe it thinks I'm on Windows right now. Okay. Done. Oh, actually, you know what? This is probably the wrong share link. Sorry. Yeah, this is the right share link. Ignore the first one. Anyway, Okay. I know I've been a big prone to keeping tracking on the synchronous side of things. This is mostly because you want to hoist out expensive async stuff anyways. Like pretend you're grabbing the most liked comment off a user's favorite post. If you have a sequence like this, like await the user, await the post, await fetch, and they all depending on these different things, it would be terrible to refetch everything just because the liked count changed, right? I know above isn't reactive, but conceptually you want to break apart that process. User, post, and even comment probably all should be separated from finding the most liked. As you can see, it's basically right along the await boundary where you want those separations. You basically want each one of these in a separate computation. Now, how different is this if it looked like this? See, now, you see I'm not fetching anymore. I'm assuming that the fetch happened above in parallel, and now I'm just awaiting the stuff. Now, the consequence is something that arguably be synchronous after resolution is always going to be async, but you aren't doing a bunch of extra work. The promise is essentially cast. What I'm trying to say here is the problem with this example is because you're fetching here every time, right? If you actually did the fetching above and your process just did the await, you're actually not doing much extra work, but await is forcing everything here to be async. Even if it doesn't need to be. Like if the user hasn't changed, but the like or count changed, yes, this is not going to fetch a new user, right? But it will force this to not be resolvable synchronously. It'll, microtask queue each of these. Not a big deal for the most part, but it's just something you have to consider. It would impact something like hydration. Don't get me wrong, because signals can resolve synchronously, this is infinitely better. See, so I but basically if I separate these into separate processes, these are all separate create asyncs, and then create a memo and do this. In this case, even if the above multiple async resources read in a single computation, it'll all run as expected. And the reason is because, like I'm saying, like even if we read all of these in here, because they can be accessed synchronously, if they're all available, it won't go async, right? However, with our throwing mechanism, you can end up with this. So I've been working with something like essentially with where you throw on async that's not available, right? So if you did, you could end up a place where like it does an expensive calculation and redoes the expensive calculation because you end up throwing it. If those signals were async, there's a chance that the first couple expensive calculations rerun. Yes, there are no side effects. So from the correctness standpoint, there's no problem, which you can't say about create effect, hence why it's split. But we always restart. Basically, I'm just trying to create an argument for why you might want continuation, right? So do you guys understand the difference between when I say continuation, what I mean by it, right? Because there's a couple different mechanisms. I'm trying to think if I want to scale draw it, but when you have a try catch and there's an error, you lose the context stack, right? You basically somewhere up in the stack you have a try, and then execute some code, and wherever it errors underneath, it will throw it up to the nearest catch, and the catch boundary will do those logic, and then it continues from that catch boundary. So yeah, I guess I'll draw this. Let's go white. Good medium size. Let's blow this up a bit so I'm not so huge. All right, let's try this. So what I'm saying, yeah, it's medium size, but it's actually pretty small. Okay, whatever. So what I'm trying to say is, let's say we have some try block, right? And then we have catch. And see, I don't know if I should be using a ScalaDraw or a code editor for this, but my point is you're going to call some function here, right? And no matter how deep down this function is, because you might, that function might call function 2, and function 2 might call function 3, the way this executes is if somewhere down here, function 3 throws something. I don't really care what it is. What ends up happening is you run here, go down the chain, throw something, and then it runs and handle error. Let's put the error in here. And then it goes to the next line, right? So essentially, this is not continuation. This is how JavaScript works, right? Continuation is more like async await, where essentially it gets to the point where it can't run anymore, and then it pauses, and then it continues, right? In a lot of ways, yeah, I guess I can't talk about this without coloration, can I? There's a lot of similarities between async await and errors. And the reason is, like, this was talking about error catching, right? Let's make this large. Okay, error catching, right? But what if we had the same kind of code example and we're talking about async? Okay, let's talk about async. Well, we're going to update the code a bit as we go to get to where we need to be, let's say. But let's start our code example with async. And in async, we're in a block, and we're gonna, first of all, let's just call our function. We're gonna come back and check ourselves later, but generally we call our function. Now, the first thing is that, yeah, let's actually, I'm trying to think of how to describe this, but the first thing is, is if you just call an async function like this, it's going to get to the next line once it gets to the first await in that stack. If you actually want to await it, like if you actually want to, process it and then get to the next line, kind of like how we have this try catch, actually get to the end of it, you actually need to await it first, right? Got it. Now, the thing is, if we have function, maybe I can just copy this, make my life a lot easier. Yeah, let's copy this. If we have function like this in function 2, and instead of throw something, we're like await something. Well, we have the same micro problem all the way up the tree, right? Because if function 3 isn't going to await this await unless you also await function 3 and function 2, same problem. And in fact, to tell the thing is async, we actually have to do this. So there we go. Now we get the behavior that we're expecting. But you kind of see, like, error catching. There are similarities between error catching and async, except async actually continues, as in when this finishes. Get in here. Let's go in here. This is actually next. This next happens before this next, right? This is next 2, essentially, which is obviously when you throw, you can't continue, right? But the continuation means that you can actually continue here and actually have this next run and then this next and this run recursively back up the stack before you hit this next. Evergreen meme. I hope this is related, Dev, and you're not just sending me on a wild goose chase, but I'll take a look. Yeah, this meme never gets old. Function A, function B, function C, function D, function E, async function. Yeah. This is where I'm getting to. This is called coloration, right? Where's my Excalibur? Right? We've had the color basically our whole graph, but we get continuations out of it. So another way of doing continuations is with generators as well. So, but they require coloration. So we're in this kind of interesting zone because I'm going to argue that almost all async pretty much requires some type of coloration. Like every solution you can think of, like in a sense, this is direct coloration. But if you start thinking about null checks, let's pretend you have a system where something is null until it's resolved. If you pass it through a bunch of functions, you're going to have to check at each point the potential of this thing being null. Like, I don't get me wrong. Like, I understand that you can check higher up in the tree, but if these functions are designed to be reusable in different places, so like function 3 can be used under function 2, but also under function 56, you're going to have to check if it's null, if it can accept nullable values, basically. So regardless of what solution you do, you need this kind of async always has this coloration, right? And like, even if you're not using async functions, you either, and you're trying to be smart about it, like use signals or something, you still are going to get to a zone where you're null checking or you're awaiting. Like there's some kind of syntactical wait because the code has to be aware of how to handle the situation it can't handle. There's only one mechanism in JavaScript that can handle situations that it doesn't know how to handle in a colorless way, and that's over here. Until we threw something, yes, there's a starting point, but in between the starting point and everything else here, there is no coloration. Now, there are programming languages out there, and JavaScript is not one of them, that have the ability to do error catching in a continued way without coloration. Basically, throw something here, and then if it's handled here properly, continue from where it threw from. JavaScript, unfortunately, is not one of those languages, but it is an interesting property. In a sense, it's funny, people have like these technical names for these things, but if you ever heard the term algebraic effect, this is what they're talking about. I don't get caught up in the old camel lingo or whatever, but essentially they're talking about a source of being able to do continuations in a colorless way. Okay. Why am I talking about this right now? Yeah, Dev, again with the link, Dan Abramoff has a great article about algebraic effects, and he goes through this whole thing about like the like basically if you can ask a specific type of question, like I don't know how to handle name, or an aspect, I don't know how to handle logging, you can write your code in a way that goes like, look, I need the log here, but I don't know in the system how logging's handled. Ask for a logger, and then something in like a try catch basically goes resume with the logger. Like, so ask for a name, resume with the name. That's a simple example. This is a great article, honestly. This, I don't have to explain it thanks to Dan Abramoff. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because almost I as I started like looking through this kind of like async context kind of thing, this is the fundamental challenge here. If you want things to be colorless, you basically end up throwing. This is why React throws promises. But like there's no solution of like you either colored, whether it's null checks or async functions, or you're basically throwing. There's no actual realm in the middle between that. So it just, this is an interesting problem to solve, because if you throw, you have the risk, even when you're pure, of doing expensive calculations again. Like in a sense, you kind of wish that you could continue, but I don't know. Like sorry, I just need that basis to continue with this conversation. Hopefully that makes sense to people. You just got all the links today. Effect language. What is this? It's a research level language. Algebraic effect. I mean, you also find stuff like this, I believe, in like OCaml and other functional languages. Anyways, continuing on where I was going here. Now, in JavaScript, there are only two forms of continuations: generators and async await. Unfortunately, async await, we can't reinsert our tracking context. So you have to use generators, or we have to wait for async context to arrive. So what I'm getting at is, not exactly. There's a third option, which is manually pass the tracking function, right? So this is kind of like the thing is, like, if you did want to say track across boundaries, you either have to use generators or you have to pass the track count. This way you can track after wait, except sure, that's fine to create a, but maybe now you need it in create memo, create effect, pretty much anywhere, because anywhere that could be async downstream, you still have this problem, because async reads, like async is innately causes coloration. So you can't get away with just making your async primitive like this. Basically, everything needs to be. How do we get that into JSX? I mean, Robbie has answers he talked about earlier, but I'm not sure I'm convinced. Moreover, you need to be able to support async functions and promises everywhere. It sort of becomes this coloration issue again. TypeScript isn't going to be our friend. If you put a wait inside a JSX expression, it will want your whole component to be an async function. Yeah, I was playing around with the svelte syntax, right? And I was like, okay. I mean, when I say the svelte syntax, I was looking into it like years ago before svelte proposal, but I'm just for similarity, I was like playing around with a place I put a wait, and they're like, oh, you can't do it. But the problem is, Solid compiles out the functions, so the actual only way to make this shut up is to do this. Oh, sorry. Am I not? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, is to do this. And like, sure, a compiler could fix this, but this is like not what you actually want. You don't want an async function. You just want, like, if you look at the compiled output, you want see, it's still erroring here because you actually want the async to go here. Like it conceptually works, right? But the problem is that the syntax is separated. Like, you need a much, like, this is not a compiler level thing that I could do unless I control the parser as well. Like, basically, like with JSX, I only actually control the compiled output. I read the ASTs, but I don't decide what the parser can read. You need a fully custom parser, like something you have in Svelte, to actually accomplish this, because otherwise, like, this is like removing this is an error for Babel. It can't get past that, because it's just not correct JavaScript syntax, even before we talk about how we can compile it. Anyway, just a funny kind of side notes, but let's continue here. While this is a solution right now, I don't think it'll ever be the ideal one. Firstly, where this matters is the minimal case. If you force coloration on everyone, everything will just be chain of promises. People will resolve high just to avoid this mess. Secondly, when other solutions appear, this will look overtly complicated. Yes, Jotai has this API. People aren't passing Jotai atoms through their props and using the hierarchical trees. It is acceptable there, but I think it would be very challenging to the core state management and UI framework. As I said, Robbie's challenging this assumption, but this is what I've concluded. So what can we do if we want to give people this superpower in the future without completely butchering their code? What if you throw by default on access, but signals are also thenable, i.e. you can await them if they're both promises and signals? Then most of the time you wouldn't, but at some time in the future when async context arrives, we could add a feature to be able to let pure computations take async functions and have continuation. Since all computations need to be able to handle async anyway in 2.0, it isn't that far of a stretch that when the time is right, we give this power. That way, when async context lands, people will find it works and people find that work needs to be sequential, we let them. To be fair, we probably could do this with generators today, but I have some reservations. Mostly, I haven't thought through this too hard, and I think async context we can do almost automatically. The catch, of course, is the random function value isn't going to be thenable, right? It's the signal problem, right? Because anything can be reactive. If you want to await an arbitrary expression, maybe some props you need to pass through, you might need to use like a resolve helper. What this does is turn any reactive expression into a promise, and it could shortcut if the input is already thenable. But then it could be a built-in mechanism. So what I'm saying is if you directly have something from create async, you could just await it or create memo or anything. Or if you have some kind of expression like a props expression, you could wrap the expression and resolve and await that if you cared about it. But of course, you could always just do this knowing the function might run twice. So what I'm saying is like this is an optional thing. By default, we throw in the memo, but if it's really important that it doesn't run twice, you could have the option of awaiting it. This is just a quick thought, but I think if we were ever convinced that giving this power, this is the way to go. Mostly that we don't have to force promises everywhere, especially in things like JSX, which aren't going to have that sequential problem, right? It's fine-grained. And we give users the ability to do stuff if they really want to. Of course, the performance could really suck with async context and using wait anyway, and this isn't worth doing, but it feels more in line with what we're going for. Basically, what I was just making this argument for why I'm not interested in changing our APIs to using await directly or using the get tracker. From my perspective, not only is it not necessary in the 90% case, it's also or actually probably like 95% case, it's also solvable in a future. Like we haven't closed off the design potential here with how our stuff works. I don't know, topic interesting, but it was just kind of a thought experiment because as I said, I'm not even convinced that you don't want to separate these. Like, why aren't these already memoized? Do you know what I mean? Like, why? Like, there's probably some scenario where this is your case. But it's interesting to kind of open the space because you definitely don't want to do it between fetches, and you kind of don't want it to force async when things can be synchronous. So I think the best solution is making it opt-in for people where it's really important. It's just like, because obviously awaiting a microtask is better when expensive things are involved than say throwing, but that's a choice that I think the developer has to make. And I think in 99.9% of chances, throwing is the correct answer. It'll be fine anyways. But some people might disagree, but that's why I wanted to talk about this today. Just kind of a mental experiment. How you doing, chat? You still with me? Okay, let me look at this. If everything's async, there's only one color, true. The funniest thing is, I mean, you do Preact, right? Have you done much React since Suspense has come in? There is challenges there in that the fact that like components re-render and it's like a very widescreen thing, but non-nullable async is incredibly a blessing. Like React, basically, you get something here and you can pretend that user is always user, even though you're fetching it. Like you don't have to null check it. And as long as the scope of the lines, the durations, that's kind of clear, it actually makes writing the code way simpler because you remove all the coloration throughout, all the null checks, all the things, like all the conditionals, all the, like it basically like drastically improves. Like I don't think it actually ends up being that, like basically if you're in a world where you have to pretend everything's reactive anyways, pretending everything's async is actually not much of a stretch at all. Like I could see in a like it's plain world that this would be different, but if you're in a world where like you have to write stuff in such a way that it tracks, that you're wiring stuff implicit, like by saying like, okay, props ID is reactive, so we have to put it under this, create async reactor, we put on the memo, put this in JS. If you're already wiring the stuff that way kind of naturally, which happens just by writing stuff in a way that's declarative, saying like this uses this, you're creating those bounds for bindings to you already. Once you do that, for the most part, I mean, obviously somebody debugging specifically following the trace of the code will see this and be like, okay, that's something. But for the most part, from a logical standpoint, it's not like it's actually not that big of a deal. Coloring is a feature, but it also makes refactoring incredibly expensive. And I think the reason React did suspense and move this is you don't always control all the components in your tree. Like someone introduces async somewhere, you have to basically refactor the whole component tree, like in terms of props of what's allowable. Like there's something very attractive from a modularity standpoint and a ability to kind of move stuff around, to be able to like remove this color. Oh, you mean remove the create? I don't know. It's kind of served as a like a fixed point on the API shape. I mean, it's interesting. You uses 3 characters where creates 5 characters, so that obviously kind of stands the way of stuff, and people feel it's bulky. But it's also kind of like, I mean, this is silly. It just, the people who talk about like shortness and svelte, I'd almost add a character to the API just to kind of point out how ridiculous that is. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I never actually thought about it. It's concise pattern. I don't want to switch to use. I know Vue did that, but use has a very specific meaning in the VDOM contents, and we needed to differentiate ourselves from React, even if it's just a matter of changing the wording slightly. Serious question. Maybe you don't do Dendable and then just have resolve for everything. I mean, the problem is like, it's the wrapper function API, which isn't bad. This is what Bobby does. It's an arguable thing. It just, or use React's use is another argument for it. It's just weird that if you're already wrapping something to then do the second wrapper, every time I go down this path, and I think I've done it on the stream a couple times, I just end up back in the same API again and going like, no, this just doesn't make sense. Let's continue. You know what I mean? Like it just, function coloring would make the split effects make more sense. I mean, this is why. It's funny though. This is why we have the split effects, so that we could basically say the front half is the only thing that's interruptible. But I get it. Yeah. So Preact has suspense. Yeah. Right. They have suspense, but not transitions. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I get it. The problem is, I feel for React in this way. but it's actually their own fault, so I don't care. It's just when I was building the suspense primitives and stuff in Solid at the same time that React was building the stuff, except I was releasing it and I was building SolidStart built on it, and then I watched Remix rebuild the whole thing without it. I felt kind of bad for the Remix team because I was like, man, everything they're doing is just a worse version of this. And I understand they can't do it because React hasn't released it. And I think that like that's fine, and React hasn't given the tools, but the actual solution as proposed by React, and I know they haven't given people the way to do it because they're like, oh, you have to use it with RCs or stuff, is actually better than what React or TanStack is doing. It is just actually strictly better. It's unfortunate they can't get to it because of how React's obfuscated it. It's just a better solution. Anyway, I mean, the problem is like, I mean, decorators are also not spec, but you can't decorate a function as far as I know. You can decorate, like, I've looked at syntactical things. The thing is, you can decorate classes and class methods, right? I just let it, never bothered me anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I love the Frozen reference, but the funniest thing is when you actually have a working system that gets rid of this, it's so much better. I'm just so sad for the React devs who haven't experienced this. Like in Solid, this has been our last 5 years. The funny thing is Solid is nullable, so it's like not perfect, but having good working suspenses, when I take the 2.0 code, it's just like, I get that feeling I get from React with suspense, but then combined with the single, it's just like, it feels like, I'm usually not the guy that played like the hype train, but it feels so right. It's so hard because you try to convince people and like devs sitting there and doing their thing, but like the second you touch it, you're just like, wow, like this is how it should, like it just, I'm excited for Solid 2.0. That's all I gotta say. You can use either. Both projects are in slightly different places. I think if TanStack is doing what you need, you should probably use it right now because they have more dedication on getting building it out at this moment in time. Solid is kind of like the people who are working on SolidStart are split between TanStack and SolidStart right now because the work that's fundamentals to moving SolidStart forward is also happening in TanStack. So like, it depends. There's benefits to both of them. SolidStart has some more advanced features in terms of communication protocols. I did see TanStack just got the selective rendering thing with SSR, which is cool. It's something that mechanically you can do in SolidStart if you use like client-only components, but they've built into the config, which is something that I always had in my head, but I just, like with the route config thing, but I just never got to doing it. I actually think it'd probably be pretty trivial for us to add that feature. But that's an example where TanStack is taking some of the refinement farther on stuff that's mechanically possible to do in SolidStart, but isn't actually being done today. So like, I think that like from that part, TanStack Start is refining at a faster rate than SolidStart is. SolidStart was always a bit more primitive, but it also, they're going to have different roles when all said and done. TanStack Start is going to be like a Next.js full-fledged framework, all the details. SolidStart is going to be probably, it shrinks down. Like it's basically our create React app. It's basically like our create VDAP with SSR. That's the goal of SolidStart. So over time, these projects will, I called it Start because I literally wanted it to be like a starter template. Low in opinions, low in frameworks, which puts a different place from TanStack, which has all these built-ins. My eventual goal was obviously have stuff be able to just be built on top of SolidStart for Solid however people wanted, including things like TanStack Start. But we're going to see, it's going to take a while for those efforts to completely like merge together. Oh, really? They added single flight mutations? That's awesome. Let me see that, Dev. Where is that? Let me grab that off Twitch. No, that's the wrong one. Let me grab that off Twitch. No, this is your spicy take. This is different. This is, sorry, this is what I was talking about a minute ago. Spence enables a bunch of cool stuff. React, render blocking, promise caching, eager caching, components, version control for spoke. The only downfall is signals. It's like you had to put something there. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. I mean, this is why it's really hard for us to talk about it. But sorry, is it? This is the spell kit link. Okay. Man, if only Solid could get more funded developers working on stuff. We have a lot of good ideas over here. But yeah, I mean, this is how all single page apps should work. It's a shape of frameworks to come. I said it, I guess, about a year and a half ago now. TanStack's following suit. This is what frameworks will look like, not RCs. What we did with SolidStart. It's fine. I actually think there's a world where something like RCs eventually gets there, but I think we're going to see consolidation on the patterns that we developed in SolidStart before that. I think there's still room for partials, but yeah. If you haven't watched this talk, which talk is this talk? Oh, yeah, no, I actually haven't watched it. I saw the proposal, but I actually haven't watched this. This is right around the time I took off. This is the Stalt talk that he did about the async stuff. I haven't actually had a chance. I should check it out. I am very interested in what they're doing in async as well. Yeah, it was fast. Anyway, anyways, this is cool news. I definitely interested to see things progress like this. It makes sense. It's single flight mutations. I'm glad that, I don't know if that is that the term people use now. I'm pretty stoked on that. As you guys know in the stream, single flight mutations started as a hackmd in this thing a little while ago. Probably in this one back in January 2024. But yeah, you guys were there in real time as we figured out how to actually make this work. But since most of them are based on single flight mutation, the stream should follow everything. Yeah, I wonder if this is the first time I actually used the term. Might have used it before this. Cool that it's becoming the term. It's like a thing. Didn't really market it, but I'm glad that. Anyway, where was I? Right, talking hackmds. I got a few more. So it is. You know what though? Maybe we leave proxies for. The stream's getting a little on the longer side. I think I have a whole bunch of topics, hackmds about projections and proxies and stores. All three of these. I'm still working on this one. I'm not even done. I'm going to leave that to next week. We can talk more about nested fine-grained reactivity next week. I can save the topic. Let's just switch gears into this week in JavaScript now. I think we are we're at that time of the stream. He basically spends 15 minutes talking about how SvelteKit's turning into SolidStart. Did he actually mention SolidStart though? I'm gathering he didn't, or in passing. Yeah, he did not. Of course not. But all the features are basically the features that yeah, of course, yeah. Server function, I mean, the pattern just it just freaking clicks. So it's so crazy though, because it took more time in HackMDs and the streams and talking through this stuff than actually implementing it. And it's like, oh man, I wish I had more people implementing stuff. Anyway, yeah, experimenting with server functions. Right back to the first Vite talk. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those. It's always tricky if you spend your time on the R&D side, you're obviously going to be the first people to stuff. So like, you know, it's the other frameworks are watching now, so stuff is proceeding much quicker, which is cool. It means the ecosystem is moving at a much faster pace, right? Like Solid's rendering technique has arguably been the best way to render the DOM for like, I don't know, 7-8 years. But you know, it's only been the last year that people have like other frameworks have caught up to where that is. Server functions did not take that long. After we introduced them, 4 months later, Quick added them. About almost a year later, Next.js added them. SvelteKit's going to be getting them now. Like, Rich is great at introducing new topics, so maybe yeah. Let's see if we can borrow from that. This work that we're doing on async, I think, is incredible. I know Svelte's doing a lot of async stuff. I still like our solution a little bit better because it's even more unblocking, but we'll see how things evolve in time. I think the stuff that we're doing on stores and projections is actually more important. So yeah. If you're interested in the async stuff that we've been showing off, then go to my Signals 2.0 stream from about 3 or 4 months ago. It was in February. Yeah, I did a stream in February showing the stuff that I work on, and basically the whole first 2 hours of the stream is focusing on this. Obviously, we don't have the nice polished version, a conference talk version, but I show off basically working examples of how this approach is completely groundbreaking. No. They didn't talk to me. They do not like Signals. Everyone's like thinking that Remix is not in our camp. As I said at the top, they never talked to him about doing so. That was never going to happen. Anyways, let's switch this around to This Week in JavaScript. Give me a second to get my screens ready. Well, as I said, we will definitely talk about proxies and signals and stores and all this stuff next week. I had enough stuff, thankfully, with talking about algebraic effects and talking about the React videos. You guys kept me talking today, which is not hard to do, but definitely wasn't part of my original plan. So let's see what we can do. Oh man. Okay. So I'm going to pull up my own profile. I'm going to pull up Solid. I know I'm off screen. And then I'm going to pull up my bookmarks, and then we are good to go. I was like going to pull up my bookmarks, but I see more posts like this every single day. So maybe this is how I'm going to start This Week in JavaScript. Let's go. Let's get into here. Writing chessbook.com in SolidJS has absolutely ruined me. Dealing with React performance issues drives me crazy now. And it's not just performance. React constraints feel like shackles once you've experienced Signals, but React won too hard and now we're stuck. I'm glad that the fire is starting to be lit. I'm hoping 2.0 is when we can finally like approach this for real. I was so concerned with 1.0 to make sure that everything was equivalent. We have more resources, more power, more stuff behind us. It's just maybe it's time to go Pete Hunt the world, you know? I think so, because they're important, and honestly, it's all like they're pretty core from my perspective. I still have more hydration SSR stuff to go through. What isn't blocking is the specific mechanism for the signals. I did lose about 2 or 3 weeks, kind of towards the end of May, and when I first got back. Looking into R3, Milo's new library, which does push based. It's not quite ready to where I need it to be yet. It still might be potential, but I'm not going to hold up. I'm not performance based improvements or aren't going to be a hold up for Solid 2.0. Like we're already performing enough, you know, maybe not in like some very narrow reactive benchmark, but like we're already better than Solid 1.0 and like JS framework benchmark, we're still at the front. Like it doesn't matter. That's not going to be hold up. But mechanical things, I think it's important to get right. So stores and projections are important, in my opinion. And I working in R3, and which is more constrained, force push, made me realize there's a big flaw in projections. I'm going to talk about that next week. But it's very important. What do we got here? Sorry, just reading this chat. What do you think about Preact? Is better compared to React, or is it 99% the same? It's smaller. The funniest thing is, even from a performance standpoint, Preact and React aren't actually that different. Especially when you get into like heavier VDOM testing and stuff. It's funny. People always assume that Preact was like much faster than React. It's not really. It's in the video I show. I link to hide it, but like Preact is like in the JS framework benchmark comes in, you know, maybe like 10% in front of React, like in the whole scale of things. Like it's like a 1.4 versus like a 1.5. But I think actually when you get into more hyper rate diffing differences in them, they're actually a lot more similar than you'd expect. Size is big though, right? When it's like 10 times smaller, it is a considerable difference. But that's basically the biggest thing going for it. It's kind of tricky because if you use Preact the way I feel it's intended, you have the same ecosystem issues as Solid, maybe even larger, because so many people don't bother building Preact libraries in favor of using React with it. That being said, there are Preact specific libraries that are amazingly small and very, very good. But like it's kind of that kind of world, because once you bring React libraries back into Preact, you're kind of already losing again. And at that point, yeah, I mean, people will have their opinions, but generally I would say you probably just end up using React anyways. Like what's that extra 30 kilobyte difference if you're bringing in an MUI anyways? Like and now you get all of React's features, which exceed what Preact has. Preact's part of its trade-off of being minimal is it doesn't have all the features. Solid actually has a lot more of those React features, ironically. Smaller in the sense that we've implemented them using different technology or different approach, but it's yeah. React team is not stoked about people. React team's not stoked about people putting stuff in Preact because it literally messes like with the JSX plugin. Like it gets in the way of them being able to do kind of optimizations they want to do with the compiler. Like you shouldn't do that really. Like you can, but it's not really. Yeah, there's no way that the React team is stoked about that. You're messing with their stuff. Anyway, yeah, let's get going more into this. Where do we want to start? Oh, I mean, we can start right with here. Here's my prediction. I love this. David called shot. October 31st, 2022. Here's my prediction. Under Shopify, React and Remix will integrate deeply and form a new framework that starts as a React compat framework and aggressively breaks away from it philosophically. With Miller, Jackson, and Florence under this one roof, you have all the talent you need. It took a few years, but people don't know Dave's our community manager, SolidJS. He keeps the ecosystem flowing. But yeah, for 3 years ago, that was a pretty good called shot. Let's continue on here. Oh yeah, I feel like, why did I bookmark this tweet? And I remember now is I'm usually I got better of it, but when Michael Jackson made the comment about signals not scaling, I was very tempted to quote tweet something along the lines of this is another tweet that probably won't age well. But now that I've shown this tweet out, he's probably going to delete it. So let's not focus on that too much. We'll get into Justin's stuff in a minute. I thought this was interesting. This is more remix stuff, but he's just like basically like filling in the blanks. He's probably getting a lot of crap for splitting off React, and it's just kind of funny. Maybe I read this wrong, but like basically this is all you ever hear from anyone now when you say like, don't use React, use Felt, use this. Everyone's just like the ecosystem, anyway, it's just, I saw that and I was like, oh man, same stuff. Anyways, let's continue on here. I actually have a list that I wanted to attack too. Yeah, first thing I have on my list is right here, RCs and Vite. This is big. They're talking about because it will help Remix get them in. But if you guys remember, Nikhil made an RSC plugin for Vite back like 3 years ago, but nobody was happy with it, but it worked. And then he got Vinci to work as the first thing to do with RCs. And it's taken almost now 2 or 3 years from that point in time when he got RCs working in Vite to us actually having the actual solution. But this is the legit actual solution. So this is huge, right? Before, the only way to use RSCs in Vite was basically to use Vinci, right? I'm glad that people working close to it, like, you have to understand that this was actually really tricky because like the React team had to sign off on it being the way they wanted it to work. And it, like someone had to be close enough to Vite to do it. Like, this is why, lone wolf like Nikhil couldn't just go in and go like, look, I implemented it, which he did, as I said, almost 3 years ago. But now, like, this is a game changer. It's kind of, you're almost asking, why did this take so long? It's almost like too late. Like, it's not too late. Like, obviously RCs are still a thing growing and all this, but like, it's odd. It's kind of like, why would you only have them work for Webpack? Like, why wouldn't you, like, when you release a new feature, you want it to work on every platform, and obviously you can't support every platform, but you have to do at least 2 to prove that it's viable. And if you do 2, then like people can move on or do stuff with it. Like, it's kind of like when meta frameworks, it would be like a meta framework coming out and being like, look, our stuff only works on Netlify, right? And then like you'd be like, okay, but what about Cloudflare and Vercel and Fastify and all these other ones, right? Like, people would have bad feelings about that. And it's crazy that, in a sense, like React only working on Webpack actually kind of did the same sort of thing, because no one uses Webpack anymore except for like, there's a lot of like people like create React app, but like in terms of like meta frameworks and stuff, no one uses Webpack anymore except for Next. Like, basically nobody. So like, they needed to do it to support Next, but like, So like, yeah, it's kind of like one of these things where it's like, I don't know. I mean, I'm glad this has happened. This is a long time coming. It's just weird because like, how much did this interfere with the adoption of RCs at the beginning? You know, how much did this lend to that narrative around Vercel that probably isn't completely fair, yet here we are. You know what I mean? Like, anyways, it's good. It's very good that this exists. So this is awesome, right? And the M API was key to it, right? Like basically, Nikhil I don't know if people realize this. Nikhil created Vinci not for SolidStart. He kind of had moved on to doing React stuff with his work. He could hire people that way, and he'd done enough stuff, but he still felt like some obligation to us. I mean, he's a good guy. He felt, but he built Vinci because he wanted to use RCs with Vite, and he thought Next.js was super slow in dev. So the primary reason he built Vinci was actually to support RCs, even though that's not how most people end up using Vinci and SolidStart and TanStack started the users. He actually created it literally to support RCs and Vite. So like, it took seeing that to get the M API in order to get actual RC things. So it's been a long journey. So like, I think everyone involved, even Nikhil, who's not really involved in this directly, should, you know, pat themselves on the back on job well done. It's just kind of crazy that it took this long. Not on the part of the people who worked on creating this plugin, just the fact that this was not a priority on the React side of things. Yeah, I think Parcel beat to it. Like, is there a bias here? I wonder. I've always wondered if there was. I think it's interesting. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah, like Vite is a weird hack of things, and I've hit this before. But you're like, why wasn't there a rollup plugin? I mean, if there's a rollup plugin, then someone could have done something. Why do they call them RCs and not SCs? That's, I mean, I think it's React trademark, right? I mean, to be fair, RCs do speak on a proprietary React protocol, right? In a sense, like but like I do feel like embracing Vite earlier, and I understand probably it didn't make sense. Like everyone lives in their own scope of the world, so they only have a certain perspective of what they're seeing, right? But Vite was like it's the most clear, obvious win that there's been in the ecosystem in over a decade. Like in the way that, like I would say even more than like, oh yeah, back in 2014, it's like, yeah, React's a feature. Vite was that even like more so when it came out. It's literally the only thing on developer surveys that continues to outpace 100%. Like it's just, it's clearly the thing, and you don't have need hindsight for it. It was clear from almost the beginning. This whole path, you have to be coming from a very interesting perspective to not like see that. Even like when it's kind of sheltered a bit from the React ecosystem, big voices in the React community, people like, you know, Theo, even like made it very clear that like Vite was the obvious choice. Yes, the plugin design using like rollup was the game changer, and we got to thank the Preact guys for this. Jason Miller in the Unplugin was basically saying like, oh, yeah, like that was the whole thing of like just realizing you have a universal plugin mechanism. That was the piece, right? But yes, other frameworks can and will likely implement them differently. I guess the interesting part is there like a general server component plugin possible now? Because like Vinci basically works independent of React as a hook in. And if we could get the equivalent here, like with Vite plugin, I think we could do that. Like he based it off Bun actually, which I don't. He looked at Bun app, which is this thing Jared sketched up one day. He's like, well, wouldn't it be cool if we did this, guys? And then he like never did it. But Nikhil saw that and he actually recreated that on top of Vite, and that's what Vinci was. It's funny. Vinci had implementation issues. It had a lot of mess. He kind of hacked it together, but the actual idea behind Vinci is something that I think is still actually what I'm actually looking for in that middle layer. It's like maybe this will eventually lead to more features inside Vite, but like even 3 years later, he created the right abstraction. Maybe just the not best implementation, because he was literally doing what Vite did in the first place, hacking a bunch of tools together, and him by himself didn't have the wherewithal to actually fix how all that hacking worked. But from an API standpoint, from a boundary standpoint, from a position standpoint, from like when I look at the axes graph of how solution space, it is still to this day, I think the right solution. Anyway, what else I got here? Yeah. Selective SSR. This is cool. I looked at this immediately. I'm like, I thought about doing this, but I never did it because there's like a hierarchical concern here. The answer to the hierarchical concern is actually really simple. You can only override one direction. Once you go to data only, or like once you go to server false, you can't go to server true underneath it. It gets ignored. You have to read the small print, but basically it starts from server true, data only, client only. Like it goes through those steps. And truthfully, if I was going to implement this feature myself in a framework, I would have just stopped at data only. I don't think there's any value to SSR false. We'll see. I might be proven wrong, but essentially, to me, SSR false is data only. But I think this is a perfect example where Tanner is being very flexible to handle all these cases. I would be so tempted to freaking streamline it more. So I think this is, like he talks about here, root default to SSR true, post sets false. So neither before our loader will run on the server, and the root component won't be rendered on the server. Post sets SR true, but inherits false from its parent. Because the inherited value can only change to be more restrictive, true has no effect, inherited false will remain. See, this is a smart system. As I said, the only thing is I can't think of a single scenario where I actually, basically any scenario in which, I'm trying to think of a scenario. Any scenario in which I want SSR false and not do the data fetching, you'd immediately go, well, couldn't you just fetch the data in the component at that point? And the argument is not on future navigations. So the only time you would actually want data only, or not want data only, like you'd want to not fetch on the server, is if the client is closer to the data source than the server at all times. Yeah. I mean, it's a small thing, but I think I would actually change it around a bit. I would go, I mean, I understand this is kind of clever because data only is also kind of like true, but it's a string, you know, where false is false. So you can like use truthy. But I'd almost view like SSR is data only. That is what SSR is, because you're not SSR. When you say SSR false, you're saying I'm not SSRing it, but I'm fetching the data. And then like, so for me, it's like SR true, SSR false, and then like SSR no data. You know what I mean? Like, I understand it's a small semantic thing. It's just like in my head, the special case is actually the no data. That's a rare case. We're saying data only is actually fairly common. It's not as common as SSR true, but I think the two most common things are SSR true and data only. Anyway, let's let's see here. What else do I have on my list? Justin's proposal next. Okay, yeah. So I only got a couple things left. I'm going to quickly blow through some of the solid stuff, just for people keeping track because I haven't streamed in a while. Local first operating system built with SolidJS. Yeah, there's so many lovely examples coming out here. Is your React app slow and you code error prone? Are you unnecessary using memory context? Use motion. We're investigating an approach that lets you use solid components inside your React app. You need past state pre-props. I love this idea, by the way, because using React components inside your Solid app is the pre-act problem all over again. Like you're just diluting it. But if you have a React app and you want to start the migration, at a certain point, you're going to have to do the top down flip. And when you do, you're going to go all in. And that's what I want. But until that point, get a taste. Cool. SolidJS with Effect TS. There's just so many integrations and things happening now that I don't even have to get my hands in it. Urban Planner, mutable reactivity, looking at stores. Maybe we'll review this a bit when I talk about the stuff next week. Starter projects. This was a good podcast. If you guys didn't check it out, talked for quite a while, which is unusual for the podcast. Usually people cut me off. Yeah, I'm going to speak at JS Nation this year in New York. What else we got? Permix. It's like an auth system. Cool. This is cool. AI. I've been finding a lot of AI code startups, as I said before, using Solid for some reason. Even though Solid apparently doesn't have as good, models with the LLM, it seems like the people building AI tools want to use Solid. I talked to another startup founder, not this guy even, yesterday about this stuff. I keep on getting these messages. I think we're getting close to the right time. I'm excited. Okay, so that's it for Solid. I don't think there's much on my timeline. Okay, let's talk about the last couple topics today. First one is Justin's proposal. Okay. Justin. I'd love to hear this week, Java. Okay. I've looked at this stuff in the past, declarative partial updates. I read this article. I haven't read the new one, so let's do a skim here and see what this is about. The time is right for a DOM templating API. Okay, that's his argument. I'm going to put some bias out here. I've always been kind of against this. I've been worried that we haven't really figured out the best way to do templating, and it'd be very scary if everyone just started going along the wrong path here. Sorry. Hope to meet you in person then again if it's yeah. Are you gonna speak in person and not remote? I guess you'll find out. Yeah, I'm gonna be there in person this time. I haven't been taking as many trips to Europe as recently. Like I usually go to JS Nation. I didn't go this year. But I'm gonna be at the New York one. Yeah. All right. Okay. Web platform is most successful application of all time. Okay, let me put this link in so you guys can see it. God, why am I in Vistaprint? There. All right. Yeah, I've got little kids now. I'm not even going to, I'm not going to be at Beat Comp. I'm going to try and do the panel, but I got invited to do Beat Comp in person. I got a little newborn. I'm not making the trip right now. I do a stateside trip, but going to Europe is like an all week affair pretty much. All right. The proposal is high level. We're already getting the opinions. We haven't even got into it yet. Web platform 6 will plan. As much as I hate the DOM sometimes receives it's served, blah, 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 has shown amazing tools, yet the DOM is missing one of the most important popular features in modern web development, templating, currently no way. Yeah. property set. Yeah, he's right, because we have to care about security and stuff when we're building stuff. The kind of templating cornerstone of all modern frameworks. The reason declarative template property. One thing I love about lit, and I think this is like a trademark sign of anyone who does like less popular frameworks, generally speaking, is he mentions like pretty much everyone. Look, he's got Marco in here. And I tend to do that as well. I appreciate this because a lot of authors, a lot of things, they'll like stop at React, Vue, Angular, and then like their framework. Quick isn't spelled properly, but I think that can be forgiven. The reason is that declarative templates are popular, but we count. I mean, it makes his argument that everyone uses it. As far as period imperative DOM API is easier to secure, get tech performance can be faster than all the handwritten code. Static analysis, efficient server rendering becomes possible because you basically just end up with strings. Yeah. It's rare to see a technique win so completely on so many axes. That's good for DX and UX. Yeah, agree. Template is great. What's the problem with the current situation? The biggest problem is the stream core need to the web platform should adapt their needs. We also read concept of lacking templates. Bad for everyone. Users suffer long-term app downloads. Blah 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 blah. Okay, yeah. Is that true? I'm thinking like. You need to download the actual specific template anyway, right? Okay. Developers need to reach for a library that's tools to do basic things. Or it gets to okay. So now he's just talking about like basically using web components, blah blah blah. Frameworks are hard to build because they implement templating, blah blah blah. Platform restriction, blah blah blah. Okay. There've been proposals for E4X, yeah. Big one shift Firefox, E8 for simplification, blah blah blah. Good time to address. The big reason I think now is that frameworks have worn great cow past the pave, and it's true that there's a lot of variety to use line template solutions. They're actually very similar in a lot of ways. More similar to the years. We understand template syntax and reactivity models a lot better than that. I agree. But also, not everyone uses a framework, and there's value. Okay, there's in-flight proposals very low, like DOM parts, but I think higher level APIs like to take off more load. Interesting. I was excited about DOM parts because again, I like small things. I think when we're ambitious, it's very dangerous on standard side. Okay. Popular client templates out the share from those syntax bindings, blah, blah, blah. Okay, sure. Even cross HTML based, yeah, versus JavaScript based, yeah. See, he puts a lit on this side, which is, I actually agree with this. Lit and Solid actually have some of the most similar templating, and the way we actually handle web components is actually similar. But yes, it's funny how he puts it on that side. I don't know if like Svelte people would agree or whatever, though. I think Svelte is an interesting one. I think Svelte, I mean, these are just SFC formats to be fair, but I think Svelte is an interesting zone where its templating language is relatively more powerful than you'd expect. Things get more similar to JavaScript APIs, new data. Similar semantics, popular system DOMs, template expressions, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, this is me reading at 1.5. This made a good initial DOM creation, but bad for template updates, which are still imperative. We can build APIs in today's JavaScript, tag template literals. Okay. Challenge with tag template literals has been that I don't get to compile them the way I want, and I like having function expressions. Tag templates are great, but they're often an unsung hero feature, but they are a bit more syntactic over in the JSX, yeah, especially with using compose system. People love JSX, yes. So why don't we add JSX to JavaScript? Oh, please don't tell me they're going here. The problem is JSX is all syntax, no semantics. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Sorry, thank you, Justin. They actually say that in the spec. And because they made that guarantee, I don't think it can ever be added. If it actually is a breaking change to JSX to add it to the browser. Everyone like this is what I mean. In a way, you could say like it's worth getting angry at things like TypeScript and ESBuild and all those guys who build the React compiler semantics built in, because that is not what JSX is. And you guys and they're kind of pushing this thing that basically builds React into it. I was talking to that guy who was working the LM AI thing, and he was doing this simple example where he was using like Babel standalone in the client to test some kind of generated thing. And he's like, "Can I do this to Solid?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you just need our Babel plugin, and you can run it with Babel inline. It can work." And he's like, "Oh, why don't I need this for React?" I'm like, "It's because React is built into Babel." Kind of crazy, but yeah. JS from the semantics nailed that. It's probably already the hardest part of hypothetical JS pros, but there's a chicken egg problem when it comes to templating. In order to ensure JSX like syntax semantics fully expressive DOM templating, we need to target templating system to verify against. It seems like React already provides this, but in some ways React's templating is less powerful expressive than all the other systems. She doesn't say all, but it is. For instance, React is the part of way to explicitly bind properties, advanced downloads, blah, blah, blah. Exactly. Again, people love JSX. JSX is actually probably popular, blah, blah, blah. Luckily, the good thing is non-standard JSX is the pure syntax with no runtime semantics. Yes, this means we can build JS tag literal compilers as many as we want, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Interesting. Completely remember HTML based. So he basically wants to use something similar to tag template literal and then have us compile to it. Why don't we do HTML first? The answer would be HTML is much, much larger undertaking. The beauty of makes with plain JavaScript, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so you don't have to worry about control flows. SolidJS template definitions, JavaScript subset. Reactivity, VDOM definitely used React, template identity used in it. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So these are the three ways to render. He gave lit the nod here, but this is basically dirty checking. I give Angular the nod, but in my video I literally used lit as my example for dirty checking. So I'm okay with him saying like these are the three modern ways that people do rendering. It's I could argue that the Angular and lit actually sit here, and classically Svelte, but Vue and Svelte have come over to our side now, and Angular is on its way. Good search comfort. The model works with data. Unfortunately, slow compared to other parts and various and differing algorithms. Template editing, which is fast and gives similar results to differing in a majority use cases. It fits well technical. It would be straightforward to specify. Signals are great, in my opinion. I strongly support the proposal. And not care to be in signals based. Perhaps signals will work when they're doing. There's a lot of data non-signal form and platforms that don't produce signals. Re-rendering is the easy way to pick up non-signal data. Pretty easy to have a system that supports both templating and fine-grained consistent models of things. Okay. I mean, technically, because I built on top of tag template literals with Solid, I can agree with this. Signal pure, one passive signal binder would never need to be re-rendered, but it could always work. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Typically, it's done on the component layer. I think this makes it template identity with signals are a winning combination that's fast. Okay. Because I mean, signals don't need the template identity, but he's right. There's no actual downside of this, other than syntax. But we just compile it. The question is, the part is scheduling of DOM updates. Like, does he expect signals to natively interact with this? Okay, I mean, this is only part one. I get where he's going for. Yeah, except for a compile target. Okay. This doesn't say very much. I kind of get where he's coming from. Prozo says that if something is a signal, then an effect must be added by the browser and update automatically. But where does the effect come from? Yeah, I mean, there's holes here if that's the case. Yeah, but like, see, it's dangerous to assume that native signals should directly go to the DOM. If that's where that's going to be, I'm going to drag my feet on this one again too. Let me see what the other article says. Okay, yeah. Constraints, web compatibility, standard files, standard JavaScript, low implementation for serious, no performance regression existing, ergonomics, blah, blah, blah. These are all good qualities, opinions, functional style programming, composition, blah, 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 blah. Template syntax looks fine. Oh, he's comparing them. Okay. Yes. And he's using a for loop. It's interesting because there's different semantics. These things do very different things. Like map and V4 are pretty different. Actually V4 and map are actually kind of similar in a lot of cases. No, but like our map array is very different. Like some of them use memoized mapping and other ones don't. The actual mechanism of it, I don't think so. Like React doesn't memoize its map; it literally re-renders the whole thing. See, I thought what he was going to say is like this belongs outside the templating language because like in lit it's outside. I'm happy with this because then you can just stick whatever the hell you want in here. The mutate DOM as they are evaluated. Okay. Tag template literals. I'm following you. I mean, they're bulky. That's why you don't want to use them. The React team actually made an argument against something like tag template literals because they knew they were coming. No, there's no problem here. Binding template parts. Yeah. Okay. On prefix, yeah. Okay. I mean, that's fine. I'm actually not that. I mean, it's okay to define things here. I think this is like a bit. I mean, this is kind of the fact that he feels he needs to do this shows that HTML is kind of flawed, to begin with. It is interesting. Solid does something very similar with we have prop colon on colon attribute. Like we actually have different syntax for this for JS. I suppose if JSX wasn't a limit, we might have considered a shorter syntax. Yeah. So they work well. So I mean, this is fine. He hasn't really talked about signals. Okay, here we go. This can be more efficient in some cases. Yes. So then there's a lot that happens between this and this. There's a lot of important detail if it's getting okay. Okay. Of course they're asking for something like this, but okay. It is interesting though. Like if we're getting to a point of defining things that we're fine with this, then JSX would be fine. My argument was that I didn't want JSX because I'm worried about being able to define these kind of things. Isn't this just standardizing lit? Honestly, yes and no. I think it's more actually this simply because it's extended goals and the shape is the most way to accomplish that. It's like despite because the Polymer team had the same constraints in the web platform, blah 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 blah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it's still not saying what this does exactly, but I'm assuming this outputs DOM elements. Actually, I'm not even sure what it outputs because if it re-renders, it has to use it fixed in place. I guess it does output DOM elements. And then like associates them with the tag template literal so that they're cached. Yeah, okay. I guess he's assuming some sort of list helper in every version. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay leaving the list helper to user space, but like when you start like trying to tie up the knot with fine grained, this is an area that I don't feel is nearly as worked out. And it's funny, as someone who's been working for 10 years, we just haven't had the exposure and the different opinions in here yet. Like, I'm not going to pretend like, you know, we have the most experience. This is the one way, but like, I don't know, like, you know what I mean? Like, I think he's trying to jump in on it and he's like, oh, there's a proposal, but like, yeah, I get why he's working on this. This is the same thing. My gut feel is we need to start smaller and maybe get here. I mean, if he's had a hard time get this across before, he's going to probably have a hard time again. Like, I hope, I, so, I hope that, I would love to just see if we can have some nice low-level primitives to improve the problems that we have today. I mean, obviously, this is what I say as a framework author. I understand, like, this is arguably the biggest, like, black spot on web components from, like, look, they're so easy, you can just get started standpoint. They don't have a full solution. So, like, he needs this to happen. But it's, I on some level, if we ignore change updates, like, and I don't know if you can do this without actually like making space for the signals spec, but if we can basically not do what he's saying about signals, and this still gives a templating language that we can like use as a fragment, like you know, to create DOM elements, I see some value of it. But I think there's probably a lower level primitive that will, in the meanwhile, handle this case better as we figure things out. I know it's funny. I was complaining about the standards moving too slow, or moving slow, but I actually don't think they move too slow. I think it just we need to move slow because we have to be careful. What am I looking at here? I'll go Twitch tree aware. Tree aware task scheduler. I think it's useful way to schedule down onto the task. I mean, we all build this. It's funny. If you look at the Solid 2.0 code, I have a queue. I think this is interesting. He needs a way to organize it to web codes. This is again another one of those really like weak spots where like when you have a third-party framework, you kind of get this kind of queuing. It's when I think about this and I look at the queues that we have Solid 2.0, it's stuff like suspense completely messes with the queue. I had to completely redesign the stuff to handle suspense and transitions. This is kind of why I don't want the signals directly into the DOM, because I can picture something nice like this and then picture smashing it to hell with some of the advanced stuff I want to do with async and signals, which is so. But yes, this makes sense. The lack of analysis is why is left out of the signals proposal. It's also possible, but like, yes, but for good reason. Like, you know, the idea of tree structured ownership or watchers and build the schedule in order, then blah 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 blah. Current watchers across async, but it's a lot to add to signals. I think it wouldn't get done. Mm-hmm. But on the DOM side, I think we already have a tree that, yes. Yeah. Like, I could see value of this just existing. I just don't want... we're very close to a line where it's like, are we just going to build SolidJS into the browser? And I don't like. Some people have asked me. They've looked at DOM expressions and they're like, which is our fine-grained render, and they're like, can we generalize this in a way that everyone can use it? And it's like, I've shown it's possible. If you look at JS Framework Benchmark, I had a fine-grained version of Vue like years before Vue Vapor, and but like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I still think that assumes a lot. I like how he's approaching this. This is at least reasonable that he's not making it prescriptive like this way. It's challenging is when you want to take this behavior and actually make it into a templating language. Like this, I get and I don't have a problem with. He's just adding custom scheduler, and the fact that the DOM has a scheduler is great. Why hasn't it had a scheduler yet? It's just taking it farther than this is where things get dangerous. Okay. It's interesting. It's cool. Okay. Last topic. Let's talk Vercel. Okay. Just looking at the chat here. Am I the only one who thinks that maybe we shouldn't add more framework functions as web standards? Leave framework functionality to framework, keep JS low. I just think that like we should just be very selective in the small portions. Adding new capabilities of like is a mistake. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of stuck. The web has to be backwards compatible. Oh yeah, I remember got all the A+ promise spec libraries. There were so many promise libraries back in the day. All right. Okay, so yeah, let's talk the last thing. I know you're still still here, eh? Okay. There's actually two topics related, but let's go to my bookmarks. I think no bookmarks. Okay, first the quick one. After 5 years, I just finished my last week of Vercel. What a ride. Grateful to this community and proud to have helped people learn React and Next. Many tweets sent to friends. I guess I don't have to wear all black now. I'm going to switch up my wardrobe. I mean, this is big news. People are excited for his next move, so I'm gathering there's something really cool going on. But the way I look at this is Lee Rob is the last of a certain time period in web dev. The DevRel, like there's still DevRels, but he is the last of like what I call the classic phase of DevRels, kind of where like which kind of during the transition into what like way things move now. I don't think we have the same kind of I don't know if we have the same kind of DevRel pull these days as like it used to. I'm talking about like there was that chain, for a long time that was like Netlify's strong point, right? Jason Langstrom, Sarah Drasner, Cassidy, like there have been like and Vercel also, along with Lee. God, why can't I remember her name right now? I feel like we're kind of hitting an end of that classic DevRel era, and Lee might be the last one standing. Yeah, Cassidy, yeah, exactly. Williams, yeah. Like, so this, I mean, obviously, there's still people doing DevRel, but there was like this kind of classic period of DevRel that kind of COVID kind of impacted and changed the way we viewed the job. And somebody said a while back that like DevRel was a zero interest rate thing or whatever. Like the whole thing shifted. Yeah, Lydia. Yeah. And for a while there, I was thinking to myself, like, Lee is like almost like the classic one. Even he shifted in his techniques in terms of like kind of videos and stuff he put out. But like, I feel like this is like the final send off at the end of an era. And maybe it's just my age, because these are the people that I followed. I wasn't like, this is a time before like we started getting more like YouTube influencer types into our space and stuff. And obviously people like Lee make good use of YouTube and all the tools available, but it's different now. So it's definitely very cool to kind of, I don't know. I don't know what to think about this. It's definitely a change. So he wrote an article here about things he learned. I think these are all great lessons. What do we got here? Go hard at work and work home. I responded to a Next tweet while sitting on a beach during my honeymoon. That probably sounds insane, and yeah, it actually is. Vercel was my first startup I worked up. Before Vercel, I would leave work and turn that part of my brain off. But ironically, because of the passion of building things, I would spend nights and weeks writing code, reading forms. Yeah, been there. It's Tim passion with my work. I loved it. Yeah, this is a very dangerous combination when your work is your passion. Passion without boundaries leads you to burnout. If you're going to go hard work, everything, you have to learn to go home. Yep. I liked helping developers. I liked upset customers to happy ones. So I was reluctant to give away my Legos. You can do both. You can build a self-driving car and take the Ferrari out on the drive sometimes. I started to spend way more time on recruiting to hire people I actually love the work for one day. And slowly I was able to build a system that allowed me to actually disconnect from work when I needed to. Exactly. Obviously, advice for balance and mediocrity. That's not what I want. I want to go hard at work. I want to ship lots of code between, not something putting in the hours. But when I'm offline, I'm offline. Yeah. Anyway, you can work really hard and set clear boundaries. Yeah. Everything can be done faster. You push fear, you can pace without being an asshole. The ideal state of your team and ship. If you're okay with things slowly, they will. Aggressive deadlines. Okay. Great advantage be how quickly you ship. Listen to feedback and iterate on the product. Okay. That's probably very good advice. Like, set aggressive deadlines for yourself. It often starts with a simple question: what would it take to ship next week instead? I feel like this is maybe a lesson that I knew one time when I used to run product teams that maybe I have gotten away from in my heavy R&D roles these days. Scale or die trying. Yeah. What's the takeaway? Scale yourself by hiring great people and building a support team. Okay. Taking ownership doesn't mean taking all the work yourself. Yeah. Always be recruiting. If you don't scale the team, your best bet, go overloaded. Yeah. Things, higher questions. Hell yes or no. It means say no to many good but not great candidates. Closing great people sometimes requires unconventional measure. When the company is growing fast, there's always more to do with the capacity allows. If you can't support another team's request because your team's too busy, you can't have done. Yeah, okay. You have to act fast, performance. Okay. Yeah, I mean this makes sense. Don't swoop and poop. New product, starting theme. You cannot ship this. Keep in mind for months. Then I came in the last minute and started asking to it. I poked decision made months ago. I didn't have the context and I understand the constraints. Okay, yeah, this is a good management tip. Everyone was mad at me, in fact, the terms. Huh. Yeah, I think this happens when people get higher up and they kind of out of it. Talk to people first, shocking, yeah. Listen to your team, best ideas win. It's okay to change your mind. I reviewed every Vercel tweet for years. I thought I had good reason for this. Someone needed to be the person to stop the line from shipping. I'd test the product. You can't take back social posts. Good, true. Sure, you can delete them, but it looks sloppy. Oh, yeah. Once the message got the community, it's hard to unwind. People would tag me regardless, and I have to go clean things up. I came bottleneck and there's friction getting posts. I thought I was doing things that don't scale and make yourself always available. But then I went on an actual vacation where I turned off my phone and realized it wasn't working. The process was slow and had a lot of approval steps, so honest with myself. Fallacy of treating all social posts the same, as Pedro said. Happens in companies is that one size fits all decision-making process, where one's heavyweight process all decisions, including lightweight ones. Two-way door decisions should be made by individuals. Well, actually, one-way doors. If you mess up with a tweet about a small feature, you could just repost it and everything will be okay. The teams working on these changes should have autonomy to ship. Gave people autonomy, yeah. Be willing to change your mind and present new information. Okay. The only thing constraints to my tears falling curiosity. Yeah. If you're team here, startups can be messy and imperfect, but rewarding. Yeah. It's awesome. Good stuff, Lee. Honestly, I think everyone thanks for your service over the years at Vercel. You did a great job of promoting Vercel and also like just making the company feel like that much of a friendlier place, you know, from the outside. Okay, I know you guys have been waiting for this because I did write some stuff. It's the last topic. Yeah, proxy stuff will come up next week when I talk about stores. And it's my fault. I kind of changed. I mean, other people saw this too, but I kind of triggered off this ball. Whereas, like, the news, as you guys know, Nuxt Lab got acquired by Vercel. And Nuxt Lab, just so people understand, technically, the creator of Nuxt, Sebastian, company that he built around Nuxt, but actually, from the practical standpoint, day to day, Nuxt is actually maintained by Daniel Rowe. I know Sebastian hasn't been like hands on for years in the same way, and he's been building a product. He's been building a company, which is a little bit different than Nuxt, the framework. So you have to, I've had this explained to me before in the past, and maybe I'm not getting it 100% right, but you have to understand that there's a difference between Nuxt Labs and Nuxt, right? So for you who do not know what Nuxt is, which I doubt anyone in the stream is the case, Nuxt is Vue's meta framework. Like Next, it was kind of built kind of separate from the core team. That wasn't the trend back then. It wasn't like, you know, like SvelteKit or SolidStart. This is more like Next, where an enterprising individual decide that, hey, there's a market for full stack framework. And my understanding is that Sebastian was actually very influenced by Guillermo's journey with Next. So I guess I'm trying to remember where the actual article is. I don't know if yeah, see, this is Guillermo's one, but I think the Nuxt team wrote something different. Nuxt Lab stewards and creators, stewards and see how they wrote creators and stewards of Nitro and Nuxt are joining Vercel. So basically, Nuxt Labs is off doing its thing, building product, building a company. Daniel Rowe working on Nuxt itself, and then Puya working. I mean, obviously Daniel worked on Nitro a bit too, but like Puya is kind of on JS thing, building all those underlying pieces that power Nitro, which powers Nuxt. So this is like a very Linux mentality of every piece goes together to build the final tool. So there's a few different pieces here. So as I said, Nuxt, the Vue framework, Nitro, this kind of underlying meta framework builder that has most of the core pieces, like the backend server, like the non-Vue parts, and then Nuxt Lab, the company. But who they get to bring in for this is obviously Daniel Rowe, Puya, and Anthony Fu is also working under them. So what's cool about Nuxt Lab is they're obviously a company, but they also funded open source initiatives. I mean, don't get me wrong, Nuxt benefited him, but these are all key people, both in the Vue ecosystem and also because of like, especially Puglia's work through OnJS in the wider ecosystem in terms of people like H3 as a server framework is used now by several platforms. And Nitro, more importantly, is the basis that we chose to build Vinci on, which meant that SolidStart and TanStack Start were built on that, along with Analog, aside Nitro. So yes, when I saw this news, I did not see it coming, even if I probably should have. And I just kind of sat there and I'm like, huh, this means like we're all Vercel. And I know, like, who cares? But like, I was just like, this is kind of like a weird inception moment for me, right? It was like, huh, like Astro and Remix are outside of this. And then I put Quick City in here, and the Quick City guys are like, yeah, we're looking at Nitro. It's like, okay, so maybe Quick City is going to be in this list too. So Fresh, which is like very Dino specific, but like other than like Remix, which who knows? I mean, Remix Future is a whole other thing. I don't even know where that sits. But like, it's kind of, it's kind of like, for me, really, like I added these guys later as I was thinking through it. But like, I was like, in my realm of things where I care about and I touch, everything but Astro is now coming out of Vercel. I mean, and Remix obviously too, but you get what I'm saying. And just because the creator of OnJS is working there, right? And it's something to think about, right? Because I as I said, I don't know. When I wrote this, I wasn't sure what I was thinking, right? Because I mean, I've worked for Vercel competitor Netlify in the past. I've been involved with certain things like with the Cloudflare folks about equal play and all this kind of stuff around openness of Next and DAX and like the whole thing. I maybe don't always have the best feelings around Vercel, but on the other hand, they fund SvelteKit and Svelte in the same way I got funded in Netlify. I was super stoked when that news happened. So it's hard to kind of separate a lot of the feelings about like Next from Vercel and from like the whole thing for a lot of people. So it's like, it was a lot. So that's all I was saying. But I feel like this sort of ended up firing off a kind of chain of things a little bit. And I wasn't sure, right? Because truth of the matter is, this is a net positive thing. Finding funding sources for people working on open source and important projects is the most dire thing that's in need of in a thing. And honestly, Vercel making this kind of investment is amazing. Like this is just continuing that message. I mean, as I said, 3 people working on Svelte and SvelteKit, 3 people working on Nuxt and Nuxt related stuff. That's a nice chunk. That's 6 heads working on stuff. Like I might have complaints about how in the past Next.js has been like almost too Vercel centric, but I don't have any concerns with that. With the Nuxt team, these guys have always been very open, and it hasn't impacted Svelte or SvelteKit at all. So, and I think actually, if I go back to my bookmarks here, wherever they are, Evan Yu said something along a similar lines. The main reason I'm optimistic about Vercel Nuxt execution is how they treat Svelte since acquiring it. If they do the same for Nuxt, which they claim they will, and I believe they will, then I think it's a net positive for Vue and Nuxt users. Completely. It's what's interesting to me is just that Next has generated a certain amount of bad will towards Vercel. And while this has not carried towards Svelte, and I don't think it'll include the Nuxt, it was enough that when this happened, when you take something like you got to understand, OnJS sort of represents, and Beat, especially when you see the tie-ins, it's like the freedom fighters. Like if people wanted to make some crazy Star Wars level epic battle of fictional stuff that doesn't actually exist, if you look at it like that way, then people like, did the empire just hire the leaders of the rebellion? Like, there's like this feeling where it's like people don't know how to, what to think about it, and it kind of push things about. Like, I have no doubt that Nuxt is going to be able to do and thrive under Vercel. But people are like, why did Vercel make this move, right? Like, what is going on here? What's the thinking about it? And I'm not sure. You're gonna have to ask them. Where is it? What do you mean exactly? I don't know. I didn't see this coming, but sure, this makes a lot of sense. Nitro represents the most popular agnostic way to build meta frameworks that can deploy anywhere. Having goodwill here towards Vercel ensures that portion will be secure for all frameworks. So, like, a way of you looking at this is, okay, it's not like the RxJS stuff is going to stop working on everything, but if you're in a situation where, there's goodwill and stuff and people are working and you're right next door to the other guy working on the platforms of Vercel, I mean, it makes sense that the Vercel integration will probably get better, which will actually benefit every single one of those frameworks up there. So that's positive. Could it be classic execution? Next use Express under the hood? No. Next is part of tool chain. Next is part of a chain of tools developed in Vercel and less widely used outside, including TurboPack and Vercel's platform integration. Nitro is built on Vite and has agnostic platform integration. While it's possible to consolidate, I'd be surprised that's the aim, at least near term. They've invested a lot in tools that work really well with their platform. This feels more like ensuring they get a bigger piece of the pie out of everything that isn't Next. Maybe Vercel indirectly becomes the preferred deployment platform for these other frameworks. The Nitro on JS team is very dedicated to the open web, so I don't see any problem here, but there's always consequences of this sort of shuffling. And what I mean is, people are involved, narratives are involved. It's interesting. Like, on the surface, mechanically what's happening is great. But people will talk, people will think, people will have opinions, and it will cause things. Because do you know what happened after I posted this? A bunch of people were telling me that TanStack is not Nitro, blah, 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 blah. I would never touch a Vercel product. And it's just like, whoa. First of all, TanStack is using Nitro. People are trying to prove me in the dependencies. And I'm like, look, they're saying they're moving away from it. I was like, hold on. I know what's going on with TanStack start. Like, whoa. And I realized, like, even suggesting or saying this kind of put this thing into, out there. Tanner was getting enough stuff back that he actually had to clarify. Nitro is a valuable tool and we'll continue to support it as we build Adapter Start 1.0, but it'll not be a hard dependency. We have been working for a while towards Vite native to support any Vite plugin that uses Env API to configure build output. Yes, and people might have missed that. Yeah, they had Tanner and TanStack were under Vercel funding for like 6 months. People might not remember that. They had a contract, and in such a way that Tanner got to build what he was building and doing his thing, and he just got like extra bonus referrals if he helped. My understanding, I can't remember the exact details, but like, people chose to deploy to Vercel or whatever. But it's, yeah. But like, I think people still don't understand the relation between these things. Vinci chose to use Nitro. I was talking with Nikhil. We talked it through. We both decided Nitro was the best choice here. It wasn't the perfect choice, but it was the best choice in terms of what our use case was. In the process of devincifying, getting rid of that, you still have to be able to deploy places. So Nitro is still there. Now, the thing is, there's always more nuance and context here. So I'm willing to get into that with you guys for a moment, but I think, yeah. Now the best part comes, Nitro is moving to just Vite plugins as well, right? Because the environment API allows for that, and that's kind of what we've all been waiting for. Basically, what happened was we, as usual, can never wait for people to build things. So, Brandon Roberts had already built Nitro 2, like the older version, as a Vite plugin, and we use that as a base for TanStack Start as a part of way of getting away from using Vinci. As I said, ironically, in my mind, Vinci is actually like, Vinci just happened to choose Nitro and was constrained by no environment API. What Vinci actually does in that last little bit of layer is the part that TanStack had to rewrite, but it's the part that I actually want back because it was actually an agnostic solution, where the Tanner solutions, some of them are agnostic, some of them are like TanStack router specific. I think it's the wrong boundary for me. People have been trying to convince me that I need to change how I'm thinking on this, but after seeing how SolidStart works and conceptually, and understanding how the pieces, it's the right move for someone building a tool that works agnostic across all frameworks, but is the wrong tool for a framework that wants to be agnostic across all solutions. So, like, I'm very convinced that Vinci had the right boundaries. So there's some more work to be done there. But like, you have to understand, there's been friction, like slight friction between Nitro and us since the beginning, because we only really wanted part of the Nitro solution. And Nitro in some ways is too opinionated for what we want to do. I think Matthew Phillips, like, I never understood why you guys picked Nitro. It's kind of opinionated, but it also got out of our way a bit. Like, we were able to sidestep it. So like, my response to Tanner was, I mean, we talked about this privately, but I want to put this out so you guys understand it. I think it's very tempting, given new capabilities, to eliminate the middle layers. And by that, I mean the layer between SolidStart and Vite, or TanStack Start and Vite. I don't know they're completely eliminatable. It's just at minimum, the minimal solution is lighter than Nitro is today. What direction Nitro takes will probably be the bigger decider in its role moving forward. So in a sense, you see a Vite plugin as a way of lightening it, but Nitro is still kind of opinionated, maybe still so too much for what we actually care about. But let's go here. Ironically, even though Vinci has been the first casualty of the simplification, the unique parts of it are still the parts I'd most like to see in that middle layer. Vinci, in many cases, sat closer to Vite than Nitro. TanStack ended up rebuilding a lot of it anyway on a better foundation, but also in many cases that cater specifically to TanStack, like the router. It makes sense, but it's pushed SolidStart into taking back ownership of those pieces that I was trying to get rid of in the first place. Don't get me wrong, from an API surface perspective, Vinci was basically one-for-one replaceable with the Vite end API. And after all, it inspired it, right? But it is also the part that made the asset management, custom file-based routers, and router agnosticism possible in general. It could be rebased, definitely, as a straight Vite plugin, and that's the direction it should go. But the eventual solution is going to kind of look like what Vinci looked like, in a way. But we're still a little away from, and we're still away from generalizing what that layer looks like, right? We haven't created the agnostic thing. Even with TanStack Start, because they're still building a specific solution today for themselves, we haven't actually got back to that general solution. So I still think there's an opportunity for such a solution to exist after reshuffling. I'm just unclear if that solution's Nitro. Nitro might have very specific opinions in a way that we don't care about, or if it's just another TanStack offering, because truthfully, TanStack already went and rebuilt a bunch of stuff, or something else. The tricky part here is understanding what's not being said, or understanding how this all fits in. Nitro will not be a hard dependency. What does that mean? Right. And I know that I'm getting away from the whole Vercel thing, but I feel like the only reason that we're talking about this at all right now is because a Vercel thing happened. If people weren't hammering about it, we're kind of get a cart ahead of the court. It's like, what does Vite native mean? These are things that don't exist today. So while we can speak about this, and clearly there's a plan, as things sit right now, TanStack, SolidStart, use Nitro. I'm not saying that, and there's no intention to remove Nitro, necessarily. But if it's an optional dependency, that means there must be another way to do what Nitro is doing. So whether that way is the better way or not, it's something that remains to be seen in the future. So I think this is why Tanner wants to get, but I feel like there's been a lot of pressure because of this Vercel thing, and I think it's kind of silly, honestly. Because through the matter, the solutions don't exist yet. So the ecosystem has to come along. Now, what can that solution look like? Well, that's an interesting question, right? What does Vite native look like? Could we live in a world where we could eliminate most of these middle layers? Is there a world where you could just go straight to Vite and not need Nitro to produce the output you need for the specific platform? And I think the answer to that is maybe, right? The tricky part is you have to make it deployable on cloud providers with server rendering. Vite can make server builds, but how do you make that server build work for the provider like Cloudflare or Netlify or all the specific ones? They have a lot in common. They're very similar, but I think it requires the provider to integrate directly with Vite, like Vite plugin Netlify, rather than. I mean, I think this is a win for everyone. Right now, we're in this weird zone where literally every meta framework has to have their own adapter, and either Nitro's doing it for you, Hat Tip or something like that, or like if it's a popular framework, like Nuxt, and they don't make their own adapters. Netlify and Cloudflare have their own adapters for Nuxt. I love it. At Netlify, we used to call it the Nuxt runtime. It was too big to be called an adapter. It was so complicated to get it to run on the thing. And there's a Netlify team that basically manage that. Like, it was important enough to have equivalent Next support to Vercel that there was basically, we had a kind of a Next team at Netlify in a sense. I mean, that wasn't their only responsibility, but you understand like that integration is not trivial, right? So you're in this kind of weird place where you either the providers trying to do work on frameworks, and they're not going to care about every framework, if you're not in the top 3 or 4, like Cloudflare is this kind of case. Like, I don't know how their SolidStart thing is these days. Like, they were trying to run their own. Instead, we kind of take it on ourselves. We built our own adapters, and we're like, okay, we're going to manage this. I can't wait for Vercel. Like, I remember when I did that first edge streaming demo, I was just like, screw this. I'm just going to make it. I don't care. I think it's a lot of work for all parties involved. If we can get to a point where it's just a matter of a generic Vite plugin to deploy to and dev. I think the key part people miss about Nitro, and it's partially because we didn't do it in Vinci, is the Nitro cares a lot about the dev environment, giving this consolidated thing, and it's based on that UnJS philosophy of that, like, lowest common denominator, like design with the same tools, deploy anywhere. So basically, and have the same dev and production experience in both places. Well, what would a Vite native solution look like? Well, let's think for a minute. What if Cloudflare provided a Vite plugin that worked in dev and prod? In that world, you could use Cloudflare specific stuff in dev. You could use durable objects. You could use those pieces, and not. The problem is when you built your app, you'd have to make that decision first. So it wouldn't be as easy to switch between providers per se if you use special features of those providers, but you would have a consistent dev environment, and arguably you could get rid of that middle layer. So I think that's, thinking out loud, where something like the Mbin API in Vite is enabling, and we're barely just scratching the surface of it. So I think that the design or the look of this middle layer changes. I think if we move to a world where adapters aren't the important part and people can just use provider-based plugins to handle dev and prod, then it really comes down to what kind of feature abilities you want to be exposed out of your functions or your workers or whatever you're doing. And if we get into that kind of world, ironically, it's the stuff like the generic file system routing, server functions, like some of those plugins are generic, some of those things, basically what Vinci provided, ironically. So it's like full circle. Vinci's had a big mess because it had to integrate a bunch of different tools and could be Vite native. But I think a Vinci built today on Vite would actually be in a much better place. Anyway, that's me just speculating on what this means. But it's a very different topic from where we started here, which is simply the fact that I'm pretty sure this Vercel stuff's just going to blow over. And I think people are taking it too seriously. Especially on Blue Sky. Twitter's tame. I was on Blue Sky and people were like really arguing with me that, TanStack start has nothing to do with Vercel. And it's just like, man, who cares? Seriously. Nuxt is fine. Nitro is fine. The biggest, the parts that I'd be concerned about aren't the parts you're going to be able to see or get from a release announcement. It's like, is it possible that in this kind of situation, not enough funding or push gets pushed towards these frameworks? Like, you don't get to see that. Obviously, hiring the developers is a first step, but sometimes you need marketing, you need stuff. And if the company has different alignments and they don't push other resources, then yeah, maybe there might be a problem. Maybe Nuxt but like clearly Nuxt Lab was at a point where they wanted to sell, and I know Void Zero was not a possibility. I'd be surprised if that conversation hadn't happened at some point. I don't think it's the right play for where Void Zero is right now, anyways, right? But I think that like essentially this is a very strong move for the open source in terms of development. If there's implications in terms of, you know, how this impacts future growth of these projects, I don't know if we've seen it in Svelte. We can't tell because we haven't seen the other reality, right? Svelte has grown during that time period with Vercel, with or without its help. And the thing is, if you look at it from the perspective of these developers, like Rich Harris, I mean, he was working at the newspaper and doing some Svelte work. Having paid resources is a plus in itself. That's already increased his capability, what he can do, right? And what's capable with the framework. So like I think that like you could always argue that maybe in these positions, the companies aren't incentivized to do more for the frameworks. And I could even arguably say that's true of Solid, you know, Netlify or Sentry. Like how much are they actually going to push Solid out there? I don't know. Remains to be seen. In general, just this first step of having developers and resources have that ability to work on thing is not a guaranteed thing in the current economy and where we're at. So I mean, this is just good. The worst thing that could have happened is if Nuxt Labs was, you know, perhaps having trouble or couldn't get acquired and things under, and then suddenly no one's funding Nuxt. That would be terrible. This is great by comparison. So I mean, I don't know the situations, I don't know the strategic pieces of this, but like clearly at minimum, this is as good as the status quo has been going. Is it as good as other options? Who knows? But it's not really up for us to make a decision on. Okay. Sounds like Tanner wants to build that smaller little layer. Yeah. Maybe he will give me a collection of 8 plugins that are based on the new Vinci. He's not incentivized to do the stuff that he already has with Router, though. So we'll see. But maybe that's where it is. Yeah, Netlify and Cloudflare Edge consolidate on OpenNext. Right. Anyways, I'm just getting there. Twitter wasn't that tame, at least from the Nuxt perspective. Yeah, I think it's just the fact that like Blue Sky is a little bit more on the openness side. Yeah, it's interesting. Like it was like it's like the opposite side of the thing. Like on one side, Nuxt is getting crap from Vercel, the Vercel stuff, which I expect they would get more on. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. These guys just getting worse. If it wasn't for people like Mark Harrison, Rich Harris, I would never go there. Yeah. Oh, Evan explained why the Void Zero thing. Okay, cool. Let's see if I can just quickly grab that. Sorry, I'm just catching up with the chat. Oh, come on. Sometimes the chat when I switch and I haven't been on the window doesn't update right away. Come on, why am I not seeing it? There it is. Void Zero in itself is an early stage startup, and even if we have the capital, it wouldn't make sense for us. Yeah, okay. That's exactly, the official word. I mean, in a lot of ways, you see that could make sense, but it's also, I think it's an interesting thing. Like, Nuxt is a specific, like, Void Zero is kind of beat. Nuxt is a specific framework. It's interesting. Nitro is an interesting, I think Nitro would be the more interesting play for Void Zero. You know, and I recently joined another kind of Discord chat where it's like Evan and Tanner and myself. Like it's Nitro Beat and the TanStack SolidStart people kind of working together on kind of coming talking about how to split up the stuff in the middle layer. I think the interesting thing is I don't know in a Beat M world, like does it just take Beat getting a couple more features to make most of the reason we use Nitro disappear? Do you know what I mean? Like I think stuff is shuffling around rapidly at this point, which is why I was kind of annoyed at like all the conversation going down, because like I get Vercel thing and pushed it, but like let's not push the horse before it's there. Like, you know, in the same way, I don't usually show or case or talk about like how great something is until I have a demo showing it. Like I believe in having the thing in hand before you know, make the statement. Yeah. Oh, Excel funds both Vercel and Void Zero. Yeah. So it isn't, you know, red versus blue. You know, Coca-Cola versus Pepsi. People kind of do. Yeah. There we go. Anfu is working on for Vercel while having contracted Void Zero to work on dev tools now. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I just think that like this is an example of stuff getting overblown. People have liked because of the problem is I feel like maybe the Vue community got blindsided. They didn't. I don't think you guys maybe realize just how hostile the React ecosystem environment has gotten. And with Remix stepping out, things have gotten even more like there's some weird thing that's, as I said, not even completely real. Like where people have this perception on how like there's good guys and bad guys. As I said, it's almost like we have like the, you know, the Star Wars playing out, or like the Foundation, you know, like some big empire versus the, you know, so it's like it's not even React has gone and Vercel and Nuxt have gone in such a weird place that there's a certain people just looking for some kind of narrative, and it's really unfortunate because where it gets to me is when it pushes talk and about technology based stuff that has that like without the grounding to actually the technology thing. I think there's a lot of really interesting stuff going on. Let's just not like go in and be like let's not get pushed so much into this kind of politics of things. If this is the state of Twitter and Blue Sky, I don't even want to look at HackerNet. Yeah, oh god, I don't know. Or Reddit. Reddit would be the worst. I tweeted this. Check on. I'm going to use Nuxt because I hate Vercel people in your life. They are having a pretty hard day today. Yeah, because there is like a political alignment thing. There are people like, oh, at least what got me to say the statement, it was someone was like, at least I can still use TanStack start. And I'm like, nope. Like I was just trying, like I started this whole thing because I was trying to like, you know, like my part of it was just because I'm trying to be like, look, like everybody, like it's kind of like that thing. I think Theo probably did this. I watched a bit of his video where he's talking about like companies fund pieces of open source that are used by everyone. I think this is more than that. I think this is like, it's not just like the one obscure thing, you know, that's way down in the stack. I think that like, even though Nitro is kind of under the hood, I think there is like, I think it's a little bit more in your face than that. But on the other hand, like, yeah, everything is everything, you know, like there's, it's kind of sad. I had the draft, but I'm not, it's his to publish. Did he ever release it? If he released it, that's a different thing, but I'm not. Oh, when did he publish it? Okay. Yeah, I didn't see that one. I guess it was about a month ago when I was away. Is the video available anyway? I'll check it out in the future. I'm wrapping up the stream now. We have gone way too long. We're over 6 hours. This is probably, sorry, Nikhil, we beat the longest stream ever probably. I guess we'll find out when it's done. But he was very proud to be the longest stream. I'm so done. I gotta go. Yeah. This stuff will all blow over. I do think there's some really cool development going on though, so I look forward to that, I guess. As for everyone else, have a great weekend. All right.